that's kind of crazy. He was kind of spitting there, and he was right, because that is essentially what she is actually kind of doing. And I think that's important to note. Now, this is a crazy video that I saw that I really wanted to bring up before we get into the details of her trip, because her trip is the funniest shit in the world. Like, the clips that she's been posting is so accidentally hilarious. It's accidentally the funniest shit in the universe. You have no idea how... how good this is. They're going out there with their guitars, they're gonna save Gaza. Bro, it gets so much better.
Hey there, beautiful people. How you guys doing? You guys doing good? I think what you guys are doing is just dandy.
It's dandy.
I want to inspire you guys in your journey to Gaza.
Alright.
By telling you the story of an Italian activist called Vittorio Tryin.
I think it's important to talk about this. This is an Italian activist. He also... had the same idea. He is gonna save Gaza.
I have a story, right? He like you. Break through
All right. The go.
Went on
The go.
sail all the way to Gaza.
He made it. He got in. He did the dream. He did exactly what you were fighting for, Greta. What a guy.
Farmers, people, and he got tattoos.
He got tattoos.
He wrote a book. He even took a selfie with his Maria.
Look at that. You might recognize him. He's a terrorist. Other terrorists.
Against the occupation.
Damn.
That guy was the whole 9 yards.
He did everything Greta wishes that Greta could do.
And then, in 2011, he got kidnapped.
What the fuck? What was Israel kidnapped him?
Alright, let's see if this works. Hello, how we doing? Oh.
He did everything Greta wishes that Greta could do. What the fuck? What was Israel kidnapped him?
Alright, let's see if this works. Hello, how we doing? Oh.
Israel wouldn't do that to a peace activist.
I mean, who was kidnapping him? A group of anti-Western jihadists in Gaza.
He was kidnapped by terrorists in Gaza. He went to Gaza to save them, and he was kidnapped by... yeah.
I mean, what a surprise. Why would they do that to somebody who went through so much to do that? I mean, he was posting about it. He was raising awareness to the West.
Right.
He did everything. But he was trying to defend people who are anti-West, who are anti-everything he is.
Yeah, it turns out the guys that say death to America, death to the West, we want to kill Jews, we want to kill Christians, it turns out that they actually meant what they said.
Doesn't matter what he does. They don't like him. And then 24 hours later, they killed him. They hanged him. Now, why would they do that?
Bro did not win the Darwin Award. I'll be real. They did not win. He did not win the Darwin Award.
It doesn't matter.
That's awful. It's fucking awful. Again, it's a tragedy that happened. But, let's be real, I don't think anyone was surprised.
I hope you guys achieve your goals. You guys worked so hard sailing all the way to the Mediterranean. And I hope you guys get to Gaza and stay there.
It's the craziest fucking video I've ever seen. But anyway, I wanted to just give you a little bit of history. Last time someone decided to get to Gaza. But anywho, we gotta watch the coverage, because this is the funniest coverage of the situation of all time.
On Sunday, June.
Alright, her videos are amazing. She's going to save the world on her little fucking flotilla. She's gonna go to Gaza and save the world.
On Sunday, June 1st, will attempt to again
Oh,
sail
God.
to Gaza and
Alright.
try to break the siege
She's gonna break the siege.
and open up a humanitarian corridor by delivering aid.
Yeah, we have tea bags on our boat, a couple of saltine crackers, maybe even a banana.
Like food and medical supplies.
Greta Thunberg, the retired climate activist, she realized that the climate
She's gonna break the siege.
And open up a humanitarian corridor by delivering
drift was over, so she wanted to get on the jihad bandwagon.
I'm so glad people are calling it out for what it actually is. She went on the gayest sailboat of all time during Pride Month to go save people that kill gay people. She is trying so hard to grip. She is gripping way to the end. Her mind is so open-minded. Her brain has escaped. We got a couple of saltine crackers and a banana.
Greta Thunberg, the retired climate
Beep, beep.
We gotta realize the level of insanity this is. This is absolutely a grift. It is nothing else. I brought Advil.
Beep, beep.
We gotta realize the level of insanity this is. This is absolutely a grift. It is nothing else. I brought Advil. We gotta realize the level of insanity this is. This is absolutely.
Okay.
And band-aids, terrorists. You got this, guys.
She is en route and possibly in Gaza right now. It's a little uncertainty, but listen to this from AP News. Climate campaigner Greta Thunberg and 11 other activists.
Oh, the activists! They're saving the world!
Sunday afternoon for Gaza on a ship aimed at breaking Israel's siege of the devastated territory organized.
What the fuck is happening? They're on a sailboat to break a siege? Like, dude, this is insane.
Said the sailing boat Madeleine, operated by activist group Freedom Flotilla Coalition, from the Sicilian port of Catania in southern Italy. It will try to reach the shores of the Gaza Strip in an effort to bring in some aid and raise international awareness over the ongoing humanitarian crisis, the activist said at a press conference on Sunday ahead of her departure. And before I even comment on that vile little troll creature, let's throw this in.
We don't even talk about the retard. Operation Let Her Speak. Operation Let Her Try. You know, I believe in these movements. All right, I am a big fan and supporter of freedom of speech. We should let her do the talking.
I am currently standing on the Marine, the ship that...
The ship! The ship!
On Sunday, first will attempt to again sail towards Gaza and to try to break the siege and open up a humanitarian corridor by delivering aid, like food and medical.
They're saving the people.
The last time we attempted this, about a month ago, the boat Conscience that we were about to board, just a couple of hours before we were planning to board and set sail, it got bombed twice, and all evidence suggests that it was Israel who did it. Oh my god.
Meaning, we don't have proof, but it probably was Israel. That is what it means. And to be honest, it probably was Israel, if I had to guess. They don't want potentially arms getting smuggled into a war zone, maybe? I don't know. I can think of many reasons why this would happen. But also, there isn't evidence that it was Israel, to be clear. Anyway, continue speaking, troll creature.
Now we are here in Catania, outside of Sicily, to try to continue our mission to try again.
The mission of trying again.
Trying, because the moment we stop trying is when we lose our humanity.
What are you talking about? This is crazy. I love these people. I love them. They're amazing. They're sitting there in the cafes. Like, guys, stop.
And no matter how dangerous this mission is, it is nowhere near as dangerous as the silence of the entire world in the
What
face.
silence? What are you talking about? Everyone's screaming. Bro, some dude just lit a bunch of Jews on fire in Colorado. What are you talking about?
All right, listen, that little climate...
Sorry about that, if anyone's watching. I've got shit to do. Hey.
It is unclear to me where she is right now.
She's like actually insufferable. It's amazing. With the fake crying and everything.
She might be. I don't know if they're going to let the ship land. She's also not interested in Egypt's blockade of Gaza, right? It's,
Like, a lot of people don't know this because this is a very real thing. This is a very real thing that people don't know. There is no neighboring country that actually is willing to take in refugees from Gaza. There is a border between Gaza and Egypt closed that border. The border from Egypt is stronger and more guarded than the border to Israel. No one cares, no one knows. It doesn't matter.
it's only about those pesky Jews, of course. Why didn't she just, I've got an idea for you, and it would have been easier than the flotilla. You could have just taken a plane over to Cairo and then taken a car ride through Sinai and then walked up to the giant border with Egypt and asked them to open the doors. Why didn't you do that, Greta? Why didn't you do that? So it is, as we tape right now, it's a little unclear where she is. Did she get all the way here? Would they allow her to enter Gaza?
It wasn't the greatest drama ever.
Someone like
Let
that.
her, let him do it. Let them in. That's what I think. A lot of people are like, no, Israel needs to take part. No, let her in. Let her in. Let her vote.
I mean, I know they like useful idiots, but like, you know, and also this climate. No, everything about the climate change conversation, everything was always complete nonsense, and she was just the
She would sit in trees and scream and annoy people.
avatar for that. But if she cared
The
about
avatar of all four elements. All four elements. And Route 8, climate change, Palestine, and socialism. Only the master of all four shit, all four grips, can truly attain the avatar state.
the environment at all, the country in the Middle East that she would love the most would be this place, which has done more for green energy and clean energy and literally making the desert bloom. This place 100 years ago, where it was the British mandate of Palestine, and even before that it's the Ottoman Empire, it was basically a swamp that was a flea-ridden
He's right.
swamp. It was the Jews who dredged the swamp. It was the Jews who then went to the Negev.
She doesn't care, okay?
Really?
She does not care about climate anymore. There's something more present to grift about, okay? I don't think she cares about Palestinians either. Otherwise, she wouldn't support the Hamas terrorists that are killing them and that started the war and that are doing all this shit. But that's, you know.
And made the desert bloom. That's the phrase, right? Because they created drip irrigation because obviously it's hot in the desert, and when people were watering, all the water was evaporating, so they created drip irrigation here. They've done more for green energy and desalinization. They used to have a water deficit here. Now they export water. So if you cared about any of the things that you purport to care about, and I know you don't,
She never cared about anything. She just wanted to scream and yell and have people listen to the brave autistic child who is no longer a child.
then you might want to revisit some of your prior assumptions. The globalists never...
She never cared. She never cared. So I wanted to show you. The guy made a video with a parody. You don't understand how funny this is. All right. If you have not been following, I am only making this video because I absolutely wanted to cover it. I think it is funny as hell. All right. So the parodies have been glorious. Why is it hard to believe that someone can care? Oh, I think people can care. But if you care, then you don't go on some random fucking raft to go and virtue sing. In my opinion, you are obviously a clown.
Flotilla. We are still on our way to Gaza.
Yes.
Java, and we have over 12 pounds of management.
12 pounds.
To Gaza.
Heroes.
11 pounds of management.
But they ate one of the pounds.
And we are on our way.
It's working.
Get away within it.
So that's saying, we will. Pretty non-threatening. We're dressed well. And, so excited to give you more updates. So stay tuned.
Yes. Oh no! Oh no! No! That's crazy. Everyone's been What
the fuck was
Like
that?
an obvious virtue signal grift. None of this
Jesus.
shit's actually happening. And it's the funniest thing of all time. So, Sky News Australia dedicated a special Lefties Losing It segment to the Goblin Greta Thunberg's Gaza trip that apparently ended very badly. So if you like a nice downfall, you are in the right place. Subscribe, because we will cover every downfall ever. It is the greatest drama ever. You have to see some of the footage from their trip. It's amazing. Every time they see a drone pass, they're like, the drones are here! We are literally about to die! We are literally about to be killed, guys! The drones are here! They literally, they're the funniest people ever.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It.
Alright, let's go! I love how Australia had like a special Lefties Losing It segment to make fun of Greta Thunberg.
Search is heading to Gaza.
Yes!
I think the people in that region have suffered enough.
Suffered enough, Greta! Stop!
No, now they have the little Swedish doom goblin en route to the war zone to save the day.
Will attempt to again sail towards Gaza and to try to break the siege and open
They're doing it, guys.
delivering the aid. Keep trying everything we can, even if the odds are against us, to try to protest and do everything we can.
We're gonna protest! That's right, we're going to an active war zone to protest. Honestly, I think all the protesters should do. I think this is I think that all the protesters should follow her law. To truly contribute, you know? Instead of blocking highways in LA, and instead of beating up Jews in college campuses, I think that they should go to ground zero. I fully support Greta Thunberg. This is fucking genius. I've changed my mind. She's obviously not retarded. She is not retarded. Alright?
Against Israel's atrocities and war crimes.
And Greta Thunberg got a little bit of...
No one ever talks about the atrocities and war crimes committed by, the terrorists that are dressed in human clothes, that use human shields, that put their weapons in hospitals. I mean civilian clothes. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, I just see terrorists as subhuman. Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree. I stand by what I said. I stand by my Freudian slip. Terrorists are, in fact, subhuman.
Emotional, or at least she tried to, when describing the goals of the Freedom Flotilla. Really need to keep these theatre kids out of geopolitics.
No, I disagree. I disagree. I think everyone's wrong. Everyone's like, no, don't risk your life, Greta Thunberg. Everyone's like, no, Greta, no, Israel's gonna stop you. And then on the other side, people are like, fucking bomb the shit out of them. Fucking don't let them in. No, I disagree with everyone. Let her in, bro. Let her in. In fact, I think other people should join in. I'm telling you. Hassan Piker, you need to go on the Freedom Flotilla next. Save Palestine.
We are doing this because no matter what odds we are against, we have to keep trying.
What do you mean, what odds you're against? What are you doing? And go to Yemen on the way back. I'm sure the Houthi terrorists that use child sex slave and child soldiers, I'm sure those guys absolutely are going to treat you well.
Because the moment we stop trying is when we lose our humanity.
No!
No matter how dangerous this mission is, it is still near as dangerous as the silence of the entire world.
Now just imagine the
Fuck's
arrogance, the delusion, the spectacular stupidity of believing that the Israelis or even Hamas give a flying fruit bat about what Greta...
True!
Weirdo...
Dude, a bunch of hippies on a flotilla, no one cares. Literally no one cares. You know what the people in Gaza are thinking, the Palestinians in Gaza? They don't want to get hit as collateral damage by an Israeli attack. They don't want to get killed by Hamas terrorists. They want food that Israel is providing that Hamas is not letting them go to. They're worried. They're protesting in Gaza against Hamas, all right? But she knows better. Greta Thunberg, the little autistic goblin who cries about the environment, knows better than the civilians in Gaza that protest against the terrorists. But what is happening?
Nose ring wearing, pronoun announcing lefty mates thing.
Greta Thunberg lands in Gaza, and one of the people in Gaza is like, oh, she's here! They, them are here. I love it so much, bro. This is the greatest arc of One Piece for sure.
We're on the Madrid. We've been trying to sail to Gaza with aid, with solidarity and love. So
they're driving with love and solidarity. It's over. They're saving Palestine.
And we are on a huge step closer to getting to Gaza now.
And it was all fun and games and sing-alongs for a while.
What happened? Break the siege. Yeah. True. Did they hide the children? What are you talking about?
But as Greta and
Oh god, it's a bunch of hippies. They're so powerful, so powerful.
at the border, they spotted drones, and then came the calls for help.
Oh shit.
Hello, Iran. We are reporting using the navigation. We are right now at 80 kilometers from Greek lands.
Okay. 80 kilometers from Greece. It was Greek drones. It was Greek drones. That's crazy. They blamed Israel for Greek drones. Yeah, because they're just a random fucking boat. It's coming from Greek territory. Oh god. They confirmed it's a drone. Technological prowess of the flotilla is unmatched. Uh-oh. Oh god. SOS video 8 kilometers from Greece that a Greek drone saw them. Drone confirmed. Call the president. Imagine what the Palestinians are going through. He saw a drone. Imagine what they're dealing with. Then she nods. This is the greatest arc of all time. The fact that people aren't talking about this is retarded. Dude, I know that like Moist Critical or whatever, or Asmongold, they don't want to get involved in like the nitty gritty of the geopolitics, but dog, dude, you have got to get involved. This is the funniest shit ever. A distress signal. They saw a drone in Greece. It's over.
Now, this is an exciting development. Apparently, you can just serve yourself chicken nowadays if the servers take too long. Watch as this woman with a baby on her hip loses it at a church's chicken outlet.
Oh, that was the whole clip from Greta Thunberg, and she just covers other lefties losing it? Worth it.
Oh, my girl town is heavy. My girl fixing her own oil.
Oh god. Alright. Nice. Love that.
You know, I don't mind that. I'm always getting these breast and wing pieces when I want to get leg and thighs. Maybe
so true.
Myself. Let's talk about the Democrats now. They're not doing too well. Trump is flying in the polls, particularly when it comes to economic performance.
Plus 8-point advantage for the Republican Party.
I love this guy because he's on CNN. He's like a leftist, and every single time Trump actually keeps winning, he just goes out and he keeps crying about it. I love this man. This is amazing.
How is that possible, Democrats? How is that?
No! It's not possible! Oh! Oh my god.
After all the recession here, after the stock market's been doing all this, after all the tariffs that Americans are getting, and Republicans still have an 8-point lead on the economy? Are you kidding me?
He's so mad! He's so mad! Oh Lord. It's so funny.
CNN polling.
Yeah.
How is that, when we look for trends, how is that trending with other data that you're pulling in?
Yeah, if it was just this one CNN poll, that would be one thing. But take a look at Reuters Ipsos. What do we see here? Party with a better economic plan. Well, in May of 2024, just before Donald Trump was re-elected president, Republicans had a 9-point advantage. Look at where we are now in May of 2025. The advantage actually went up by 3 points.
I'm so mad. Bro, he's so mad. He's so mad. He's so mad. That's insane. No, the country is happy and rich. No.
Including painfully unfunny comics on late night TV shows, are in total denial. Listen to this deranged discussion between Bernie Sanders and Stephen Colbert.
Okay, I didn't see this.
In a sad parallel universe of their own. Get ready for a Hitler analogy here.
But also, we cannot wait. We have to have mass protests, mobilization, and disruption.
Why are you still doing this? Why are they still doing this? This is incredible. It's incredible. How are they still doing this? They are such clowns. It's insane. Guys, come on, stop. Oh my, actual two retards fighting.
Is that what it's going to take? Again, there's 520 more days.
The truth of the matter is, Republican or a progressive as I am.
Okay.
You do not believe. I mean, you just stop and think about it. Think about the men and women who fought and died against Hitler, fought and died against fascism.
What?
Fought and
What?
died to defend America.
What? How do you make this comparison?
Regardless of the ideology, are not and cannot and must not sit back and allow us to move into an authoritarian type society.
He wants to fight back like they fought against Hitler. Bro, what is he smoking? This is the craziest thing of all time. Like, what are we even talking about? Oh my god. Like, what is even happening, bro? Like, how do they keep doing this? This is unbelievable.
People get picked up off the streets and put in detention centers.
If they're criminals, yes! That is exactly what you do with criminals. Yes, exactly! True! How are they this pathetic? Every day you wake up and they're more retarded than last time.
Just
arresting people? Fine. In my country, it's an oligarch. It's an the rich people. Trump and Elon, they've taken over the world. They would never fight with each other. They would never have beef at all. I have to represent my party, arresting people that are criminals. They're criminals. They're getting arrested in America. America, people should be able to enter illegally.
absolute arrangement there from Bernie.
True.
Overwhelmingly support deportation of
yes, obviously.
illegal immigrants, Bernie. Now we've
yeah. So again, I'm not going to go through the entire lefties losing it, but I thought that was just so unbelievably real, dude. Of course, now Andrew Tate supports Greta Thunberg. I support Greta Thunberg. She's given up the climate scam and is attacking a real issue, especially this is crazy. Greta Thunberg got famous by making fun of Andrew Tate, by the way. Let's be real. Oh my god. Like, she got famous making fun of him. This is insanity! Like, actually crazy. Holy shit, these people are so pathetic, bro. Oh my god. This guy, the guy charged for rape in England, is actually on the right side of history here. Dude, apparently they've been doing some digging. And this guy over here, this dude is on Greta Thunberg's Freedom Flotilla right now. Want to know something pretty weird about that, though? Want to know something pretty weird about him being on the Freedom Flotilla? You know where he is in this video? At the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah, the former head of Hezbollah, the terrorist organization that murders gay people, that also contributed to the death of 650,000 people in Syria, that has murdered, executed, and bombed civilians. It is insanity. So obviously people are having a really fun time with this Greta thing, because I personally think it is. So this guy over here, Lindsey Graham, he says, oh, Greta and her friends can swim. I mean, to be honest, this is his threat, okay? This is absolutely not a threat. A lot of people think this is a threat because they want to be they're cloud hungry. This is being realistic. She is literally taking a sailboat into a war zone. So, you know, people are losing their minds. Why is a U.S. senator threatening a child? 70,000 likes, 2 million views. Greta's 23 years old. Can we stop? Can we stop doing this shit? Can we stop this fucking clown show? I don't know. I just think this whole thing is incredibly funny. Incredibly funny. A lot of you don't know this, but they recently had an actual stop-off. Literal child. They recently had another stop-off that I thought is important to recognize. They took a detour on their way to Gaza. And this is the last bit of coverage I think that actually happened. This is the last coverage that I am actually aware about. So this is going to be the end of the Greta coverage until next time. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Who knows? They made it. Alright, you see? They realized they're from Libya. We found random people! We found random people! We will be saving them. They have a legal right. We will not be letting them home. We will not be taking them back home.
In international law, the principle of non-refoulement applies to any people who will not be returned to a country, regardless of whether or not it is their country of origin. If in that country their right to life or personal safety are
saving random people is legal. We are taking them away from their home country while they will be in danger.
Because the moral duty to protect these people who were in this vulnerable group of no
is, they will be. We must uphold human rights, so we will be taking people that we found in the water next to Libya, will not be letting them back home, and instead, we will be taking them to Gaza. That's right, baby. We are taking the poor, swimming, drowning people into a war zone. We'll be taking them to Gaza. They'll be safe there. We'll be safe there. Absolutely. According to international humanitarian rights that I have just invented, it is my obligation. What the fuck is happening? Like, I don't understand. Like, this is crazy. They do realize that they're blazing and supporting the terrorists that violate every single bit of the Geneva Convention they possibly can, right? They're violating everything they can. They wear civilian clothes. They use civilian human shields. They are launching weapons from hospitals. They are terrorists that started this whole war. Like, what is even happening? It's like, I pick and choose my favorite human rights, and I support my favorite human rights. It's vibe-based, grift-based, political activism-based, grifting human rights, and we are taking those people that we have saved to Gaza. You're welcome. This has been my favorite drama arc of all time ever. Definitely subscribe. I will give you updates. Updates on the retards, as you know. I will keep making fun of more retards. I am sad that other people aren't covering this story, in my opinion. I think that this story needs more coverage just because of how fucking hilarious it is. But again, obviously, you know, Israel, the whole Israel thing, it's controversial topic. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed. Nux being pro-Palestinians and being pro-terrorist, they're literally pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, they are gigantic, extremist, terrorist-supporting grifters. Alright, stop. No, you're wrong. These people are insane. Alright, let's be real. So, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see y'all in the next time there are retards engaged public. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, man.
Jobs are not what they used to be. The average time an employee spends with their company is now at the lowest level ever, and that's by design. We have gone from full-time to part-time to casual to business, lowering the expectation of a long-term...
It's crazy how many people do like Uber, and they do Uber Eats or Lyft or some sort of thing like this. It's actually crazy how popular it is.
Relationship every step of the way.
If DoorDash, yeah.
Studies have shown that many workplaces are now intentionally promoting the fear of job losses in an attempt to motivate workers and keep costs down.
That's smart. That's a good idea. Yeah, you got to make them think that they're on the ropes.
This is usually a really dumb idea. The death of job security is bad for workers and bad for companies, but nobody cares anymore.
So we have immediately seen, Andrew, layoffs.
Yep.
We have seen price increases, so that's inflation. Teachers and staff at schools.
Well, it's also like, I mean, if they're paying more money, like the, what do you call it? Like the amount of money that like jobs are paying, like minimum wage goes up, they're going to be able to get better candidates, just in general. Like the more money you pay for a job, the better candidates you're going to get. Just on average. It's not a one-to-one, but there's this fucking extremely strong correlation.
Coast to coast could soon be out of the job.
15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record.
Mr. Musk said the company would look to reduce headcount by around 10%.
And we're just a few weeks into 2024.
Up until the 1980s, it wasn't unusual for workers to spend their entire professional careers working with just one company. Company loyalty was highly valued by both employers and employees, and the threat of being laid off or fired was incredibly low. If you ever watch old films and see someone getting fired as a major plot point, just remember it actually was a big deal back then.
What was this one? The car salesman movie, Alec Baldwin. Not Never Give an Inch. That's something else. When Gary Ross. I remember seeing this. Bro, this guy, like, Alec Baldwin, huge fucking asshole, great fucking actor. He was so good with this. Coffees for Closers, that's right. So good.
But according to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, those days are long gone. The average tenure of young employees these days is less than a third of the baby boomers exiting the workforce.
I think a lot of people also, this is encouraged by now that people are able to communicate more online. there is a very, very common assumption that, you know, whether it's true or not is irrelevant. People think this, that the best way to increase your salary is to, instead of increasing your rank at your current job, is to hop between company to company and then get your salary up that way.
Damn! I don't want to sound too old here, but back in my day, people actually cared about losing their job. But today, getting fired or laid off from your company just makes good content to post on TikTok. This is a bad trend.
I don't agree with this. I think that's not true. I think the only reason he's saying that is because he's not looking at the single ones that get fired who lose their house. Like, go out there to the side of the street and talk to all those people and think about how easy was it for them to get laid off of their job. Yeah, for sure, some 19-year-old pretty girl isn't going to have this problem because, you know, she can find a guy to live with, or she can go back and live with her parents. But for, like, an average person, getting fired from your job is absolutely fucking life-changing. It's not even a question.
Company, because it takes away the instinct. The fear of getting fired is always going to be a motivator in the workplace. There really is no way around it. If you don't do your job or cause too much trouble for the company, you are going to lose your job.
Well, that's the way it should be. If you're not doing your job, you should get fired. Yeah, wow, what a fucking surprise. We're gonna act like this is bad? Yeah, no shit.
But the pay and benefits that come with it. But as the great Peter Gibbons would say, that will only make someone work just hard enough to not get fired. The death of job security means that people just expect to lose their job at some point in their career these days. But there are three good reasons why it was allowed to get this bad, and three reasons why nobody really cares anymore. The first reason is that companies give up on training their own staff. There's an old joke about company staffing that goes something like this. The CEO and head of HR are arguing about the cost of staff. The CEO asks, what would happen if we spent all this money and they quit? To which the head of HR responds, what happens if we don't spend the money and they stay? But as more people move jobs more often, the CEO's argument is actually starting to make sense. Research conducted by Peter Capelli, the director of the Wharton School Center for Human Resources, found that the time and money spent on staff training within companies has fallen drastically. In 1979, the average worker receives 2.5 weeks on the job training every single year.
It's also, if you keep rotating employees regularly for easy jobs that don't require a lot of, like, intuitive thinking or critical thinking, you're able to keep salaries lower. Because, you know, like, a lot of the times whenever people get cut from jobs, like, there's actually even laws against this. Or, like, you can't just cut people because their salary has gotten too high. Well, think about why there's laws against it. Well, there's laws against it because that's what people try to do.
2004, it was just 11 hours, and most of that was safety training, not developing new skills. A more recent follow-up survey conducted by the same team in 2011 found that only 1/5 of workers received
You can get around those laws easy? Of course you can.
On-the-job training at all within the last year. Companies don't want to train people because they are leaving their jobs more frequently than they used to.
Yeah, sure.
So they are only willing to hire employees that are already able to do the job. Standardized systems have made this a lot easier for them to do. If you are a professional office worker, it's almost a prerequisite to have a basic proficiency in Microsoft Office, especially Excel. And every profession now has its own industry standard productivity programs. If you are a creative, you use Adobe Suite.
Yep.
If you are in sales, you use HubSpot or comparable CRM. And if you're in marketing, you need to know your way around a box of crayons. Oh, and the advertising analytics backend of Google, Meta, and LinkedIn. Since these skills have become the standard for all employees, companies can hire people that are already ready to work on day one. Where in the past, they would
why would you want to... Well, it's like, yeah, of course. It's like if you're in a raiding guild, would you want to gear somebody up or just recruit somebody to the guild that's geared? Oh, it's a lot easier to just recruit somebody to the guild that's geared. Like, why would you want to gear up a whole new person? Yeah, want the easy way? Yeah, exactly. It's not a question.
Yeah. But standardized programs have also meant that people can find a new job that they are qualified for with less barriers, which means they switch jobs more often, which means companies invest less into training unloyal staff, and even more need for industry.
It's also because people don't have upward mobility inside of their own jobs. I don't know if he's going to cover this at all, but this is probably, I think, one of the biggest reasons. It's because, like, Blizzard, ironically, is actually one of the companies that at least I'm aware of that doesn't have this problem, where there is a lot of upward mobility. But at least there used to be. But with a lot of companies, you're kind of like,
you're like kind of bracketed in where you can only go like maybe 3 positions above your current one before you have to join another company and then do 3 more and then go back to your original company and then somehow now you're qualified to do the job that they said that they weren't going to hire you for fucking 5 years ago. 3 is already too much? Sure, I'm just throwing out a number. Same with salary bumps? Yeah, definitely, right? That's the reason why.
Standard systems. The ultimate incarnation of this trend is platform-based gig work.
Yep, there it is.
The professional relationship for this kind of work lasts as long
This
as...
is the beginning of this is the beginning of neo-feudalism, by the way, where you have a lot of people whose job it is to only drive around other people with more money than them. This is the beginning. We're seeing it. It's right in front of us. Nobody wants to acknowledge it. It's happening, and it's going to get worse every year. It's just a taxi. It's like, dude, Uber and Lyft is, I would say, 20x or 50x more prevalent and more common than a taxi. Way more. And it didn't really have food delivery except for like a couple of places, like pizza places, maybe Chinese, a couple of other places had delivery. Now everything's got it.
Running. And riders often work between multiple apps at the same time to maximize earning and minimize downtime. If you want to get ahead in a professional career these days, I'm sorry to tell you, but you are going to have to invest some of your own time and money into training yourself, even if it's just to tick a meaningless qualification box.
Yep.
Companies aren't going to train you anymore, which means if you quit or get laid off, it's not as big
My perspective on this is always lie and cheat on every resume that you possibly can, because the company will do the exact same thing to you given the opportunity. Only don't do that in situations where you can be held criminally liable for not doing it, or in situations where it will be immediately disproven and it can be damaging to you. Other than that, lie about everything and mislead them as much as you can, because they'll do the same thing to you.
A deal for either party. But the decline of on-job training is just the first reason. So it's time to learn how money works, to find out why job security is dying, why nobody cares, and what happens when nobody has a job for long enough to be good at it. This week's lesson is sponsored by Manscaped. Just in time for Father's Day, Manscaped introduces the must-have gifts for every dad. Meet the Handyman and the Weed Whacker 2.0. First up,
Jesus.
the face shaver designed for dads.
As a hiring manager, I'll figure out your lies. You're right, but there's places that don't have good hiring managers, and that's what you gotta rely on. That's why you go with the shotgun approach.
Close, smooth shave, tackling up to 3 days of growth effortlessly. What makes the Handyman exceptional is its skin-safe technology, significantly reducing the risk of nicks and cuts, and its waterproof design, making it easy to rinse under the faucet. Now onto the Weed Whacker 2.0. This nose and ear trimmer is perfect for dads looking to manage the area.
No work for companies or contractors? Yeah, true.
Motor and a 360-degree rotary dual-blade system for efficient grooming. The Weed Whacker 2.0 is cordless, waterproof, and it comes with a high-performance battery that lasts up to 45 minutes, ensuring it's always ready when dad needs it. Don't settle for ordinary gifts like coffee mugs this Father's Day. Opt for something from Manscaped like the Handyman or the Weed Whacker 2.0 and
they
help
sent
dad
me stuff.
elevate his grooming game from caveman to gentleman.
Yeah, they sent me stuff, but I never really use it.
And use promo code HMW20 and get 20% off plus free international shipping. Make this Father's Day one to remember with Manscaped. The death of job security is bad news for companies, even if they were the ones that caused it. The simple fact is that when you get a new job, you aren't going to be very good at what you do until you learn your new role. Standardized systems have made it easier to transfer basic competencies between companies, but even little things like who you talk to about authorizing your expense reports, the names and faces of clients, or how the office printer works, they all take time for new people to learn. According to a study conducted by Gallup, a business analytics company, it takes the average employee 12 months before they reach their full performance potential in their new role.
There's like a whole study done on this about how like adding more people to a software project actually makes it take longer. I forgot what the term is for it, but it's a well-known and documented phenomenon.
Studies have suggested that new employees are not fully autonomous
Mythical Man Month?
responsibilities for the first 18 months of their employment.
Is that it? I didn't hear that before.
Spending 3 years in their jobs on average, that means they are going to be spending a third of their career just getting up to speed in their new role. That means a loss in productivity for the companies they work for. Right? Wrong. Worker productivity is actually at all-time highs.
It is.
So that begs the question, is this in spite of lower job security or because of it? The second reason that job security has...
I think a big reason is also because jobs have been optimized. So a worker can produce more product and more output because their job has been min-maxed more by people whose job it is to min-max jobs and technology. So like there's a lot of reasons why workers are more productive that actually doesn't have anything to do with workers. It's because the people that min-max jobs are getting better at it every year. And technology is better. This is a bullshit thing? No, I'm just completely right. It's obvious. Yeah, there's literally no argument. If you're arguing against this, you're dumb.
The dying is that it's a great motivation tool. If the fear of losing your job is only enough to motivate you to do the bare minimum to avoid that tap on the shoulder, you need to know that companies have responded by moving those goalposts. A study conducted by economists at Manchester and Cardiff University looked at the motivating factor of what they called manufactured job uncertainty. In this report, researchers tried to work out what years when job security was coming up, even when the rates of people being fired from full-time positions was stable.
They do the same reason why people that are probably afraid of shark attacks go up during shark attack week. It's because people are talking about layoffs all the time. It's like there's not that many people getting attacked by sharks, but whenever you're reading posts about it every day, you think, holy fuck, man, I better not take a bath, there might be a shark in there. That's the reason. It's the same reason, like, this is going to be a spicy one, okay? It's going to get some people mad. Get ready. It's the same reason for, like, false rape accusations. People think that it happens all the time. Bro, it's like a low single-digit percentage of the ones that are actually found out to be fake. Super, super, super uncommon, extremely fucking rare.
It's by comparing companies in America and the UK.
But because they're so upsetting and they're so unfair, everybody talks about it. And because everybody's talking about it, you think that they're happening all the time. But they're not. It's the same thing as streaming. Oh, I want to be a streamer so I can be rich. No, there's like 50 streamers that are like that. Nobody else is.
You are very happy to link people off your
Sharks are not a reason to not take a shower. Explain Sharknado.
Firing people. A small tangent, but Japanese businesses actually take firing people so seriously that they have an alternative practice called oidashi bei.
Is this what they give them shitty jobs? Like,
this loosely translates to workers' purgatory.
Yeah.
According to Japan Intercultural Consulting, a firm that advises businesses operating in the Japanese market, workers' purgatory happens when an employee chronically underperforms in their role. Instead of getting fired, they are typically placed in a room, often windowless, where they have nothing to do.
Yeah.
In many cases, their business cards are taken away. And they are forced to do menial, unknown tasks or given nothing to do at all.
Yeah, if you're talking about the rats down here, Milton.
Workers in solitary confinement.
Yeah.
Okay. What the economists found was that even when job tenure wasn't
Milton treatment,
layoffs or firings, changes to corporate control, and especially company mergers or acquisitions raised uncertainty. Companies noticed that by hyping up this uncertainty and making workers compete against each other to maintain the position in a theoretical downsizing, they could get people to work harder.
And also it's good to keep people fighting against each other so they don't think about fighting against you. So, like, if the workers are too busy getting mad and resenting each other, they stop thinking about the fact that you engineered the situation to happen in the first place.
Pilots and pairs accomplish strong performers so that managers and their teams always felt like their job was at risk.
Yeah.
The Japanese firms, despite actually having shorter tenures for managers and operating with more business uncertainty thanks to a weaker overall economy, had a higher sense of job security, mainly thanks to a culture to protect workers even at the expense of shareholders.
I think that it's very important to keep in mind, somebody in chat brought this up, I would bet, I don't know this, but I would bet that Japan probably has a lot stricter labor laws and you probably can't fire people as easily as you can here in the US. And that probably plays a bigger role than any other cultural reason. But you could also say that those laws are informed by the cultural reasons, so it's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario.
In a wonderful twist of fate, though, the study also found that this is not really working on younger employees. Decades of well-publicized layoffs means that younger managers have no expectation of job security, and aren't afraid of losing their jobs as much as older managers who come from a time when people could spend their entire careers with one company. The rank and yank strategy only works to boost productivity for so long. A company should get rid of bad employees. But if it makes everybody feel on edge about their jobs forever, then even the best employees are just going to look for better opportunities elsewhere.
I think that the bigger problem is the lack of upward mobility. I think that's the real reason. It's people that are like 28 and they've been at the same job and they feel like they're ready to be promoted, but they can't get promoted because maybe they don't have like maybe a master's degree. So they have to join another company that doesn't have that requirement, and then they come back, and then they have they basically they are effectively applying to the same job with experience from that job that they're applying from, even though they didn't need that requirement somewhere else. That's the real reason. That's the actual. I think that's a much bigger factor with like employees over like 26 or 28, if I had to guess, from like, you know, conversations I've had with friends and stuff like that.
Younger workers have also realized that changing jobs more frequently, especially early in their career, is the best way to move up the corporate ladder and secure pay increases. I will say it in every video I can, but if you want to increase your earnings in your career, multiple studies suggest that the best way to do this is to change jobs roughly every 2 years, and always be on the lookout for better opportunities. Companies do not value staff loyalty anymore, because they can't. And that's the third reason why job security...
It's not because they can't, it's because they don't have to. The companies only valued that in the past because it was the most effective way for them to make money. The companies never actually cared about you. It's just that caring about you was a secondary outcome to them seeking the highest profits possible. Now that that's no longer possible, or it's no longer necessary, then they don't care about you anymore. They only cared about you as a byproduct of a greater goal.
Dying. It costs businesses a lot of money to hire new employees, and then more money to pay them while they're getting good at their job. If they are hiring externally for a more senior position, they will also need to pay that new hire more than an internal promotion. So if it makes no sense, then why do companies keep doing this? Well, it's easier. An internal promotion means someone else needs to be promoted to fill that person's position, and someone else needs to be promoted to fill theirs. Now, instead of your company having one employee in a new job, it has 5.
That's a good point.
Hiring managers could do this, or they could just hire an external candidate that already knows the systems and then get back to scrolling Reddit in their office.
Right.
Workers
Most
also
importantly.
don't believe in job stability either. Things like employee pension plans and career development are all the responsibility of the worker now. And if they are accepting that responsibility, they also want the freedom that comes with it. Some companies like consulting, legal, and accounting firms have built their entire workforce around limited time employees. Overworked, underpaid graduates will stick it out in entry-level roles because they know it looks good on the resume when they apply for a real job in 2 years.
Which is true, though. The fact is that, like, being and having one of those jobs is absolutely true, that it helps you a lot. It is, and that's the problem. Is that, like, it shouldn't be true, but it is. That's why people take unpaid internships. Absolutely.
Companies can attract high-performing workers by bragging about how secure they are. Even companies that were considered American institutions have fallen apart too many times for people to think that their job is secure. And job security isn't a selling point worth taking a job for.
I don't think that people are viewing job security as an outcome of the companies falling apart or going bankrupt. Like, unless you're Enron, the Lehman Brothers, or, you know, a handful of other places, like a game studio, for example, it's probably not going to happen in this way. That's not the real reason.
People have learned not to care. So, congratulations, corporate America. You kind of played yourself. There's so much more I want to say on this topic, but it wouldn't make for a good YouTube video. For things like that, make sure you're subscribed to my totally free email newsletter Compounded Daily if you want to get articles that can't be made into videos. The bonus fourth reason that job security is dead is this man right here. Go and watch my new video to find out how an unremarkable chemical engineer worked his way up to personally reshape corporate America into what it is today.
What are you
all
fuckers
while
doing?
destroying his company in the process.
What a good guy.
Keep on learning how money works.
What a nice dude. How about that? Well, I figured I'd watch this since I haven't talked about this stuff in a while. But I think it's actually a pretty big problem. I think it's happening, obviously, like with gaming. It's a huge thing. What's this here? Whenever I ask for a raise, my boss makes veiled threats saying if you can't keep up with your workload, we'll bring on other people. Well, what you should do, again, like, my perspective is that this is the way I am in a guild or anything like that. I'm always only in it for myself, and the only times that I help other people or go beyond the scope of what I need to do are in cases where it will be eventually advantageous to myself. I am always advocating for myself directly and myself primarily. If I help other people in the process, then that's usually a good thing, and I will try to do that. But I always put myself first. I put my interests first, and I do what's best for me in all circumstances, even if it's at the detriment of the organization. If it's at the detriment of the company, that's too bad. Oh, that's too bad. Because again, I don't care about them. I care about me. That's it. That's what matters. And so it's a company. Well, I'm not, yeah, this is different, right? I mean, now I have to give a shit, right? It's very much more stressful. Like, it was much less stressful whenever I didn't have to give a shit. You know, but whenever now that I'm in a leadership position, now I do have to give a shit. Now I do have to worry about all these little things, and it's like, oh God, there's a lot going on, right? But like back whenever it was just me looking out for me, it was way easier. It absolutely was. So yeah.
Heads up, I had a minor audio issue that's affecting about 7 videos, and this is one of them. Back to normal soon. Welcome to r/Best of Redditor updates, where OP is a lesbian and her girlfriend is pregnant, mysteriously. Our next Reddit post is from r/relationships. My girlfriend Anna and I have been together for 4 years, with intentions of getting engaged sometime this year. To clarify, we are 2 women in a relationship. I'm a lesbian. Always have been, but Anna is bisexual and has had serious relationships with men in the past. This has never been an issue for us because we love each other and have a healthy and stable relationship. But now, as you can imagine, I'm second guessing everything. In the last month, Anna's been complaining about putting on weight, particularly in her stomach area. Anna is thin and athletic, so the little belly she developed is noticeable. She's been going to the gym more and started eating much healthier than she usually does. Fuck you! We didn't notice any improvements with her weight loss, but I told her that it takes time and that she'll eventually lose weight. Pregnancy never ever crossed my mind, for obvious reasons. Last week, she really started freaking out about her weight gain, so she scheduled a doctor's appointment. She had the appointment yesterday afternoon, and afterwards called me at work and told me that we needed to talk. I could tell that she's been crying. I'm freaking out at this point now, thinking that she's terminally ill or something. I start tearing up, asking her to tell me what's wrong, but she insists on meeting at home. I leave work immediately and get home to see her sitting on the couch, her face puffy from crying. I'm shaking and tears are streaming down my face. I ask her about the doctor's appointment and what's going on. She can barely get the words out through her sobs. She tells me that she went to the doctor and that they told her she's 13 weeks pregnant. I stopped crying. I stopped crying, but my brain is trying to comprehend what she just told me. All I could say was, what? Over and over. She's still sobbing, saying she's so confused and she has no idea how this happened. I've never really seen her in a state like that. She seemed genuinely upset and confused, but then again, so was I. As I started registering what's going on, I asked, did you sleep with someone? And she only starts crying more, swearing on her life that she didn't sleep with anyone. So I'm like, but you did. You're pregnant. There's no way that you didn't cheat on me. To which she replies, I have no effing clue how this happened, but I swear to God I didn't sleep with anyone. You have to believe me. We go back and forth for 30 minutes or so, both of us still confused. I told her that I needed to think, so I called a friend and spent last night at his house. I've been talking with friends, and everyone's confused, but agreeing that Anna must have cheated on me. I keep playing over our conversation in my head. Like, if she already knew that she'd slept with a guy and that she could be pregnant, why would she go to the doctor? Why wouldn't she have just gotten an abortion secretly? She could have used a Plan B pill, just in case. Like, she could have gotten away with this. Maybe I'm being foolish here, but it genuinely seemed like she had no idea why she was gaining the weight in her stomach. A couple of nights ago, we talked at length about possibilities why she was gaining weight just in that region, and pregnancy never crossed our minds. I'm also playing back the potential date that she could have cheated on me, considering she's 13 weeks along. We live together and have similar work schedules. We both work 9-to-5 jobs. And if I'm thinking of the right week that this could have happened, there's nothing that stands out of the ordinary to me. There weren't any late nights or suspicious activity that would have concerned me. I feel like I'm driving myself crazy, and I feel like I can't trust her. She's been texting me asking if we can talk, and I told her I need more time. I want to believe that she's telling me the truth, but I can't think of any reason how she could be pregnant without having slept with some guy. But it's also confusing given the situation. So, Reddit, what are your thoughts? Does my girlfriend have a case of lesbian immaculate conception? Or am I being a fool for doubting that she cheated on me? How do I handle the situation? And how do I talk to her? Everything feels very confusing right now. Thanks in advance for reading. It seems like most people came to 3 possible conclusions with Anna's pregnancy. 1, she cheated on me and got pregnant. 2, she was the victim of a drugging scenario and doesn't remember anything. 3, the doctor is wrong. After spending the night at my friend's house and ignoring Anna's calls and texts, I decided to see her the next day to talk. We made a plan to meet at our house after work. I wasn't sure what to expect from our conversation. I thought that I might get a confession of her cheating on me, or something along those lines. So we met at home. She asked me how I was doing, and I told her that I was still pretty confused and upset. She understood.
Again, another riot. This has been about for a while. You can tell, by the way, this is an American protest because there are no American flags.
If they start shooting shit, make sure that the kids are away. Make sure we try to keep ourselves.
Why are there kids there to begin with? Why would you bring your kids to a protest like this? This is an adult event, and there is a threat of violence from nothing else. Like, so, and here's the thing, is that this is what I don't understand, is that based off of their logic and this is their own thinking, right? I didn't think like this. I don't think like this, but this is how they think. They think that there is this oppressive, violent police state that is black bagging and killing people all of the time and arresting them. Why the fuck would you bring your kid there? If you actually think this is true, why the fuck are your kids there? Seems like a pretty big fucking mistake, right? Well, it's not a mistake because they know it's a lie. It's Hamas. No, it's not Hamas. It's the entire thing is fake to begin with. They never thought this stuff was actually bad. They're just out there using this language in order to get people riled up. That's it.
Save as much as possible. If you're going to leave, do not leave alone. Don't leave by yourself. Make sure you go with somebody else. Si está aquí solo o sola. Who? Street? What do we want? Stop the deportation! What do we want it? What do we want? Stop the deportation! What do we want it? What do we want?
I'm gonna be honest, Free Palestine sounds way better than this. It's way more catchy. This is way too long. There's too many words, there's too many syllables and deportations. Like, I mean, let's, like, we've got, yeah, I mean, this kind of sucks. It's a bad slogan. They should have imported good slogans. Yeah, again, typical American protest. There's no American flags. So let's see if I can find some more of this over here, and then obviously, you know, oh, well, they've got a big, this is the bird's eye view of it, okay? Protests following the mass immigration
I'm
raids.
Giovanna Lana.
Yep,
You're taking a live look at one of the protests underway in Los Angeles just a few hours after the mass immigration raids. Chris Christie is live in there 7 with the latest. Chris.
This right here, in my opinion, is pretty much fine. I mean, as long as they have like a permit to protest on the road, I don't really see this as being an issue. I mean, really, I mean, nobody's destroying anything, at least right now, so it's fine.
That's right, Giovanna. It's a major protest going on about 2 hours now. Close to 1,000 people now wrapping around the detention facility between Alameda and Los Angeles.
Right now, oh, it gets worse. I know it gets worse.
Of the federal building at 300
Of course, it always gets worse.
Now marching down Aliso, and the lead there is that cattle truck leading the pack as they make the turn onto Alameda Street. The strategy here is to basically encircle the detention facility, which is that building right there, where we understand there are actually some people inside of the building.
I'm Giovanna Lala.
So they think that they're going to get around the building and then they're just going to let all the people out? Is that really the plan? And so anyway, this is also pretty interesting. So closed border, there's an downtown LA business owner locked ICE agents inside their shop during a search. The FBI has now arrived on the scene. Man. Man. That's not looking good at all. Got 6 stars, blow up the wall? Well, why would they do that? Just arrest the guy and get the keys. I mean, it's pretty simple. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is...
They lock the ice inside the business.
Man. Just smash the window? Yeah, we live the ICE. Yeah, exactly, the ICE. I mean, either way, doesn't the ICE have guns? Well, I mean, they're not going to want to shoot somebody. I mean, the thing is that, like, yeah, how many counts of kidnapping of a federal agent do you think? So this is the problem that I think that, this is the problem the government has. Is that, I mean, these are federal charges. This is kidnapping. Like, so if this person doesn't get crucified for this, honestly, I think let's just let all the illegals in and get rid of the border. I think, you know what, because obviously we don't care about the law anymore, right? So, like, why not just let's just let it happen? I mean, fuck, like, yeah, entrapment, yeah, exactly, let's go, like, yeah, let's just speed this up, get it out of the way, right? Either they have balls or get fucked, that'd be so fucked. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that the reason why these people feel emboldened to do this stuff is because they get away with it. That's the reason why it happens. These people, this is a person who is intentionally fucking trapping federal agents, kidnapping federal agents inside of a building, and this person's not going to have anything happen to them? What the hell is going on? And so, yeah, it's not kidnapping, it's unlawful confinement. It's the same shit, but different. Yeah, well, whatever it is, it's not good, okay? Put most of the blame on the judges? Well, I mean, I don't know about that. You'd have to look at, like, I mean, don't even go to the judge to begin with. So how can I blame the judge? I'd love to, but that's it. Your president doesn't care about the law either, so why should people do that? Well, I mean, the president should care about at least the laws that he agrees with, right? I mean, the thing is that it's making the government look weak, and it makes the government look really bad when people do this. And the only way that I can explain this and make any sense out of it is that actually all of the people in the government are okay with this happening and complicit with it, because they think that this will escalate tensions and cause people to advocate for a police state. Because the ultimate reality here is that I think that most people, this is like an 80-20 issue, most people do not want, you know, like random civilians interfering, kidnapping, and trying to like hit police officers. I think this is a very unpopular opinion. Now, obviously, there's some people that have this opinion, some people that believe it, but as a general rule, this is very, very unpopular, okay? That's a problem. Yes, it is a problem, and I think it's a problem with the majority of people. So the big issue with what happens is that those people don't get held accountable, nothing bad happens to them, and because nothing bad ever happens to them, and they did in fact tear gas a child? They did, and I don't care. They did, because you should have never brought your kid to that event. You knew this was an adult event. You knew this was something that was unsafe. You should have never brought a child there. If anything, the parent should be charged with child endangerment. She knew that. She's using her kid as a human shield the same way terrorists do. Absolutely fucking not. I don't give a shit for a second. And the fact that you are trying to pretend like that means that you have been manipulated and they have tricked you. They have tricked you into living inside of the frame that they have created that is beneficial for themselves. Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, it's like bringing your child to a robbery and then being upset that they get died in a shootout. Yes, exactly. Do not bring your kid to a violent protest. Don't do that. It's crazy. Like what parent does that? Well, I'll tell you what parent does that. A parent does that because they want to make a statement. That's the reason. It doesn't affect most people. Wait till anarchists start blowing up buildings, then we'll care. Yeah, sure. And yeah, let's see here. I'd be so pissed if my kids are put in danger by anyone. Well, the parent only has one person to be pissed at, and that's themselves. They were the one that brought their kid there. They were the one that decided to do that. And, you know, you bring your kid to something like this that's unsafe and dangerous. I mean, you have, and this is the thing, too, is that a lot of the people that are being violent, like, these are, like, do you want a kid around where, like, there's people that are running around and, like, smashing stuff up with hammers and throwing bricks around? Absolutely not. And so this is the truth. Like, so what my point is with saying this and showing this is that it's not like this is, oh, the police are the only ones that are being violent. No, the protesters are being violent as well. Like, what is this? What's going on here? And so they're breaking down the concrete so they can throw it at things. That's why they're doing it. Yeah, they're creating, yeah, they're crafting ammunition. And so there's one, yeah, exactly. And of course, like you have, obviously, this is the, this is exactly what I would expect. Let's just say that. Yep, there it is. I really, wow. Damn, you couldn't stereotype it better, could you? Wow. Also making him look poor? Yeah, exactly. And this is like, again, this is and everybody's taxes are paying for this, right? Everybody is paying for this happening. The fact that these people are getting away with this is insane. And so anyway, let's go back. We'll look at a few more of these here too. And
wait a minute. Jesus.
Yeah.
Disappeared for a bit.
Jesus.
Why are you paying the butt? Why are you paying the butt? Oh, you
They're trying to get in the way. They're making people look bad.
Why? Every fucking time.
LA's been cooked for a long time.
Every time you
it's
get up on it, you fucking shit yourself.
Even cooked. I mean, a lot of people in LA don't even support this either. I feel like LA is like the reason why a lot of this stuff happens in California. By the way, here's another big reason why it happens in California. It's because a lot of people are in California. So like, it's the most populated state. So, big fucking surprise, there's a lot of bad and crazy shit that happens there because there's a lot of people there. I mean, I'm not saying California is normal either, but it's a little bit of both. So anyway, let me see if I can find any more of this. Yeah, this seems pretty normal. Yeah, it's not really too big of a deal, too bad at all. Not a whole lot. Bro thinks he's a civil rights hero. Yeah, of course, that's always what happens. I mean, like, this is just crazy where these people are coming from. And again, like, this was, like, kind of like, that's whatever. But, I mean, like, how is it that you're not calling in the National Guard when you're having something like this happen? And they even, bro, like, they even went in on this. Look at this. This is the LAPD in full riot gear. God damn! God damn! Not a riot, by the way?
and width.
Yep.
Another
It's
vision.
noisy. Yep, that's right.
Anal vision.
Look at the graffiti on the wall. Yep. Like, who's getting arrested? Is it so much to ask for that I want to live in a society where you don't have to worry about people that are being violent and destroying property? Why is it that this is even a question? Why is it that we're supposed to just accept this insane level of behavior as if it's fucking normal? This is crazy. Yeah, like January 6th? Yeah, no, because they went to jail. They went to jail for years. They were in jail for fucking years. And I said, good, rip bozo. You shouldn't have been going in the fucking Capitol building. It's the exact same thing. Yeah, that's bad. This is bad. It's all bad. Jesus. This is nuts. So to get these people out of there. It's nuts, man. Good job, police. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a good job. Absolutely, they should be arresting DHS, not backing them up. What is this here? Oh, this is the mayor. This is the mayor talking about it.
We are going to fight for all Angelenos, regardless of when they got here, whether they have papers or not. We are a city of immigrants, and this impacts hundreds of thousands of Angelenos.
They gotta get him back. And the thing is that, at what point, arrest her? Yeah, in my opinion, if she is aiding and helping these people and not, like, I don't know, like running the city in the right way.
What the fuck is that?
Like, at what point is this not some form of being against the law? This is insane. Like, you're aiding and abetting all this crime. You're letting all this happen. She's encouraging this. Like, what is going on? And you're telling me the Trump administration can't do anything to this person? Get the fuck out of here. Like, you absolutely can do something about this sanctuary state. There's always a way you can cut their funding. You can arrest them for something else. Yeah, it's state versus federal power. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of federal power that they can do that. Yeah, it should be a federal crime. I'm sure there's ways
shit.
to at least interpret a law that it is enough of a federal crime to at least arrest her and put her in custody for a while. In my opinion, I think that that's what you need to do with these people. If these people want to be martyrs, then arrest them and have them burn. That's what my opinion is. I think this kind of stuff is absolutely fucking insane. And the amount of allowance that happens for it is crazy. If the feds can arrest judges, they can arrest mayors. Yes, like being a congressperson or being an elected representative does not mean that you get to ignore the law and just defy the government. That's not how it works. So it's unacceptable. Yes, exactly it is. It's up to the states of California to vote and change. Well, it's not though, right? Because, so for example, there are a lot of things that, like federal law, like states have some rights and they have some rights to govern themselves. But when basic federal laws and basic regulations are not being followed, I think that's a big problem. And also, this is the way that I feel about it as a taxpayer, right? And this isn't just for LA. LA makes a lot of money, but there's a lot of other places in the country that don't. The fact is that these places, they don't exist in a vacuum. Places like LA, places like Seattle, etc., they exist because the entire United States exists. And so they are a beneficiary of a tremendous amount of federal security and federal resources. So if you're getting all these resources and you're having all this stuff given to you, and you're turning around and turning it into fucking Escape from LA, then I can be taken away. I do. Yeah, the Civil Wars fought over the 100 states, right? Yeah, they were. And so yeah, cut all federal funding. Yeah, like, I don't want my tax money going to pay for this. This is insane. Wouldn't this fall under an insurrection under their own definition? Of course it is. Of course it's insurrection. Absolutely. Yep. They gotta guard the door. Two-tier gloss system? Yeah, I think so. We never should have started funding, federal funding for illegals in the first place. Well, this isn't about federal funding for illegals. This is about people inside of the government that are allowing this to happen. And this is the issue, is that the government is letting it happen and they're not holding people accountable. That's the big issue. That's where the problem actually is. So yeah. Newsom threatened to hold back the state's taxes if the federal government implemented cuts for CA. Well, if they held back the taxes, then just have the military come in and get the taxes. I mean, that's super simple. I mean, that would take like what, 2 days? Yeah. I mean, okay, that's fine. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Then just arrest him, charge him with an insurrection or treason or something, and it's done. Yeah. Not even 6 hours tops. Yeah. I mean, like it's just. I don't know why they're playing these bullshit games with me. Yeah, good luck with that. It would be easy. Bro, I guarantee you, everybody that I know in the military, if they were told, you get to go in and arrest all of the weirdo fucks in California, the government officials in California, that are letting in a bunch of fucking child rapists and human traffickers, you get to go in there and arrest them for treason. They would be so fucking happy, you have no idea. You'd have, bro, if Trump went and he had a sign-up page for like whatever the website is, do you want to go and arrest these people in California and these other places that are causing these issues? That website would be broken. Not from fucking DDoS, but from so many people trying to sign up. Your bias is showing? Of course I'm biased. Absolutely I'm biased for this. It's not even a question. Yes, the thing is that not everything has two sides. There are some issues that are pretty fucking one-sided. This is a one-sided issue.
Check. So what they might do, depending on how they're going to do this, they may just corral everybody in and just start taking everybody.
Yep.
That's what they need to do.
3 minutes.
Here, let me ask you guys. How many of you guys would, you know, maybe at some point in your life would have signed up if you knew that it meant that you were able to, you know, take back the country from these people that set up sanctuary cities to house millions of illegal aliens? You would have millions of fucking signups. Millions and millions and millions of signups. Is it a paid position? It would be, but I bet people would do it for free. That's what I think. If they're breaking any law, then yes, I would sign up. Absolutely. Yep. As a legal immigrant who's in the military for the U.S., I'd totally sign up again. Yeah, bro. Bring it back.
Yeah, I wonder what that girl did that got cuffed up. I didn't see it. I just saw her getting rushed. Oh, shit.
There it is. Oh. Are they riding again? Yep, they are. The German state claims that militias are roaming the streets in the U.S. to deport migrants. I wish. God, bro. I love it. But no, it's not happening. I'm sorry, guys. At least not yet. Great idea. My wife there. You guys do me a favor. Will you guys keep doing out?
Oh, shit.
Whoa!
So they had to shut this whole thing down. It looks like a war zone. This is LA yesterday. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. And you get the government making this happen. New war zone map, yes. People wishing for a police state? Empire is done. It's not a police state whenever you have laws. I know this might sound crazy, but it's actually not a police state when people that are actively destroying and defacing and crushing property get arrested. It's not a police state. That's normal. How come this never happens in Japan or Saudi Arabia? Can you explain? Well, you've got two very different answers. Why does this never happen in Saudi? So, and if you think Saudi Arabia is bad, my understanding is how Saddam Hussein used to deal with terrorists is he wouldn't just kill the terrorists, he'd kill their whole family. They do things way differently.
God, that's rage quit.
Yes, they did. Yeah, he'd kill everything. And so it sends a message. Yeah, and there was not that many of those things happening, right? The whole lineage. Yeah, exactly. But he was insane. And so that's why it doesn't happen over there. Because people are scared. They're terrified. And anyway, that's number one over there. I don't know about Saudi Arabia, but probably a lesser extent of that. And then in Japan, the reason why it doesn't happen is because, I think that number one, there isn't the same level of, number one, they're a much more homogenous society. And number two, I think that there is a greater importance played and put on public decorum and just the way that people act, right? It's an island too, it's a homogenous culture. Yeah, they have cultural cohesion. Yeah, a lot of this is caused by a lack of cultural cohesion because what you really see with a lot of these issues are multiple cultures coming together and feuding with each other. That's pretty much what's going on. You are better educated and trained into this from an early age. Well, yeah, and also it's much more normalized than Japan for you to be they have the level of individualism that we have in the U.S. is very different than Japan. Diversity is our strength. I think diversity is a great thing. Diversity is fine, but the thing is that this isn't diversity, this is just crime, and it's people destroying stuff, right? I mean, that's not diversity, that's just retards. Jesus. Diversity okay when it's followed in legality? Yeah, I mean, I don't think diversity in some ways, I don't know, growing up, I grew up around a lot of different cultures, and I thought it was enriching for me, personally. But, yeah, this is crazy. Think about this. This is nuts. What's going on with this? Breaking laws being punished, same as racist persecution. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's really the problem is that these people are not just, you can't. Oh, here we go. One more. There's a couple more clips, and then we got to get ready for the future games stuff. That's happening. Oh, here we go. Oh, got him. Oh, there it is. Got him. That's what you get. Or is oblivious to his RP? Yeah, bro, this guy thought he was about that life. This is the 8x damage from sneak attack, yeah. Oh, God. throwing rocks at the police? Who does this? Was it a chair? Yeah. Is that Herman Miller? I got a feeling it's not. Do you think it's Saudi Arabia that chop their hands off in public and don't do it? No, the thing is that, like, you know, there's the metaphor of cutting off the head. I think this is actually a really good way of doing things, is that I would look at the organizers of these events, and then I would charge them personally with inciting riots. Like, that's what I would do. And then as soon as that happens for like a few of them, they go jail, then this will stop happening. The problem is that, again, like, and you can apply, the issue is that these people that are, like, in my opinion, if you throw a brick at a police officer, you need to go to jail for at least 5 years. It's just that simple. Like, and I think also, like, throwing a brick at somebody is, in my opinion, lethal force. If the police shoot somebody who throws a brick at them, I think that's fair. I know that might sound extreme, but it's easy to say that when you're not having a brick. The fact is that the police officers are not target dummies. They're not crash test dummies. They're not punching bags. These are real people. And if you're throwing bricks at real people and you're hurting them, then they have every right, just like any other citizen has a right to defend themselves. What if it's underage? They're in good faith. Too bad. Yes. I mean, what do you care? Why would I care about that? Yeah, I mean, that's a life lesson. Yeah, the last one. And they should go to jail. Yeah, I mean, and that's the way that I see it. Exactly, it's assault on a police officer. Yeah, 100%. And that's a legally based fact. Yeah, judgments recent behaviors, even if they charge these people, what are the odds they'll be convicted? Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, if they're not, then you just take them to another court until they do get convicted, right? It's really not that complicated. But you're seeing people, like, throwing rocks and stuff at these guys, and this is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy behavior. Yep, they have jail for under 18, Judy Hall. Yeah, until they start throwing them in jail, this will continue, yes. I want to let you guys know that this type of behavior will only get worse, and they will only get more extreme and more violent until the police and the federal government actually starts holding people accountable in a real way. And the reason why it's so bad is because people have experienced zero consequences for this. They've experienced absolutely nothing going wrong. They get, you know, detained for a while and then they get let go, and nobody really gives a shit, right? There's arrests as we speak. Well, here's the thing too, is that arrests are nice, but convictions are nicer. And so convictions and jail time is what needs to happen. And whenever they, like, again, I'll give you two great examples. And this is the same thing I've said before, so I apologize for repeating myself. Johnny Somali fucked around in South Korea, and now he's looking at going to jail for 36 years. Do you see anybody else after Johnny Somali fucking around in South Korea? No. No, I don't see any of them. No, that's pretty much about it, huh? That's crazy how fast that... Wow. Wow, what if... That's crazy. And then the other one, and these are both kind of... This is only, by the way, both of these people are one example. I've got another one after this. Vitali in the Philippines. He's fucking around. Other people are fucking around over there. Vitali gets arrested. He's looking at going to a Filipino jail that's run basically like they run the El Salvador jail, where they have people like... Bro, they got these people stacked up like sardines, sitting up there in the fucking, in these jails. Do you see anybody else going to the Philippines doing anything else? Absolutely not. And so as soon as there is even a slight idea that there's a big punishment, these people immediately roach out and they stop doing it. And the only reason why it's still happening in Japan is because Japan let Johnny Somali go. And so you still have people that are acting a fool in Japan because nobody has faced any consequences there. And so here's another example, is that Just Stop Oil. So I used this before. So Just Stop Oil activists have faced arrests and prison sentences for their protests. The length of the sentences, Just Stop Oil activist sentences ranging from 15 months to 5 years. For some of them here, let's see if I can find it here. And where did it go?
held accountable, and then they're done. They don't do anything else.
Welcome to r/Best of Redditor Updates, where OP randomly gets a bill for $1 million. Our next Reddit post is from r/Student Loans. Today, my mom received a letter in the mail, and I seriously can't believe this is real. Is it possible for a loan that was under $10,000 to become almost $1 million? And that they're really expecting my mom to pay this back ASAP? My mom has worked in public service for the last 25 years and has struggled financially as a single parent for my entire life. She continuously gets denied for any type of assistance for her loans. And she even went through wage garnishment for 10 years where she was made to believe all these loans would be settled by the end of this. And now she's getting this letter in the mail as she faces retirement. Like, this has to be some kind of glitch, right? Anything we can do? OP includes a picture of the letter, and sure enough, the total is $955,002. Then apparently Reddit tracks down the Reddit account who is the president of the Institute of Student Loan Advisors, and this person, Betsy, replies, "Jesus Christ, thank you for paging me. I can't wait to sink my teeth into this one. OP, please reach out to me via email. You can check my post history and Google me to verify that I'm legit, but I run a nonprofit that provides free student loan advice. It would be my absolute pleasure to help with this one." OP says, "We appreciate you so much. My mom is going to reach out to you." And Betsy replies, "Good. I can't wait to get started on this." Then, 3 months later, OP posted an update. Great news! My mom and Betsy were able to resolve the nearly $1 million loan issue. Turns out it was legit, and my mom did actually owe almost $1 million. It's scary to think what would have happened if I didn't make a post about it. At the end of the day, you all saved my mom's life. She was literally on the verge of a health crisis because of the stress this situation caused her. Betsy was able to advocate for my mom, and the university ended up acknowledging that this loan did actually qualify for forgiveness by a certain point. So instead of owing $955,002, my mom only has to pay $400. Then Betsy replies, "Thank you for updating everyone. It was truly my pleasure to help her. This whole situation is outrageous." And since Betsy did this for free and she runs our nonprofit, I'll go ahead and throw a link in the description if you want to send Betsy a donation. Also, down in the comments, Betsy provides some insight about the bill. The bill turned out to be an error. We got that fixed pretty quickly. But then I had to fight the rest. I can't remember how much it was, but tens of thousands that she shouldn't have owed at all due to being eligible for something called Perkins forgiveness. That should have been applied decades ago, which is why OP didn't think she even owed the loan anymore. Wow, I guess because of some stupid computer error, this woman would have had her wages garnished for the rest of her life and would have just died in debt. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. The title is, "My best friend wants me to work with the man who forced himself on me on her wedding." I have a best friend, Tina, who I've known for most of my life. We've had a strong friendship from middle school all the way until we graduated from the same college. We've always been there for each other, and I tell her pretty much everything. Back in my junior year of high school, this guy named Rod forced himself on me at a house party. He never apologized for it, and it put me in a deep downward spiral to the point where I almost wanted to drop out in order to never see his face again. I told Tina about it, and she did everything she could to support me. Fast forward to early 2020. Tina and her boyfriend, Josh, announced they were getting engaged, and Tina wanted me to be the maid of honor. I was beyond excited to do it. We've always talked about being each other's maids of honor. There was another detail though. Josh had a similar friendship history with his best man, and they thought that it would be adorable if the maid of honor and the best man worked together on everything, and were their own second package on the wedding day. I guess this was their way of making us feel a little more excited for weddings of our own. I found out that the best man was going to be Rod, and that he and Josh remained best friends after high school. I thought that Rod was just in Josh's friend group, but it turns out they were as close as could be. My heart sunk, and I simply didn't know how to respond.
They expected us to work together during the whole wedding process, and that sounded like literal hell. I started wondering whether Tina never told Josh, or that Josh heard and just didn't care. All I know is that I was having second thoughts about the wedding after that. I texted Tina about my concerns with Rod coming in the most polite way possible, and she sent me this in reply. I know about what happened with you guys back in the day, but Rod seems to be a great guy now. It would just really mean a lot if you can push that memory away for the duration of this. Please just trust me. I don't know how to respond to this. And luckily, the wedding planning process has been stalled since COVID. I haven't responded to her, but this has really been bugging me. Should I just say no? It would probably break her heart, but I just don't know if I can handle working with my R-wordist. Also in the comments, OP explains two important details. One, she was under the influence, but she vividly remembers saying no. Also, she didn't report it because she saw a reporting it turned out for other girls who reported those crimes. Reading all your comments, it seems pretty clear that how Tina was treating me was extremely inconsiderate, and I should find a new friend. Although it was a huge slap in the face, I came to my senses and believed that I couldn't be around someone who would do that to me. Some of you said to expose them during the vows, but that's just not the kind of person I am, and it might not turn out well. I decided to text Tina this. I've had time to think about it, and I just can't be your maid of honor anymore. It's so hurtful that you're telling me to pack up my trauma for who knows how long until your wedding day. I just can't do it. I don't think that I'll come at all, knowing that he's going to be there. I'm sorry. An hour later, I get a call from Josh. He asked me what was going on between me and Tina, and that Tina was extremely upset. A part of me snapped, and I said, I don't know, what's going on with you making someone who forced himself on me your best man? I don't usually blurt things out like that. Josh was confused, and I repeated myself. He was silent for a few seconds, and then asked if he could come over. I was a little wary, but I said sure. Josh comes to my apartment 40 minutes later without Tina. I've never hung out with Josh one-on-one before. It was always with Tina. Josh always had a really cute and sweet personality, and I've always approved of him when it came to dating Tina. He was really only just a friendly acquaintance to me, though. He sat down and spoke for over an hour. Tina had told Josh that the reason I wasn't coming to the wedding was that I didn't want to work with Rod because I had a crush on him, and that I thought she was forcing the relationship too much. So basically, she said that we had a petty girl fight. My jaw hit the floor, and I was fuming. She had obviously never told Josh what Rod did to me. I shared what Rod had done to me back in high school, and that Tina knew about it. I asked if he knew too. He said that he didn't, but at one point, Rod did mention that a few, quote, crazy B words falsely accused him of the R word senior year. This obviously didn't include me, since I had only told Tina and a few family members. Josh believed Rod at the time, but I guess after hearing me say it, it's starting to dawn on him that his friend was a liar. Here's something that I didn't expect. Josh shared with me that he was also R-worded when he was a kid by an older brother of a friend that he had. He said that if he was forced to work with that guy on a wedding, he would absolutely refuse. He apologized heavily on behalf of Tina, but I won't forgive her unless she says it herself. I could see by Josh's face and body language that the realization really weighed down on him, and I felt bad. In a way, we were both going through a betrayal. I asked if he was okay to go home, and he said yes. He thanked me for telling him and left. I don't know if I'll stay in touch with him, but I was beyond furious with Tina at this point. Well, I kinda hope that the wedding got destroyed. Tina's a liar and a bad person. What I can't understand is, why on earth would Tina not tell Josh about Rod? Because that would mean that for the rest of her life, she would have to hang around an R-wordist. Oh, I bet I know why. It's because she just didn't want to make waves. She just didn't want to lose Josh. She assumed Josh would pick Rod over her, so she just kept her mouth shut. Pretty awful behavior. Am I the butthole for refusing to help my wife and her friend anymore over what my wife calls a miscommunication? My wife Emily has a longtime friend, Leslie, who's recently become a single mother. Leslie does not have a working vehicle at the moment and is working 2 jobs, so Emily took it upon herself to help Leslie out as much as she can. Emily started asking me to help as well, driving Leslie and our kids around. taking them to school and appointments, taking Leslie to the grocery store, etc., whenever Emily or someone else couldn't. I agreed since it made my wife happy, and I understand the kind of situation Leslie is in. Helping has turned into Emily inviting Leslie and her kids over often, or organizing trips that they would like, such as camping or fishing. A few times, my wife was unable to attend these get-togethers that she organized due to work and insisted they still take place, leaving me to entertain Leslie and her kids on my own. Since I've known Leslie my entire relationship with my wife, I didn't think too much about this. The times that it's been just me and her, I've made normal small talk with her and her kids. Recently, Leslie's kids were going to be away for a weekend, so Emily wanted to have Leslie over for dinner and some movies. My wife asked me to text Leslie and ask her over, and when I did, Leslie replied with, "Just as friends, right? I'm not interested in being anyone else's girlfriend." I thought that response was out of left field, so I asked her why she'd even say that, and her response was, "No guy would be asking me and my kids how we're doing or helping me out unless he wanted something in return." I told Leslie that it wasn't anything like that, and then showed my wife the conversation and informed her that I'd be stepping back from helping her with anything involving Leslie, and to leave me out of any future plans. I also offered to show my wife the rest of my phone and anything else she wanted to see. Emily believed me, but she still talked to Leslie about it to see what had given her that impression about me. And she gave Emily the same answer she gave me. A few days later, Leslie apologized to Emily and told her that her emotions and mine were just all over the place because of a down day. That's fine, but I'm still not willing to help out Leslie or my wife with this anymore because I don't want any repeat accusations hurled at me, when really I was just helping out the way my wife asked. Emily thinks that I'm overreacting, and I should just brush it off because it was a silly miscommunication that she had on a bad day. Am I the butthole? And for context, the original text that OP sent was, "Emily wants to know if you'd like to come over for dinner and some movies on Saturday." The general consensus down in the comments is that OP is not the butthole because Leslie didn't apologize, so she doesn't deserve free help anymore. And 3 days later, OP posted an update. My wife and I had a long conversation after I made my original post. I brought up points from both my perspective and possible points from Leslie's perspective that commentators made to explain the situation, and why it made me uneasy enough to step back. I showed her the post, and she eventually relented. Emily decided that she would speak with Leslie again to see if Emily leaving our outings ever made Leslie uncomfortable. We also discussed the matter of overhelping. In that regard, Emily wanted to keep helping Leslie because that level of help is normal for them, but she would stop asking me to help when she couldn't. Instead, she said that she would talk to Leslie about getting the kid's father to help out more now that her ex-fiancé is gone. My wife wound up agreeing that I should have received an apology, but since I'm just hands-off now, I didn't see the point in pursuing it. I'm happy to say that I have not been volunteered to help or drive since our call. My wife continued to help Leslie whenever she could for a couple of weeks, until things took a negative turn. There were a couple of times that neither my wife nor Leslie's other friends were able to give her a ride or help her, and she asked Emily where I was and why I couldn't do it. Emily told Leslie that it was best if I didn't help to avoid any future misunderstandings. After the 4th time of Leslie asking my wife to get me to drive Leslie around town when no one else could, Leslie told Emily that she must have been right that I have a crush on her because clearly I was avoiding her because I felt rejected. Apparently, Leslie argued to my wife that since I was nice to Emily before we got together, then me being nice to Leslie meant that I wanted to sleep with Leslie. Then, Leslie told Emily that she would also end up being single. We minimized contact with Leslie, and my wife told her that it'll stay that way until she gets some therapy or help. Then, they can rebuild their friendship. This has been hard on Emily, so whenever I'm not working, I'm doing what I can to help her get through this. You know, the more I think about Leslie, the worse she becomes. Because she thinks that OP has a crush on her, and that's why OP is doing nice things for her. And yet, she's constantly begging OP to drive her around town. So, effectively, she's betraying her friendship and her own morals just because it's convenient for her. What a scummy hypocrite. Our next Reddit post comes from r/today I effed up. Today I effed up by texting my date that I might end up marrying him seconds after we ended our date. This just happened to me, literally 10 minutes ago. I'm dying. I'm dead. End me now, oh holy ghost. I thought this only happened in poorly written rom-coms, the kinds where life hardly imitates the real one. I want to bury myself and never come to see the light again. Why me? 10 painfully long minutes ago, I, exalted by the wonderful date that I went on with this handsomely gorgeous man who also happened to be a friend of mine for the last 3 years, against my apartment door that I had just closed on his beautiful face, typed the words that will fiercely haunt me. Bitch, I think I'm gonna end up marrying this guy. That message was meant for my best friend, the only other soul I could muster to express my vulnerable feelings. I sent this deeply poetic text to him instead. Do you think there's a void big enough in this planet to hold all my misery, all the embarrassment? Do you think I can make a pact with the devil to turn back time? I would just need 10 minutes. That'd be really nice. Can I please die now? Literal and metaphorical death is the only relief I might know. I'm currently in my library, sprawled across the floor, intently staring at the ceiling. Man, I think I'll be here forever. Then Opie posted an update. Once I realized the text blunder, I quickly texted him that it was not meant for him, with a crying emoji for good measure. Sweet, sweet man that he is, he responded immediately to let me know that he doesn't read text not meant for him. Winky face. I subsequently asked for permission to die. He said, "Please don't," with a kissy face. This morning, he texted me about some travel plans that we have down the line. Bless this handsome man. The gods are cruel, but not that cruel. This is where I should clarify that the original post was obviously a tad hyperbolic. I slept well last night, and I also laughed. At myself, the blunder, just the ridiculous timing. What also got imprinted on me was the exact moment that I wrote in a single text. The moment he leaned and kissed me goodnight. I looked at him as I closed my apartment door, blocking it, and at once turning around and heavily sighing and smiling, keys still in hand. Then, 4 years later, OP posted an update. 3 years after I mistakenly pressed send, texting this gorgeous specimen of a guy that I would marry him in seconds after ending our first date, keys still in hand as I struggled to both text and lock the door, and subsequently sprawled across my library wishing for the floor to engulf me, I did end up marrying the man. Damn, what in the world? I thought I'd let you guys know, since you did help me with your funny comments and shared shameful moments to eventually get myself up that fateful evening, dust myself off, and not commit cringe seppuku. It's been 3 years of pure joy, and he's still dreamy and kind, you guys. And it was, kids, that's how I met your father after all. Well, it's nice to have a happy ending every once in a while. So why don't we make this the happy ending for today's episode? That was r/Best of Redditor updates, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Best of Redditor updates, where OP gets his parents arrested with felony charges. Our next Reddit post is from r/Credit School. My parents opened up several credit cards in my name while I was away at college. They racked up more than $15,000 in debt, and now they want to kick me out because I brought it up. I guess this is a lesson in paying attention to my finances. After having just finished my freshman year of college, I came back to my parents' house for the summer. My mom made it a habit on Monday or Tuesday to make sure that she got the mail before I had a chance to. She even ran out of the kitchen on Tuesday to make sure that I didn't get it because I was expecting an Amazon order. Today the mail came kind of early and there was a letter from a collection agency addressed to me. I only knew that it was a collection agency once I opened the letter and discovered that I supposedly owed nearly $5,000 on a Capital One card that I had no idea I was ever signed up for. Once I was done freaking out, I called my dad at work and asked him what to do. It was weird when he said, "Talk to your mother about it." He didn't seem happy at all, but I didn't think much of it. Once my mom got home, I asked her about it, and she said that her and my dad opened up a few credit cards in my name for household expenses. She said that she thinks that I owe around $10,000 to 3 different credit card companies. I checked my credit, and it turns out that I owe over $15,000. We ended up having a huge argument about it, with my mom saying that her parents did this to her when she was 18. She said that I could file for bankruptcy and that it wouldn't hurt me because I wouldn't be trying to buy a house for several years. I'm interested in going into a government-related job, and a bankruptcy would probably disqualify me for it. My mom knows this, but it doesn't seem like she cares. My dad got home a couple of hours ago, and they talked to me together. Either I can declare bankruptcy after they're done spending on the cards, or I could move out at the end of the month. Funny how they forget to mention option C, which is call the cops, but let's continue. It just feels like it's incredibly unfair because it doesn't sound like bankruptcy will actually do anything for my credit, and it'll probably sink my job opportunities. How can I get my credit score back to where it was, which was around 720, and how can I get this to not affect my credit going forward? Alright, down in the comments, people are pointing out just how illegal this is. Checking Out says, "This is identity theft. It's a felony. The ball is in your courts. You could easily have them arrested, and you could put a lien on their property." And other people are pointing out, "You're a tenant. They can't just kick you out. They have to evict you." Then, 1 month later, OP posted an update. I ended up taking the advice of the vast majority of people here, and I filed a police report. The officer took some printouts of everything as evidence. Once I had the report, I called all the credit cards that I had a debt to, and I gave them the police report number. The 3 credit card companies all took this, and they were pretty cool with it. The collection agency wanted me to make a goodwill payment so they could start investigating my claim that it was fraudulent. They said they could still sue me even with the police report if I didn't cooperate with their fraud reports. I refused, obviously, because I don't want them to be able to take money out of my bank account. I never told my parents that I went to the police, and for a couple of weeks, they had no idea. Man, I love that turnaround. Right after Memorial Day, they received a call from a detective, and everything blew up. After the call, they began screaming at me, and my dad started literally throwing my things out the door. At that point, I called the cops, and they showed up, and they told my parents that if they wanted me to leave, they would have to evict me. I came home from work the next day, and the locks were changed. I called the police again, and my parents refused to open the door and said that all my stuff was at my grandparents' house. I received another report for the unlawful eviction, which I was told was a civil issue, and got my stuff from my grandparents. Luckily, I have a friend with a couple of spare bedrooms, and she said that I'm welcome to stay with her for a couple of months. I'm scheduled to move into my own place in about a week. Once I get a full tally of the total cost of everything included in moving, I'll be filing a civil lawsuit against my parents for the unlawful eviction. I was told by the same detective that my parents didn't seem very truthful with anything, and my state's attorney office will be in contact in the next few weeks regarding identity theft charges. He said he believes they'll likely prosecute, possibly as soon as this week. If that's the case, my parents, or more likely just my mom, will be issued a warrant and have to spend at least a night in jail. No matter what, I feel as though I made the right choice. Man, the world was just completely stacked against OP, and OP still managed to make the right decisions. His parents were stealing from him, the collection agencies were straight up lying to him. But hey, Reddit pulled through and saved OP from financial ruin. And I just love that OP didn't tell his parents because, after all, they didn't tell OP about the credit card debt, so why should he tell them about the felony investigation? Whoops, sorry Mom and Dad. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationships. At the time of this event, I was a 27-year-old woman and my boyfriend was 27 as well. A year ago, I was about to move in with my first serious boyfriend, Josh, with whom I was head over heels in love, when one of my closest friends said that Josh had shown them a nude photo of me on his phone when he was drunk during a party. 5 or 6 more of my friends corroborated the story and told me that Josh also talked in extreme detail about our love life when showing the photo. It was sickeningly detailed. This didn't sound at all like Josh. When I asked him what the hell was going on, he denied everything. He eventually got very angry and started calling all of my friends liars. At one point, he showed up at my place while some of them were visiting, and things got a little physical. It was really a very strange turn of events in my life. Josh seemed so worked up, and all of my close friends were calling him a liar. Josh did have photos of me on his phone, which I know is stupid, but we did it in the heat of the moment and everything. So I trusted my friends and I broke up with Josh. It was heart-wrenching. Josh begged me to believe him. He started tearing up, nearly punched the wall, and left angrily. I was really grossed out at the time and felt super conflicted. A few months later, I started dating one of my friends, Alex, who had told me about Josh showing everyone the photo. All of my friends were pushing me to date Alex at the time. We didn't really see, and it didn't go past a few months, but we remained friends, of sorts. So today, another friend sends me a message that says that he wanted to get something off his chest. He said the story about Josh wasn't true, and they were really trying to get me to date Alex, so they made up that story about Josh. After talking to a few of the other people, including Alex, it all came out that they were lying. It was this effing orchestrated bullshit event that totally changed my life forever. Apparently they hated Josh and thought that he was bad for me and a butthole. But that's my effing decision. I'm shaking right now. I cried in the office bathroom for about 2 hours afterwards. I loved Josh so much. We were planning a life together. And I've been friends with that group since high school. What the F? I guess I'm supposed to stop talking to these friends, right? I can't possibly come back from this and still talk to them, right? This basically nukes my group of friends. But how could I even look at them again? Also, I need closure with Josh. Can I call him? Should I call him? Then, about 1 week later, OP posted an update. Even though everyone seemed to think this was a terrible idea, I sent Josh an email on Friday. I copied it here. Josh, I don't know if you're still connected with anyone on Facebook, but if you are, you probably already know why I'm sending this. And I know it's totally unfair and selfish to contact you, but I can't imagine going through the rest of my life without apologizing. So, before I say a bunch of embarrassing things, more than anything, I want to say that I'm sorry that I didn't trust you. I'm sorry I let other people decide our relationship. I'm sorry for what I put you through. But I figure this might be my only chance to say this. So here comes the really lame, embarrassing stuff. I spent the past day thinking about the past year, where I would be if I had believed you, and what my life would be like. Would we be engaged? Would we be married? I'm not over you. I want to try again. I'm not asking you to marry me, but if you ever find yourself thirsty, I would love to buy you a beverage of your choice. I want to talk to you again. I miss everything about our relationship. I miss you getting annoyed when I stole your french fries. I miss fighting with you over money. I miss making you breakfast. I miss watching The Office with you over and over and over. I miss you. My information is still the same. I wouldn't blame you if you ignored and deleted this. Just know that I know. I'm really sorry. So I sent the email and tried to take my mind off of it. Just writing it and sending it was extremely cathartic. I spent Saturday morning sitting around watching old movies when someone rang my doorbell. Assuming it was Amazon, I ignored it and waited for the delivery driver to leave so I could sneak out and grab the package since I was in my robe. After a minute or two, I walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. It was Josh. Obviously, my heart leapt in my throat. I had been compulsively checking my phone for a response, but I wasn't expecting something like this. Everything in my house, including me, was pretty disheveled. I cracked the door, smiled, said hi, and told him that I had to get dressed really quickly. What a terrible interaction. So I ran around my place throwing stuff into corners, pulled my hair back, found something to wear, and went back to the door. I'm here for that beverage. I only had orange juice and water, which was also pretty embarrassing. But Josh stuck around anyways. He didn't ask many questions, really. I started to talk about the nude photo incident, but he said that he didn't really care to talk about it. We both know all the details now. The conversation eventually grew a bit aimless, and we were just talking like old times. It was wonderful. He asked if I was hungry. I wasn't really hungry, but of course I said that I was. We went to a nearby burger place that we used to go to all the time. He did ask whether or not I had dated Alex. He didn't seem too upset by my answer. I asked him if he had dated anyone. He had a 6-month relationship in the interim. She sounded great, but I didn't pry. When we got back to my place, Josh asked me what I was doing for the rest of the day, and I said, I don't have any plans. We spent the rest of the day together. Then, the night. It's totally stupid to move that fast, but I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about it. I'm feeling happy. We spent part of Sunday together too. Then Tuesday and Wednesday, we discussed what we were doing. 2 single people dating each other was the consensus. Exclusive? Yes. I think the world of him, and I'll always regret what happened. No matter what though, I'm extremely happy that I sent the letter to him. It's interesting to think that if he had actually done what everything accused him of, and then I took him back, I would probably have trust issues. Now, obviously, I trust him to the core. He could tell me the world was flat, and I'd have trouble questioning him. That's just a weird thought that I've been having. So, that's the story. We're together again. Will it work out? I hope so. No matter what, things are better today than they were last week. Wow, Josh sounds like a real winner here. I think he's probably more forgiving than I would have been. If I were in his shoes, I don't know if I could have gotten back with OP. Even if it was true love, that's a pretty painful betrayal. I do understand why OP listened, because it's like 6 people against 1, but ugh. Man, that would really sting if that happened to me. Our next Reddit post comes from r/Am I the Butthole. Am I the butthole for banning my husband and father-in-law from the delivery room due to their intensely stressful and creepy behavior during my pregnancy? My husband and I are expecting our first child, which I knew would be a really sensitive issue as his own mother died in childbirth with him. We met with a marriage counselor to talk things through at the beginning, and he swears that he's been seeing his own therapist twice a month throughout my pregnancy. I don't want to call him a liar, but I'm fairly sure he's either not going or not talking about the big issue. He and his father, who is a hugely active part of our lives, are completely convinced that I'm going to die in childbirth. They won't openly admit it, but their behavior has reached the point where it's constantly making me feel stressed and uncomfortable. When it was my husband saying, "Please make sure your life insurance is up to date, and I'd like you to meet with a lawyer and draft a will," I was like, that's kind of intense, but hey, if it makes you feel better. When my husband asked me to go through all my possessions and inventory what I wanted to be saved for the baby versus what I would want to be returned to my family in the event of my death, I put my foot down and said, absolutely not. This is just too morbid. No way. My father-in-law, who lives a few blocks away and eats dinner with us 2 to 4 nights a week, got on my case about how I was making things difficult for my husband in the event that he will be a grieving widower with a newborn. I'm just gonna add here that I've had a completely complication-free pregnancy, and I have no reason to think that I'll die screaming in the coming weeks. When I tell my husband this, he calls me paranoid, but I feel like my father-in-law wants me to die. His whole life identity for the past 35 years has been amazing single dad. He's never dated or had close friends or even hobbies, really. And it seems like he's looking forward to being able to guide my husband through what he went through. At this point, I'd honestly be happy to never see my father-in-law again. And I certainly don't want him in the delivery room. Especially since he told me he was putting his foot down about me not being allowed to have an epidural or laughing gas. He has a commanding presence, and I know that whatever he wants in the delivery room, he'll get. I know people will say, oh, labor and delivery nurses would never let that happen. But trust me, you haven't met this man. My husband, in addition to backing his dad on everything, acts like my due date is my death date, and has completely pulled away from me. Every minute with him is morbid, stressful, and a reminder that our marriage seems to be crumbling. No matter how many times I tell him his behavior makes me stressed and upset, it just gets worse. And I do not put this energy around me when I'm concentrating on giving birth. Then, 2 years later, OP posted an update, which is kind of funny because it led a lot of people in the comments of the original post to assume that OP did actually die. To get right to it, I was unfortunately right about my suspicion that my ex wasn't going to therapy. I sat down with him and very firmly put my foot down about my mother being my support person in the delivery room alongside him, and that my, thankfully, ex-father-in-law was not to be anywhere near the delivery room. I was also very adamant that I was getting an epidural, and my ex-father-in-law had no say about any medical procedures I may take. I also told him that I was seeking my own therapist, as his and his father's actions were worrying me. My ex-husband did not take that well, to put it simply. I had never heard him shout at me like that, and it scared me a little. My fury outweighed my fear not long after, however. He told me that I didn't need a therapist, that he was just trying to be prepared. I admittedly lost my temper and told him that I wasn't gonna die. It wasn't my fault that his father's trauma wormed its way into his head, and that he needed to fix it without taking it out on me. He yelled at me that he didn't need therapy. That caught me a little off guard. I asked him why he went to his therapist and was given advice about my death if he didn't feel like he needed it. His expression gave it away, and he caved not long after. It turns out there was no therapist. It was just his dad. During the times that he was supposed to be at therapy, he was with his dad. I'm still fuming. In the end, I gave him a choice. He could either go to therapy or I was leaving. I had enough of their delusions. He chose to refuse therapy, and I packed my things up and stayed with my mother. At that point, I still wasn't planning on divorce. I had hoped that we could possibly fix our marriage, as naive as that sounds. But my ex decided that if he couldn't convince me to go back, then he would get his father and the rest of his family to do it. I had to change my number due to the amount of harassment and vitriol they hurled at me. In the end, it was just my mother in the delivery room as I gave birth. I'm thankful for the nursing staff. They were a godsend, and I felt safe that neither my ex or his father would get even remotely close to the room without my say-so. The divorce is still ongoing, so I can't give too many details on that front, but I have hopes that we can work out a tentative co-parenting agreement. My ex isn't a bad father. He loves our baby girl. But our relationship is done, and for as long as I live, my ex-father-in-law will never be near my daughter. Alright, one thing that was surprisingly never brought up in the entire post is, from the husband perspective, if you genuinely 100% believe that your wife is going to die in childbirth, why would you knock her up? I mean, did he cry a little bit every time he finished? Oh, it felt good, but I hope I didn't kill you, sweetie. This is just really weird behavior out of OP's husband and his dad.
That was r/Best of Redditor updates, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Relationship Advice, where OP discovers that his girlfriend is abusing him while he's asleep. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Zosima. I'm a 23-year-old guy, and I recently awoke to my 23-year-old girlfriend intentionally pouring water in my ears. What's up with this behavior? The title says it all. I finally got most of the water out, and my hearing is nearly gone. I was amazed at how much water was in there. I was amazed at how much of my hearing had been muffled. It's so bad that it leads me to suspect that she's been pouring water in my ears for a long time. I still feel water deep in my left ear canal. Recently, I've been able to feel fluid in my ears. This has been going on for 2 weeks. I used to have yearly ear infections as a kid. I met with a doctor and an ENT doctor about feelings of an ear infection. Both reported that nothing was wrong. It was a surreal experience, laying on the bed as still as possible while this monster poured water in my right ear. And I realized that my ear issues were due to her. When she left the room, I laid on my back and some of the water came out. My girlfriend made a disappointment lip smacking noise you do before you say, "Ah, man." I could hear her texting on her phone. She carefully climbed back into bed. She has no clue that I know. The lip smack, the texting, she wasn't even trying to be silent when she got back into bed. This is another reason I suspect this hobby didn't start recently. My girlfriend is bipolar. My initial guess is this is some kind of extreme behavior manifested by the illness, and it's not her fault. Oh man, someone in the comments, Joan Lee points out something that I didn't even consider. This is kind of random, but how do you know that it was water? I don't know anything about this kind of stuff, but who knows if it was another liquid, maybe a chemical that was intended to do serious harm. Please leave ASAP. Yeah, this is, I don't know what else to say. This is just weird. I can't even fathom why she would do this. Does she think that she's helping you by cleaning your ears? Is she trying to make you dream that you're underwater? Is it just some weird control/fetish thing? I got no clue. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever read about just because there's no logic or reasoning to it whatsoever. OP needs to leave the situation immediately. And I would love to know who she was texting and what she was texting about. Is she in some kind of, I don't know, lead chat group of girlfriends who pour things in their boyfriend's ears while they're asleep? Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Job. I'm a 59-year-old woman and my son is 34. My
son is the one responsible for my 1-year-old granddaughter's death. I have no idea how to deal with this and to move on with my family. This isn't about my son's daughter, but his niece. I have 2 kids. My daughter's daughter passed away due to my son's stupidity. My son Andrew married Alexis 8 years ago. I am by no means a monster-in-law. I never have been. But Alexis is a nightmare. She's anti-science, pro-Facebook science. She's awfully entitled, and she's sinking all of their savings into some MLM scheme. And as such, they decided not to vaccinate their kids. They have a 10-year-old son and a 6-year-old daughter. A month ago, my daughter, Jenny, came over with her baby to pick up some of her old friends. She decided to stay for coffee and cake. Andrew and Alexis moved right across from us after the lockdown lifted. My husband and I assumed that it's because they were planning on using us as free childcare. Anyways, as Jenny was over, Alexis rang the doorbell. Before I could even say hello, her kids came spilling in. They're nice kids. Somewhat bratty, but they do have their goals. I love them so much. But because they're not vaccinated, I don't like having them around the same time as babies. I tried to keep things calm, but the kids had run upstairs to where Jenny's baby was sleeping and were cuddling with her. I managed to get them to come down, but they had been with the baby for a few minutes. Fast forward a few days. Jenny calls me in tears, telling me that she and her fiance are in the hospital because their baby had a high fever and couldn't breathe properly. My husband and I hurried there. Then we spent the most excruciating 17 hours in the hospital that sadly ended with my granddaughter passing away. She had apparently caught whooping cough, and her little lungs couldn't handle it. My daughter is absolutely destroyed. I had a stinging suspicion and I called my son. I asked him if his kids had been sick. He said that they had a nasty cough and a little fever, but they'd managed. I don't know what happened, but I just lost it. I just started breathing heavy and crying hard, and couldn't say much more but to say that his niece had died because of him. My son's been calling me and his sister, but we haven't picked up. He's come over multiple times, but we haven't opened the door. I've tried to calm down and tell myself that it's probable that she caught it from someone else. Except my daughter hadn't taken my granddaughter out to places with other kids for almost a month. Maybe at a supermarket or during a walk. But my husband pointed out that it was likelier that she caught it through close contact. And it is possible to catch it from a random passerby, but not likely. The fuck? I feel so mad and angry. I don't know what to do. I love my other grandkids, but I feel like they're gonna suffer with their parents. How do we move forward? Jenny is never going to forgive Andrew, and I don't know if I can. The top comment on this post, which personally I agree with, is this is above Reddit's pay grade. You should all seek grief counseling. Very sorry for your loss. Yeah, this is just a tragic situation, and I honestly don't know if there is a way out of it. If I were in your shoes, I don't know if I'd get past this either. Our next Reddit post is from Mika. I'm a 38-year-old woman in a dating relationship with a 51-year-old man, and his text messages are starting to concern me. The math on that is a 13-year age difference. My current boyfriend and I have been together since February, and we've had a few arguments, but generally things are good. What I can't wrap my head around are some of the text messages that he sends me. They come out of nowhere, and they feel a little nuts to me. I don't know if I'm the one being a jerk here, but I don't know what to make of them. I've told him that it puts me off, but he doesn't seem to hear me. This is an example of one that he sent me today after he video called at lunch. I answered, but he hung up and wouldn't answer when I called back. I left a message saying that I guess he didn't have service and couldn't answer, but just call back if it's important. His reply was, "What would be the point in answering after seeing that you're dressed, makeup on, and hair done? That tells me that you've been up for hours, and in that time, I guarantee that your phone has been in your hand a lot. And never once did you have the desire or want to call or text and say hello, good morning, I love you, or even F off for that matter. And that makes me feel like garbage, to be real honest. So I didn't answer." 5 minutes later, I got this. "And because you still have nothing to say, that just tells me I was right." This kind of thing is getting more frequent. I feel like it's kind of excessive, but he says it feels like I don't love him. I don't even know how to respond, honestly. Yo, this guy is 51. I feel like if you reverse the numbers and said that he was 15, that would be more appropriate for the way that he's acting. This is the behavior of a stupid, jealous teenager who hasn't quite figured out how relationships work and who thinks that the whole point of a relationship is that both people have to constantly obsess over each other 24/7. Luckily, OP posted an update which revealed that she broke up with him. After moving out, OP writes this: "The barrage of texts have gone from nasty to desperate to accusing me of lying and never caring about him to taking photos of gifts that he supposedly bought me to threatening to hurt himself and me." Quote, "You don't care about me, but here I sit trying to effing talk to you and work this effing thing out. Because I care more about you than I do the lies. I love you, OP. Why can't that be enough for you? I am so done with this BS." It's probably going to be hard getting him out of my life, but I'm saving the text messages and I'm going to at least try to get a protective order tomorrow. Thank you for all your comments. They reaffirm that this behavior is unacceptable. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Girl Cop Dad. I'm a 34-year-old guy and I have a 16-year-old stepdaughter. My wife is 31. In high school, my wife was a popular girl stereotype. Pink and blonde chunky highlights in her brown hair. This was in the mid to late 2000s. She was on the cheerleading team, had lots of friends and boyfriends, was well known and liked. She was basically the living embodiment of the picture-perfect girl from those cheesy 2000s high school movies. And then she got pregnant. When she was 15 years old, she had her daughter. She doesn't know who the father is, and any potential fathers for the girl up and left way back when. Her daughter recently turned 16. I never wanted kids, so I found them annoying. But I fell in love with my wife and got married when she was 20, and I was 23 after dating for 2 years. We hit it off, and I married her and decided to suck it up around the kid. I never planned to, but I absolutely love being a dad to my stepdaughter. Kids in general still annoy me, but my daughter was different. She was quiet and nerdy, even at a young age. I married her mother when she was 5, and we clicked right away. We went on daddy-daughter dates every weekend. I played dolls with her. I let her paint my nails and do makeup on me. I drove her to and from school in my cop car. We even did daddy-daughter duo costumes for Halloween. Over the past 2 years, she's developed a darker dress style. I don't know what the proper subculture of her outfits are, but according to her, she's dressing like a horror game protagonist and a Monster High character. Purple is the main color that she incorporates into the specific aesthetic blend, as she calls it. I don't get it, but maybe that's because I'm a man in my 30s. I don't know. She likes ghosts, tarot, vampires, zombies, aliens, and creepy Victorian dolls. I don't get it. But also, I don't care, because if it makes her happy, so what? She's also an introvert and prefers to play games on her computer or read fantasy occult novels rather than hang out with other teenagers her age. She has friends, so I'm not too worried about her being completely withdrawn. I'm just glad I don't have to drive her around since she only has a learner's permit currently. My wife hates this. My wife always wanted a girly girl. Pinks and pastels and flowers and all that. She wants our daughter to get a boyfriend, be more social, be a cheerleader like she was. Which is valid in itself. I get that. I'm sure most parents have preferences for what they want their kid to turn out like. And some disappointment when they stray from that fantasy is valid. Somewhat. My wife will constantly steal and hide away my daughter's darker room decorations. She constantly gets pastel dresses for our daughter, tells her to wipe off her dark eye makeup, tries to set her up on dates with jock types from my daughter's school, and convince her to sign up for both school and summer activities like cheerleading or volleyball. I could have put up with all of that. I really could have. But a few weeks ago, I woke up to my wife finally hitting her breaking point. I woke up in the middle of the night to my wife screaming and having what I can confidently describe as a borderline meltdown. She was crying and saying all she ever wanted was a normal daughter who likes pink and is a cheerleader and has a boyfriend and will give her grandkids. I had to drag her out to the hallway after 30 minutes of this. I kept thinking she would stop, but it kept going on and on. My daughter was just staring at this whole thing in the doorway of her room. Yo, she had the breakdown in front of her daughter? What caused this meltdown for my wife? My daughter dyed purple over the blonde streaks and highlights that my wife had forced her to get in her hair, which wasn't even breaking a house rule, as my wife and I had both told her that she can do whatever she wants with her hair as long as she doesn't stain too many towels. It's been weeks, and my daughter won't talk to her mom. My wife is still up to her antics, but now it's in overdrive. Every day she brings home some type of trendy clothing in pink or pastels and tries to give it to my daughter. My daughter is getting fed up and stays in her room all day, and has confessed to me that she can't wait for school to start back up in a few weeks so she can get out of the house and be with her friends again. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't want to side with anyone in this situation. I understand my wife wants a daughter who she can relate to, and my daughter wants a mom who understands her. So I don't know what I can or should do. OP, this is super easy. You absolutely need to side with your daughter in this. But that doesn't mean abandon your wife. It sounds like your wife needs therapy. I don't understand why she's so obsessed with her daughter turning out to be a specific way, especially considering that your wife's lifestyle ended up with her pregnant at 15 and with no father, which is not really an ideal situation. So I find it kind of surprising that she would want her daughter to follow in those footsteps. Then, 1 week later, OP posted an update. 2 nights after I posted, I sat my wife down and very bluntly asked her what exactly the problem was. She kept saying she just wanted a daughter who's similar to her, but after I kept asking, she broke down and admitted the real reason why she was having her meltdowns. My wife feels that her daughter is the only way for her to have more family in the future. She's estranged from her siblings. Her parents don't speak much to her, and all of her friends from high school stopped talking to her after her pregnancy. She wants a family back, and she's hoping that her daughter will marry a nice boy and give her grandkids so that she can have a family again. She said she never brought up having more kids with me because she figured I'd be against the idea. I don't know how I feel about having more kids with my wife, but it certainly won't happen now. So my wife is in therapy to try to get her to realize that she can't just view my daughter as a way to create a family. She's doing well so far, but it's too soon to really tell. My daughter is also in therapy. She's been in therapy since she was a kid for bullying issues, but now her therapist is trying to focus on the meltdown situation with my daughter. She actually seems relatively unaffected by this whole situation, other than a little annoyed, so I don't know if that's good or not. I took my daughter to Hot Topic for some back-to-school accessories, and then took her out to eat, just the two of us. She's still excited to go back to school. She misses her friends and her clubs. My wife and daughter have started talking normally again. They had a long talk, which I was present for, where my wife apologized for being so pushy and extreme with her wishes. My daughter was receptive to this talk and seems to be back to her normal self. I'm keeping an eye on both of them to be sure. My wife is doing her best to understand my daughter's interests. Last I saw, the two of them were watching some slasher TV show on Hulu as a way to bond, and it appears to be working. Hey, okay, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to try to say it as delicately as possible, because I'm not trying to be crass here or rude, but OP, your wife can rest assured because there are lots and lots of guys out there. Lots of them. I can kind of understand why your wife would look at a teenager goth and think, oh no, no boy will ever like her, because this is completely contrary to her experience in high school. But times have changed, and there are plenty of people who would love to have a goth girlfriend. There's no guy on earth who looks at Morticia Adams and is like, ew, no thank you. So if all she wants is grandkids, just give her some time. Let her cook, so to speak. That was r/relationships, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/relationship advice, where OP finds out that her husband is making AI erotica about children. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Losing Mind. I'm a 26-year-old woman and my husband is 32. For the past week, my husband has been convinced that I'm pregnant. I have no idea why, because I'm not. We haven't even started trying, though we do have plans to have kids in the future.
We were just making conversation, and yeah, I did mention feeling tired, but that's all. A few hours later, he just came in so excited. I told him I'm not pregnant, but he won't let it go. He's made remarks about how happy he is, what a wonderful mother I'll be, and what our baby will be like. Not all the time, but he does it a couple times a day. I told him I'm not pregnant. I even took a test because even I started wondering. And it was undoubtedly negative. I showed him and he just got annoyed and said the test would be wrong. He didn't speak to me for the rest of the evening. The next morning, he acted as if nothing had happened. When I tell him that I'm not pregnant, he just kinda shuts me out. I lost my cool yesterday when we were in bed and he put his hand on my stomach and I told him that he's acting crazy. I'm not pregnant, and his behavior is scaring me. He went to sleep in the guest room after that and left for work early in the morning. I haven't seen or spoken to him today. I'm just at a loss. I don't know where this obsession is coming from. I even asked him if I gained weight, if that's what's gotten him confused. He assured me that I didn't. I'm thinking of contacting his parents, or maybe a therapist or something. I honestly don't understand what's happening, and I'm worried about my husband. Down in the comments, people seem to think either one of two things. One, that he's like having some kind of mental breakdown. Or two, that he's tampered with Opie's birth control and he's expecting her to get pregnant any day now. Personally, I think it's option 3, which is it's a fetish. I think he just is getting turned on by this and he's kind of role-playing in his head with her, even though she's not really a willing participant. But we have an update, so let's find out. The update comes 3 days later. Things escalated when I tried to speak to him, keeping some of your guys' advice in mind. I sat him down and explained to him that I'd love to have kids with him in the future, but that I'm not pregnant right now, and that his insistence worries and scares me. I told him we would go to the doctor together if that would put his mind at ease, or I could take another test in front of him. He got very agitated, said many hurtful things, and accused me of being a liar many times. He said that I'm trying to keep our baby away from him, and so on. Nothing else made sense, and I wasn't feeling safe anymore. I knew my husband would never harm me in any way, but this isn't my husband. Things got worse. He did hurt me, but nothing permanent or even emergency care worthy. I also know that if he was in his right mind, he would have never done something like this. I told my parents and his parents, and I'm now staying with my mom. He did seem to calm down a bit when his parents arrived. I haven't seen or spoken to him since. His mother, she's an angel, is keeping me posted about everything. We all agree that something is very off about him, and we don't know what it is. But he hasn't agreed to getting himself checked out in any way. I don't know how they'll go about it, but they say, and painfully I have to agree, that it's best to keep my distance for a bit, because most of his craziness is aimed at me. I'm safe, and so is he. I miss him so much, and I just want an answer as to why he's being like this. I keep trying to figure out if there were signs before, or what I did wrong. Okay, I admit, I was wrong. This does actually sound like some kind of psychotic break. I hope he gets help. This could be like I've heard a brain tumor is doing something like this, where the tumor puts pressure on part of your brain and it completely changes your personality, and then you lose the tumor, you're back to normal. So maybe something like that, I don't know. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Hey Hey. So yesterday, I was jerking, a pastime which I will likely not do for a long time after this. On this website, there's a section called Videos Being Watched Now. One of these videos catches my eye because I recognize the setting of the video. It looks like the bathroom of my wife, Mary's childhood home. And my jaw nearly dropped off my face when I saw what looked like my effing high school sweetheart girlfriend stepping out of the shower, not knowing she's being filmed. We've been together for nearly 13 years now, and this must have been the year before we met, when she would have been 18 or 19. The video is grainy and old, and there is a shadow of a doubt that I'm just making the whole thing up and that I've never met this person in my life. That being said, I've been in denial about this being real. So I went on Zillow and I compared pictures of her old bathroom, and I'm like 99% sure that this is her and her old bathroom. Who the F could have possibly done this?
She has a dad and a brother, but there's no effing way that they did this, right? There's no history of any sort of crazy abuse or anything like that. I spent a lot of time trying to reverse image search the video and find out where it originated from, hoping that at least if we found out where it was originally posted, we could maybe see if we could get any sort of hint as to who it was. I haven't told my wife yet. I found no evidence of any other videos of her out there, but it still leaves us with the fact that somebody probably took a video of her coming out of the shower, and it had to be someone she trusts, obviously. I don't know what I should tell her because on one hand, somebody very close to her has fully betrayed her, but on the other, I could just let her enjoy the bliss of her ignorance for the rest of her life. We're adults now, and we live states away from everybody. Her dad passed away a couple of years ago, so if we do find out that it was him, there's no way for any closure on that. What do I do? Should I tell her, or should I bury this so deep within my vault that it's never thought about again? Would you want to be told? Also, OP adds in the edits. There have been times in our life when I told her things that open up this whole can of worms. And she, an incredibly high anxiety person, talks to me about all the ways that it's messed up and all the new things that she has to think about now. And at some point she says, I think I wish you never told me. So that's kind of a big deal. We're both gonna need therapy after this one. OP, honestly, I think you have an obligation to tell her. Because otherwise, that means you're hiding secrets from your wife, and that's just scummy. In that case, she's been betrayed twice. Once by the person who filmed her, and once by her husband, who's keeping that a secret from her. Also, down in the comments, we have this story from the dirtiest of dirties. Okay, I have a story that might muddy the water a bit, but it could take some stress away. I grew up on 22 acres out in the country, and when I was 4 or 5, we had a brand new modular double-wide home put on the property. 3 bedroom, 2 bath. Nothing special, but it was home. Fast forward 25 years, and my wife and I are about to rent a 5 bedroom, 2 bath house in the city in a nice subdivision. We're touring the house for the first time, and when we walk into the master bedroom, it is identical to the master bedroom in the house that I grew up in. Not similar or kinda like it, but identical. Down to the flooring, the brand of toilet and bathtub, the shower layout, the double vanity, the exact same corner of the house. You'd be surprised how much builders just copy and paste room specs from a common source. Grainy video plus copy pasta bathroom could make it seem like it's your wife when it might not be. And OP replies, that makes me feel a lot better for some reason, lol. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway. I'm a 29-year-old woman and my husband is 32. My husband is making AI erotica about grooming a minor. What do I do? Typing this out breaks my soul. I'm physically ill. I'm at a loss. I'm married to someone who's been the love of my life for many years. He left a chatbot open on his computer, and I scrolled through because at first I was amused. I knew that he'd been making lewd AI chats, and I rolled my eyes because I read plenty of erotica myself. But then I almost threw up because this chat was about him, oh geez, having relations with the mother of a 14-year-old girl. And he said the girl, he said he was into the girl. As he helped her with her schoolwork, he did subtle grooming tactics. Then he went on to tell the AI that later in the story, he wants to have an encounter with the girl. I was shaken. Who is this man that I poured my soul into? Nothing he's done has crossed legal lines yet because of AI laws. I've scoured the internet until my fingers were metaphorically raw. I want to throw up. This man has half my heart. We have 2 little boys who we both worship, and he's the best father I could have ever asked for. He loves me, and I love him. Where do I even go from here? My only thought is continuing to collect evidence, but to what end? What do I do? My soul is shattering. OP, you want to collect evidence? Collect evidence for what? If this already isn't enough to go to a divorce lawyer, then what are you waiting for? Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway. My husband and I booked a last-minute getaway to Vegas for a couple of nights. We arrived yesterday. We had tickets to see a show last night, but after a long day of drinking in the heat, I wasn't feeling well and needed to end the night early. I encouraged my husband to still go so he could enjoy his evening, so he did, and I went to sleep. 2 a.m. rolls around, and I wake up to find that he never came back to his room. The show we were supposed to see is literally at our hotel, so I start to panic. I go to check his location and it's off. Then I text him asking where he was. He reads it but doesn't respond. I call him several times and he sends me to voicemail. While I was trying to get a hold of him, I see there were 2 separate charges for $1,000 plus from a strip club. Jeez, $2,000? He didn't respond to me till nearly 3 a.m. and texted me that he was on his way back. 30 minutes later, he stumbles into the room, absolutely obliterated. He tries to lie and says that he was just gambling down on the strip, that he never went to the strip club even though the charges were literally made with Apple Pay and he hadn't lost his phone. After going through his receipts, I found that he'd been at the strip club for nearly 5 hours, essentially confirming that he left for the strip club right after the show ended, and then came back to the hotel 40 minutes after my first "Where are you?" text message. I also checked all of our accounts, and if all the charges made settle as they are, then he'll have spent nearly $6,000 there. He swears he didn't cheat on me and says nothing sexual happened, though I can only imagine the situations you find yourself in after 5 hours in a strip club, especially when you're intoxicated beyond comprehension. I feel like I'll never truly know what happened, and that alone is the most painful part. We flew home a day early, and I just have no idea where to go from here. We've been together for 7 years, married for 4 years in just a couple of months. As far as I was aware, we're in a great place in our marriage, and there haven't been any issues with infidelity in the past. This is completely out of character. I'm absolutely crushed and deeply disappointed. He was reckless with our money, with my trust, with our marriage, and it really effing hurts. The fact that we were on a solo trip together, and instead of coming back to me or doing literally anything else, he chose to go to a strip club. Yo, I'm not sure what's worse here. Going to a strip club for 5 hours or spending $6,000 in just one evening of drinking. Also, down in the comments, Cassandra offers some interesting advice. Okay, so there's a simple fix. Dispute the charge, so that way the club has to prove that it was authorized. Strip clubs usually get really pissy about that, and they spill all the tea. That's the closest you're gonna get to finding out the truth. To be honest though, you have to know that dropping $6K, turning off location, and leaving you on red and denying your calls means that he cheated, right? Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Debating Hubby. I'm a 27-year-old woman, and my husband, who's a lawyer, is 36. His debating skills are ruining my marriage. I feel absolutely crushed. How do I get through to him? We've been together for 5 years now. I don't know how much more I can take. I'm feeling absolutely crushed and powerless in my relationship, and I'm breaking down just writing this. My husband is a lawyer, and his debating skills are ruining everything. It feels like every time we have a disagreement, he turns it into a debate competition. He's brilliant at pointing out logical fallacies in my arguments, but it makes me feel so unheard and undervalued. I don't even know what some of these terms mean, and it's frustrating when he uses them to dismiss my feelings. Every argument we have turns into a nightmare where he uses his lawyer tricks to make me feel completely worthless. He throws around all these terms that I don't understand, like appeal to emotion, ad hominem, and false dichotomy. And I'm left feeling like I'm small and stupid. Last week, we fought about where to spend the holidays. I tried to explain how much it means to me to be with my family this year. Instead of listening, he just said I was making an appeal to emotion and that my feelings were irrelevant compared to his logic. Another time, I told him I felt ignored because he's always working late. He said I was making a hasty generalization and that just because he works late sometimes, that doesn't mean that he doesn't care about me. I don't get any of these terms or arguments, and it feels like I'm constantly losing. Every conversation turns to him tearing apart my feelings with these fancy words, and I'm left feeling utterly defeated and alone. I feel like I'm constantly on the defensive because I can't keep up with his arguments. I love him so much, but I'm struggling so much to keep up. I feel completely powerless. I want to have meaningful conversations without being belittled. I've tried explaining how this makes me feel, but it seems like I'm just hit with more technical jargon. Even when I try to use I statements and be honest with my feelings, he says that I'm catastrophizing things. I'm not sure what that even means. I'll tell him that I'm feeling isolated and unheard, and what he said is not helpful at all. But he again manages to come up with some term or argument that I can't refute. It's so frustrating sometimes that I want to just smack him with a rolling pin. The top comment from Baboon Stew is, just yell, "Objection! This is our home, not a courtroom. Do you want to win the argument or fix the problem?" Yeah, my wife and I just had our 14th anniversary, so we've been together for a long time, still very happy with each other. The best piece of advice I could ever give someone is when you're fighting, it's not you versus your partner. It's you and your partner versus the problem. As soon as you and your partner understand that, it'll be so much easier to get through problems. That was r/relationships, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/relationships, where a vibrator destroys a marriage. Our next Reddit post is from Haley Baby. Like 6 months ago, my husband came bursting into the bathroom to catch me using my vibrator in the shower. He threw a hissy fit about it and said that it was basically cheating, and guilted me into apologizing and promised not to do it again. The next time we went to use my vibrator, during intercourse, as we basically always did, it had stopped working, mysteriously, in hindsight. I often use it in the shower, I guess just because that's basically the only time I get to myself. I eventually just used the shower head instead, and one time he pounded on the door asking what I was doing. Again, I didn't really think much of it at the time. Tonight I was showering, and not doing anything else, and when I came out, he was being short and pissy with me. I asked if everything was okay, and he says, "So how was your shower?" I said, "Fine." I was confused. He goes on to say that he knows what I was doing in there, and I responded by asking what he was talking about. To which he replied that every time I shower, he sits outside the bathroom door and listens to see if I'm playing with myself. I was so shocked that I didn't even know what to say. Then, within the same month, OP posted an update. I called my dad and basically just explained that we were having some issues. And just to ease my mind, I wanted my dad to come down and be nearby when I talked to my husband. My dad didn't press for more info, and he told me that he was on his way. He and my mom live about 6 hours away, so it's not exactly a very ideal ask, but my dad didn't even hesitate, which I'm grateful for. He arrived Friday night and parked outside our condo, and we agreed that I would call my dad and immediately hang up if I needed him to come inside. You know, in case my husband got aggressive or angry. I didn't expect to need this, since my husband has never been like this before, but some of the comments in the last post made me feel like I'd better be safe than sorry. I debated with myself all day Friday about how exactly to approach the situation and how I could trigger this conversation without him shutting down or getting angry. I decided to casually approach the conversation and ask him how he'd feel about me getting another vibrator. You know, to replace the one that mysteriously broke after he caught me using it in the shower. He asked, "What for?" To which I replied, "Because it feels good." I knew this would be his response, but he said something like, "What, am I not good enough?" I explained that this has nothing to do with him not being good enough, and that passionate hugging is supposed to be fun and experimental and interesting, and that it was just something that would make it better for both of us. He then suggested that I just wanted to use it on myself, to which I asked if that would be a problem. He told me that I know how he feels about that, and so I asked him why he was so bothered by this. He got very defensive and asked why I would want that when I could have him. So I asked, "Haven't you ever just felt like doing the job yourself?" He said no, and that he's not a beta who spends his days stroking when he could be doing anything more productive. I explained to him that that's okay if that's what he wants, but sometimes my desires are different. That's when his same ridiculous argument came out that I was basically cheating. Pulled from another Redditor, I explained that cheating involves multiple people, and that it's impossible to be cheating if I'm alone. He told me to F off and go stick the shower head between my legs. I started to get upset, and I realized that this is when I always back down. I always feel the need to apologize and make him feel better.
Usually, whenever we started something, it would end up with me pleasuring him because I felt bad. But this time, I didn't. I told him that he made me feel like he was trying to control me and my body, and that I wasn't okay with that. He told me that I could go be an effing whore somewhere else then, and got up off the couch and ran upstairs. I could hear him slamming my drawers open and acting like he was putting my clothes in a bag. Eventually, he came back downstairs and apologized, and said that he's very uncomfortable with the idea of me pleasuring myself in our home. When I asked him to explain why, he said because it makes him feel unwanted. I told him that's not true, that I do want him, but sometimes I just want to do that activity. And he said, okay, I guess. I decided to leave it at that for the night, and I didn't want to press it any further. I told my dad that it was okay to go, and that I was so sorry for wasting his time, and he told me that he'd be staying the weekend at a hotel just to be safe. Eventually, we went to bed, and I realized that if I left it at that, it would just get swept under the rug like it always does. I'd be putting up with this until it came full circle again, and I was not doing that to myself. I decided to ask him about him listening to me when I showered. He told me that he was just joking, and you're an effing moron if you actually thought that I was serious. I told him that was an odd joke, especially considering he was angry and very much not laughing when he told me. He then responded by saying that he wouldn't do it again. This went in circles for a bit, before he finally admitted to deciding to do this after catching me in the shower. Instead of accusing him, I asked him if he thought that this was an invasion of my privacy, and he said, we're married. You don't have privacy. I told him this was an issue, and that in order to have a healthy marriage, we both needed privacy. He was determined that there's no such thing as privacy in marriage, so I flat out asked him if he wanted me in the bathroom while he was pooping. He said, no, and I said, right, because you want your privacy. He told me, that's different. Over the course of the next 10 minutes, this escalated from a simple conversation into a full-blown screaming match, and we got absolutely nowhere in our arguments. It was like talking to a brick wall. Eventually, he told me that I was an effing worthless whore, and I had nothing without him. That my girl parts were disgusting and made him sick, and that I was fat and no one would ever want me. I'm 125 pounds, by the way. And I'm lucky that someone like him would even look in my direction. I could barely see my phone through the tears, and I called my dad and asked him to come get me. My husband looked at me and said, your effing dad isn't driving 6 hours to come get you, you dumb fuck. I started to grab some random things of mine, and I yelled that my dad was staying in town, and my husband broke down and started sobbing. He told me that he knows that he's controlling, that he has serious issues, and that he's terrified of losing me. He said that he knows that he's not good enough for me, and he's afraid of losing me, so he's pushing me away to save himself the inevitable heartache. He said that if he ever lost me, he would unalive himself. As I watched this grown man snotting and crying in a heap on the floor, I kind of realized that I feel nothing for him. Like, nothing. The blinders I've been wearing were removed, and I no longer saw the handsome, intelligent, caring, strong man that I once did. I saw a pathetic, abusive, controlling, sad, sick person. My dad knocked on the door, and my husband ran and hid in the bathroom. Hey, what was he doing in the bathroom, you think? I took my bags and went outside to meet my dad. My dad asked what I needed from him, and I asked if we could just go back to his hotel room. He asked if my husband hit me, and I said no. Before we even got to the hotel, my husband began texting me. It started with pleading with me to stay and forgive him, which turned into insults over the course of the next day or so. He never threatened me physically, but he told me that if I didn't come home, I'd lose him forever, that I'd be losing out on the best man that I'd ever have, etc. He told me that his friends laughed at him for being with such an ugly B-word, that his parents hate me because they know that I'm not good enough for him, that I couldn't get pregnant because I'm probably an effing whore banging other guys on the side, that he was embarrassed to be seen with me in public, and so much more. I'm currently in a bed in a hotel room with my dad, and I've never felt more loved or safe. My dad is going over to my house tomorrow to retrieve my belongings, after which he's helping me move into my friend's apartment and then heading home. So I guess you could say that OP's husband is killing the vibes. Our next Reddit post is from Cold Chip. I'm an 18-year-old girl and my boyfriend is 21. We're both in college going to the same school and we recently started dating. We've only known each other for about 3 weeks. He has a pretty rough history of people cheating.
I was watching you.
Talking about this is my favorite situation literally in the world right now. It is the funniest thing of all time ever in the history of time. This is Greta Thunberg. She has a honorary doctorate in theology, the study of religion, because she is such a good atheist that she fights for the environment. I'm not even making that up. That's a real thing that happened. All right, and currently, her new grift, because climate change, we're not talking about that anymore, because most of that stuff is not relevant. We are talking about other things that are way more important and pressing. Palestine. It's the new grift for Greta Thunberg, and it's hilarious. So she is currently sailing to Gaza to save Gaza. Not even joking. That is a real thing that's happening. It's the funniest shit on the internet. Hamas agrees to surrender if Europe will take Greta Thunberg back. Obviously parody, but very funny. Now, you might remember for other things, like when she used to climb trees and refuse to leave trees to save the environment. She really saved the environment with that one. She describes herself as an autistic climate change activist. So, when I call her a retard, I mean it. She also has been known for beefing with Andrew Tate. Hello, Greta Thunberg. I have 33 cores. My bugatti has whatever the fuck. And then Greta's like, yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com. And this has 3.3 million likes. Alright, this is one of the biggest tweets of all time. Now, the funniest thing is, about Greta Thunberg's bullshit. Greta Thunberg and a handful of other privileged activists are sailing to Gaza on a tiny boat to deliver aid. What are you talking about? Deliver aid? This is all just a grift, right? It's all clout chasing. None of this is real. At best, they've got enough supplies for maybe a dozen people. It's not humanitarian. It is the most pathetic performative stunt imaginable. True! True! This is her on her little fucking dinky little boat going to a war zone. Yes, yes. Hamas is definitely going to treat her very well. Very, very well. So, speaking of how Hamas is going to treat her, this is a video posted by a individual, Jonathan El-Khoury. He is a Israeli-Lebanese Christian who escaped Lebanon, and Israel saved him from Hezbollah. And he wanted to talk about the situation. It's a short video, but I thought it's pretty informative and important to note.
Breaking news. Greta Thunberg is off to save Gaza on a f***ing sailboat.
Yes! It's gonna work. Listen, her sailboat versus the Israeli Air Force. It's gonna be close. Who knows? Who knows? Hassan is literally cheering her on. Hassan is on Twitch, circling it like, yes! Yes! She's saving Gaza! Meanwhile, I gotta say, she may be doing a performative stunt, but she has more balls than Hassan Piker. More balls than that guy. That dude does on-the-ground journalism, but he doesn't go to the ground.
She said...
It's the terrorist-supporting fucks. They all come together to grift.
It's about breaking the siege. Greta, babes, it's not Moana.
No!
Just say you want to be on a boat.
She's on a boat. She wants to be on a boat.
There's no boats to Yemen or Syria.
Wait a second, but children are starving in Yemen and in Syria. 377,000 people were killed in Yemen. 650,000 people were killed in Syria. Why are none of these issues that anyone's talking about? Why is no one talking about those genocides, or those humanitarian crises, or those starvation situations? Why is no one talking about any of this? That's so weird! Because there's no Jews. No Jews, no news, it's the same shit, it's all a grift, none of this matters, none of them are doing anything that they actually even remotely care about. Not Greta, not Hassan. It is not emotionally satisfying enough. They don't fucking care. Okay? They don't care. They do not give a shit about anything other than the grift. Just like Hassan, she is also a genocide profiteer, supporting the genocidal terrorists to profit off of the shit that's happening across the world. No one cares.
Yeah, where kids are actually starving.
They are starving there, but we don't see anything about that.
Gas famine only trends when Jews are in the store.
Interesting how that is. This guy's not Jewish, by the way. This is a Christian guy. But yeah, no, it's kind of weird. Kind of weird how that is. Another thing that's important to note, Israel is actually, and America, are giving food to people in Gaza. Yeah, that's happening. Unlike in Yemen or in Syria, where people are starving. But she doesn't care. It's all a grift, it's all performative. We gotta know that before we actually dive deeper into the retardation.
Let's say somehow you make it into Gaza.
All right.
What's the plan?
All right, so you get into Gaza, stop the war with your sailboat.
You're just gonna show up and announce, I'm here to save you from Israel. Because the people of Gaza might just say, actually, Israel is sending food, fuel, and medicine daily. And the people killing us, stealing the aid, that's Hamas.
Oh, the people that they support. Pretty weird, pretty weird.
Quick tip, darling. Hamas doesn't do safe spaces. Oh.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Also, did you bring food and medicine to the hostages that Hamas is hiding in tunnels?
So she doesn't care about them, they're Jews.
Or just snacks for the influencer crew. Meanwhile, A-trucks roll into Gaza daily from actual crossings. You know, the kind that doesn't need photo ops or sales. So Greta, babes, you want peace?
Uh-oh.
Stop romanticizing war.
Damn, that's kind of crazy. He was kind of spitting there. And he was right, because that is essentially what she is actually kind of doing. And I think that's important to note. Now, this is a crazy video that I saw that I really wanted to bring up before we get into the details of her trip, because her trip is the funniest shit in the world. Like, the clips that she's been posting is so accidentally hilarious. It's accidentally the funniest shit in the universe. You have no idea how good this is. They're going out there with their guitars, they're gonna save Gaza. Bro, it gets so much better.
Hey there, Freedom 53. How you guys doing? You guys doing good? I think what you guys are doing is just dandy.
It's dandy.
What you guys are doing is I want to inspire you guys in your journey to Gaza.
All right.
By telling you the story of an Italian activist called Vittorio Rigoni.
I think it's important to talk about this. This is an Italian activist. He also had the same idea. He is gonna save Gaza.
Everyone's knowing, right? He, like you, wanted to break through the blockade, through the naval blockade in 2008.
All right.
You know what? He did it.
The goat.
He went on
the goat.
The movement boat, sailed all the way to Gaza.
He made it. He got in. He did the dream. He did exactly what you were fighting for, Greta. What a guy.
And he stayed there. And he helped the farmers, and he helped the people, and he got tattoos.
He got tattoos.
He wrote a book. He even took a selfie with Ismail Haniyeh.
Look at that. You might recognize him. He's a terrorist.
He supported Hamas and
other terrorists.
Freedom movements against the occupation.
Damn.
That guy was the whole 9 yards.
He did everything Greta wishes that Greta could do.
And then, in 2011, he got kidnapped.
What the fuck? Did Israel kidnapped him? No, Israel wouldn't do that to a peace activist.
I mean, who would kidnap him? A group of anti-Western jihadists in Gaza.
He was kidnapped by terrorists in Gaza. He went to Gaza to save them, and he was kidnapped by... yeah.
I mean, what a surprise. Why would they do that to somebody who went through so much to do that? I mean, he was posting about it. He was raising awareness to the West.
Right.
He did everything. But he was trying to defend people who are anti-West, who are anti-everything he is.
Yeah, it turns out the guys that say death to America, death to the West, we want to kill Jews, we want to kill Christians, it turns out that they actually meant what they said.
Doesn't matter what he does. They don't like him. And then 24 hours later, they killed him. They hanged him. Why would they do that?
Bro did not win the Darwin Award. I'll be real. They did not win. He did not win the Darwin Award.
Well, doesn't matter.
That's awful. It's fucking awful. Again, it's a tragedy that happened. But let's be real. I don't think anyone was surprised.
I hope you guys achieve your goals. You guys worked so hard on sailing all the way to the Mediterranean, and I hope you guys get to Gaza and stay there.
It's the craziest fucking video I've ever seen. But anyway, I wanted to just give you a little bit of history. Last time someone decided to get to Gaza. But anywho, we gotta watch the coverage, because this is the funniest coverage of the situation of all time.
On Sunday, June...
Alright, her videos are amazing. She's going to save the world on her little fucking flotilla. She's gonna go to Gaza and save the world.
On Sunday, June 1st, we'll attempt to again sail towards Gaza and to try to break the siege.
She's gonna break the siege.
And open up a humanitarian corridor by delivering aid.
Yeah, we have tea bags on our boat, a couple of saltine crackers, maybe even a banana.
Like food and medical supplies.
Greta Thunberg, the retired climate activist. She realized that the climate grift was over, so she wanted to get on the jihad bandwagon.
I'm so glad people are calling it out for what it actually is. She went on the gayest sailboat of all time during Pride Month to go save people that kill gay people. Right? She is trying so hard to grift. She is grifting way to the end. Her mind is she's so open-minded. Her brain has escaped. We gotta realize the level of insanity this is. This is absolutely a grift. It is nothing else. I brought Advil and Band-Aids, terrorists. You got this, guys.
She is en route and possibly in Gaza right now. It's a little unclear to me, but listen to this from AP News. Climate campaigner Greta Thunberg and 11 other activists.
Oh, the activists! They're saving the world!
Sunday afternoon for Gaza on a ship aimed at breaking Israel's siege of the devastated territory organized.
What the fuck is happening? They're on a sailboat to break a siege? Like, dude, this is insane.
Organizer said. The sailing boat Madeleine, operated by activist group Freedom Flotilla Coalition, from the Sicilian port of Catania in southern Italy. It will try to reach the shores of the Gaza Strip in an effort to bring in some aid and raise international awareness over the ongoing humanitarian crisis, the activist said at a press conference on Sunday ahead of her departure. And before I even comment on that vile little troll creature, let's throw some.
We don't need to talk about the retard. Operation Let Her Speak. Operation Let Her Try. You know, I believe in these movements. All right, I am a big fan and supporter of freedom of speech. We should let her do the talking.
I am currently standing on the Madeleine, the ship that...
The ship!
On Sunday, June 1st, will attempt to again sail towards Gaza and to try to break the siege and open up a humanitarian corridor by delivering aid, like food and medical.
They're saving the people.
The last time we attempted this, about a month ago, the boat Conscience that we were about to board, just a couple of hours before we were planning to board and set sail, it got bombed twice, and all evidence suggests that it was Israel who did it. Oh my god.
Meaning, we don't have proof, but it probably was Israel. That is what it means. And to be honest, it probably was Israel, if I had to guess. They don't want potentially arms getting smuggled into a war zone, maybe? I don't know. I can think of many reasons why this would happen, but also, there isn't evidence that it was Israel, to be clear. Anyway, continue speaking, troll creature.
Now we are here in Catania, outside of Sicily, to try to continue our mission to try again.
The mission of trying again.
Trying, because the moment we stop trying is when we lose our humanity.
What are you talking about? This is crazy. I love these people. I love them. They're amazing. They're sitting there in the kafiyas. Like, guys, stop.
And no matter how dangerous this mission is, it is nowhere near as dangerous as the silence of the entire world in the
What silence? What are you talking about? Everyone's screaming. Bro, some dude just lit a bunch of Jews on fire in Colorado. What are you talking about?
It's a live stream genocide.
Alright, listen, that little climate, it is unclear to me where she is right now.
She's like actually insufferable, it's amazing, with the fake crying and everything.
She might be, I don't know if they're gonna let the ship land. She's also not interested in Egypt's blockade of Gaza, right?
Like, a lot of people don't know this, because this is a very real thing. This is a very real thing that people don't know. There is no neighboring country that actually is willing to take in refugees from Gaza. There is a border between Gaza and Egypt closed that border. The border from Egypt is stronger and more guarded than the border to Israel. No one cares, no one knows. It doesn't matter.
It's only about those pesky Jews, of course. Why didn't she just, I got an idea for you, and it would have been easier than the flotilla. You could have just taken a plane over to Cairo and then taken a car ride through Sinai and then walked up to the giant border with Egypt and asked them to open the doors. Why didn't you do that, Greta?
Weird.
So it is, as we tape right now, it's a little unclear where she is. Did she get all the way here? Would they allow her to enter Gaza?
This is the greatest drama ever.
Someone like
let him do it. Let them in. That's what I think. A lot of people are like, no, Israel needs to take on. No, let her in. Let her in. Let her cook.
I mean, I know they like useful idiots, but like, you know, and also this climate, everything about the climate change conversation, everything was always complete nonsense, and she was just
she would sit in trees and scream and annoy people.
Avatar for that. But if she cared about
the avatar of all four elements, Andrew Tate, climate change, Palestine, and socialism. Only the master of all four grifts can truly attain the avatar Avatar state.
The environment at all. The country in the Middle East that she would love the most would be this place, which has done more for green energy and clean energy and literally making the desert bloom. This place 100 years ago, when it was the British mandate of Palestine, and even before that into the Ottoman Empire, it was basically a swamp that was a flea-ridden swamp. It was the Jews who dredged the swamp. It was the Jews who then went to the Negev.
She doesn't care, okay? She does not care about climate anymore. There's something more present to grift about, okay? I don't think she cares about Palestinians either. Otherwise, she wouldn't support the Hamas terrorists that are killing them and that started the war and that are doing all this shit. But that's, you know.
And made the desert bloom. That's the phrase, right? Because they created drip irrigation because obviously it's hot in the desert and when people were watering, all the water was evaporating. So they created drip irrigation here. They've done more for green energy and desalinization. They used to have a water deficit here. Now they export water. So if you cared about any of the things that you purport to care about, and I know you don't.
Because she never cared about anything. She just wanted to scream and yell and have people listen to the brave autistic child who is no longer a child.
Then you might want to revisit some of your prior assumptions. The globalists never...
Yeah, she never cared. She never cared. So I wanted to show you, dude, this other guy made a video, like a parody. You don't understand how funny this is, all right? If you have not been following, I am only making this video because I absolutely wanted to cover it. I think it is funny as hell. All right, so the parodies have been glorious. Why is it hard to believe that someone can care? Oh, I think people could care, but if you care, then you don't go on some random fucking raft to go and virtue signal. In my opinion, you are obviously a clown.
Hey guys, we've probably heard a lot of rumors about what's going on with our flotilla. We are still on our way to Gaza.
Yes.
And nothing is going to stop us, and we have over 12 pounds of humanitarian aid.
12 pounds.
Delivering to Gaza.
Heroes.
Sorry, over 11 pounds of humanitarian.
Oh, they ate one of the pounds.
We got them hungry, and we are on our way.
It's working.
So hopefully they let us in. I think they will, because we seem pretty non-threatening, and we're dressed well. And so excited to give you more updates. So stay tuned.
Yes. Oh no! Oh no! That's crazy. So yeah, so everyone's been clowning on her because this is like an obvious virtue signal grift. None of this shit's actually happening. And it's the funniest thing of all time. So Sky News Australia dedicated a special Lefties Losing It segment to the Doom Goblin Greta Thunberg's Gaza trip that apparently ended very badly. So if you like a nice downfall, you are in the right place. Subscribe, because we will cover every downfall ever. It is the greatest drama ever. You have to see some of the footage from their trip. It's amazing. Every time they see a drone pass, they're like, the drones are here! We are literally about to die! We are literally about to be killed, guys! The drones are here! They're the funniest people ever.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It.
Alright, let's go! I love how Australia had like a special Lefties Losing It segment to make fun of Greta Thunberg.
She's heading to Gaza.
Yes!
You think the people in that region have suffered enough?
They've suffered enough, Greta! Stop!
No, now they have the little Swedish Doom Goblin en route to the war zone to save the day.
Will attempt to again sail towards Gaza and to try to break the siege and open up.
They're doing it, guys.
By delivering aid. Keep trying everything we can, even if the odds are against us. To try to protest and do everything we can.
We're gonna protest! That's right, we're going to an active war zone to protest. Honestly, I think all the protesters should do this. I think this is definitely a good move. I think that all the protesters should follow her march to truly contribute. You know, instead of blocking highways in LA, instead of beating up Jews in college campuses, I think that they should go to ground zero. I fully support Greta Thunberg. This is the best. This is fucking genius. I've changed my mind. She's obviously not retarded. She is not retarded. All right?
Stand against Israel's atrocities and war crimes.
And Greta Thunberg got a little bit of...
No one ever talks about the atrocities and war crimes committed by, the terrorists that are dressed in human clothes, that use human shields, that put their weapons in hospitals. Human clothes. I mean civilian clothes. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, I just see terrorists as subhuman. Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree. I stand by what I said. I stand by my Freudian slip. Terrorists are, in fact, subhuman.
Emotional, or at least she tried to, when describing the goals of the Freedom Flotilla. Really need to keep these theatre kids out of geopolitics.
No, I disagree. I disagree. I think everyone's wrong. Everyone's like, no, no, don't risk your life, Greta Thunberg. Everyone's like, no, Greta, no, Israel's gonna stop you. And then on the other side, people are like, fucking bomb the shit out of them, fucking don't let him in. No, I disagree with everyone. Let her in, bro. Let her in. In fact, I think other people should join it. I'm telling you. Hassan Piker, you need to go on the Freedom Flotilla next. Save Palestine.
We are doing this because no matter what odds we are against, we have to keep trying.
What do you mean what odds you're against? What are you doing? And go to Yemen on the way back. I'm sure the Houthi terrorists that use child sex slave and child soldiers, I'm sure those guys absolutely are going to treat you well.
Because the moment we stop trying is when we lose our humanity.
No!
No matter how dangerous this mission is, it is nowhere near as dangerous as the silence of the entire world.
Now just imagine the arrogance, the delusion, the spectacular stupidity of believing that the Israelis or even Hamas give a flying fruit bat about what Greta and a bunch of weirdos...
Dude, a bunch of hippies on a flotilla, no one cares. Literally no one cares. You know what the people in Gaza are thinking, the Palestinians in Gaza? They don't want to get hit as collateral damage by an Israeli attack. They don't want to get killed by Hamas terrorists. They want food that Israel is providing that Hamas is not letting them go to. They're worried. They're protesting in Gaza against Hamas, all right? But she knows better. Greta Thunberg, the little autistic goblin who cries about the environment, knows better than the civilians in Gaza that protest against the terrorists. What is happening?
Nose ring wearing, pronoun announcing lefty mates thing.
Greta Thunberg lands in Gaza, and one of the people in Gaza is like, oh, she's here. They, them are here. I love it so much, bro. This is the greatest. This is the greatest arc of One Piece for sure.
We're on the Madrid. We've been trying to sail to Gaza with aid, with solidarity and love for so long.
They're driving with love and solidarity. It's over. They're saving Palestine.
And we are one huge step closer to getting to Gaza now.
And it was all fun and games and sing-alongs for a while.
Wait, what happened? Break the siege, yeah. True! Where they hide the children? What are you talking about?
But as Greta and her
oh god, it's a bunch of hippies. They're so powerful, so powerful.
Near the border, they spotted drones, and then came the calls for help.
Oh shit.
Hello everyone, we are reporting here from the Madrid. We are right now at 80 kilometers from Greek lands.
Okay.
68
80 kilometers from Greece. It was Greek drones. It was Greek drones. That's crazy. They blamed Israel for Greek drones. Yeah, because they're just a random fucking boat. It's coming from Greek territory. Oh God.
What happened is that we just spotted a drone and we confirmed it is a drone. But
they confirmed it's a drone. Technological prowess of the flotilla is unmatched.
We just lost visual. We had either turned back or turned off the lights.
Oh God.
We need your help.
They're making fucking SOS videos 68 kilometers from Greece that a Greek drone saw them? Oh my God, dude, stop. Drone confirmed, call the president. Imagine what the Palestinians are going through. We saw a drone. Imagine what they're dealing with. Then she nods. Yes, yes, I confirm. We do. This is the greatest arc of all time. The fact that people aren't talking about this is retarded. Dude, I know that like Moist Critical or whatever, or Asmongold, they don't want to get involved in like the nitty gritty of the geopolitics, but dog, dude, you have got to get involved. This is the funniest shit ever. A distress signal. They saw a drone in Greece. It's over.
Now, this is an exciting development. Apparently, you can just serve yourself chicken nowadays if the servers take too long. Watch as this woman with a baby on her hip loses it at a church's chicken outlet.
Oh, wait, that was the whole clip from Greta Thunberg, and she just covers other lefties losing it? Worth it.
Oh, my girl counting bags. My girl fixing her own order. All right.
Wait, no, give me my
Oh, God. All right. Nice. Love that.
You know, I don't mind that. I'm always getting these breast and wing pieces when I want to get leg and thighs. Maybe
so true.
Myself. Let's talk about the Democrats now. They're not doing too well. Trump is flying in the polls, particularly when it comes to economic performance.
Plus 8-point advantage for the Republican Party.
I love this guy because he's on CNN. He's like a leftist, and every single time Trump actually keeps winning, he just goes out and he keeps crying about it. I love this clip, man. This is amazing.
How is that possible, Democrats? How is that?
No, it's not possible. No. Oh my God.
Possible after all the recession, after the stock market's been doing all of this, after all the tariffs that Americans are against, and Republicans still hold an 8-point lead on the economy? Are you kidding me?
He's so mad. He's so mad. Oh Lord, I'm telling you, it's so good, man. It's so funny.
CNN polling.
Yes.
How is that, when we look for trends, how is that trending with other data that you're pulling in?
Yeah, if it was just this one CNN poll, that would be one thing. But take a look at Reuters Ipsos. What do we see here? Party with a better economic plan. Well, in May of 2024, just before Donald Trump was re-elected president, Republicans had a 9-point advantage. Look at where we are now in May of 2025. The advantage actually went up by 3 points.
I'm so mad. Bro, he's so mad. He's so mad. He's so mad. That's insane. No, the country is happy and rich. No.
And I'm including the painfully unfunny comics on late night TV shows, are in total denial. Listen to this deranged discussion between Bernie Sanders and Stephen Colbert.
Okay, I didn't see this.
Exist in a sad parallel universe of their own. Get ready for a Hitler analogy here.
But also, we cannot wait. We have to have mass protests, mobilization, and disruption.
Dude, why are you still doing this? Why are they still doing this? This is incredible. It's incredible. How are they still doing this? They are such clowns. It's insane. Guys, you lost. Stop. Oh my God. Actual two retards fighting.
Is that what it's going to take? Because again, there's 520 more days.
The truth of the matter is, I don't care if you are a conservative Republican or a progressive as I am.
Okay.
You do not believe, I mean, you just stop and think about it. Think about the men and women who fought and died against Hitler, fought and died against fascism.
What?
Fought and died to defend America.
What? How do you make this comparison?
I think the vast majority of the American people, regardless of the ideology, are not and cannot and must not sit back and allow us to move into an authoritarian type society.
He wants to fight back like they fought against Hitler. Bro, what is he smoking? This is the craziest thing of all time. Like, what are we even talking about? Oh my God. Like, what is even happening, bro? Like, how do they keep doing this? This is unbelievable.
Where people get picked up off the streets and put in detention centers?
If they're criminals, yes! That is exactly what you do with criminals. Yes, exactly. True. Oh my God, dude. Fuck. How are they this pathetic? Every day you wake up and they're more retarded than last time.
Really? In the United States of America?
Just
arresting people for committing crime in my country? It's an oligarchy. It's an oligarchy. The rich people. Trump and Elon, they've taken over the world. They would never fight with each other. They would never have beef at all. I have to represent my party, arresting people that are criminals. They're criminals. They're getting elected in America. America's a place where criminals should be able to enter illegally.
absolute derangement there from Bernie.
True.
American people overwhelmingly support deportation of illegal immigrants, Bernie. Now we've
yeah. So again, I'm not going to go through the entire lefties losing it, but I thought that was so real, so unbelievably real, dude. Of course, now Andrew Tate supports Greta Thunberg. I support Greta Thunberg. She's given up the climate scam and is attacking a real issue. Respect the pivot. This is crazy, dude. Greta Thunberg got famous by making fun of Andrew Tate, by the way. Let's be real. Oh my God. Like, she got famous making fun of him. This is insanity. Insanity. Like, actually crazy. Holy shit. These people are so pathetic, bro. Oh my God. This guy, the guy charged for rape in England, is actually on the right side of history here. Dude, apparently they've been doing some digging, and this guy over here, this dude is on Greta Thunberg's Freedom Flotilla right now. Want to know something pretty weird about that, though? Want to know something pretty weird about him being on the Freedom Flotilla? You know where he is in this video? At the funeral of Hassan Nasrallah, the former head of Hezbollah, the terrorist organization that murders gay people, that also contributed to the deaths of 650,000 people in Syria, that has murdered, executed, and bombed civilians. It is insanity. So obviously people are having a really fun time with this Greta thing, because I personally think it is pretty hilarious. So this guy over here, Lindsey Graham, He says, hope Greta and her friends can swim. I mean, to be honest, this isn't a threat, okay? This is absolutely not a threat. A lot of people think this is a threat because they want to be, because they're cloud hungry. This is being realistic. She is literally taking a sailboat into a war zone. So, you know, people are losing their mind. Oh my God, why is a U.S. Senator threatening a child? 70,000 likes, 2 million views. Greta's 23 years old. Can we stop? Can we stop doing this shit? Can we stop this fucking clown show? I don't know. I just think this whole thing is incredibly funny. Incredibly funny. A lot of you don't know this, but they recently had an actual stop-off. She's 22, not 23, whatever. Literal child. They recently had another stop-off that I thought is important to recognize. They took a detour on their way to Gaza. And this is the last bit of coverage I think that actually happened. This is the last coverage that I am actually aware about. So this is going to be the end of the Greta coverage. Until next time, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Who knows? They made a detour.
Yasin Ajar, and I'm a steering committee member and organizer of the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. We are currently in international waters. Earlier today, we had a Mayday call letting us know that there's a sinking boat in the Mediterranean carrying people on the move. We found the boat with many dozens of people on it.
All right.
For help. The Coast Guard approached us. It was the Libyan Coast Guard lying to us saying they're from Egypt. When they took the people out from the boats,
all right, they saved them.
People jumped in the water because they realized it was Libya.
They realized, oops, they're from Libya. Libya.
Take them to the nearest safe port, and that is not Libya. That is not Sicily port. So what they were doing, the Coast Guard, was an illegal act of bringing them. They have a right for asylum.
We found random people. We found random people. We will be saving them. They have a legal right. Oh, God.
And this is being denied.
We will not be letting them home. We will not be taking them back home.
The Libyan Coast Guard at this very moment. In international law, the principle of non-refoulement says that people cannot be returned to a country, regardless of whether or not it is their country of origin, if in that country their right to life or personal safety are at risk.
Saving random people is legal. We are taking them away from their home country while they will be in danger.
Who has the moral duty to protect these people who are in the sea? They're on the way towards Gaza, but no matter where human rights will happen.
Wherever the crisis is, they will be.
We have to uphold human rights.
We must uphold human rights, so we will be taking people that we found in the water next to Libya. We will not be letting them back home, and instead, we will be taking them to Gaza. That's right, baby. We are taking the poor, swimming, drowning people into a war zone. We will be taking them to Gaza. They'll be safe there. They will be safe there. Absolutely. According to international humanitarian rights that I have just invented, it is my obligation. Dude, what the fuck is happening? Like, I don't understand. Like, this is crazy. They do realize that they're glazing and supporting the terrorists that violate every single bit of the Geneva Convention they possibly can, right? They're violating everything they can. They wear civilian clothes. They use civilian human shields. They are launching weapons from hospitals. They are terrorists that started this whole war. Like, what is even happening? It's like, I pick and choose my favorite human rights, and I support my favorite human rights. It's vibe-based, grift-based, political activism-based, grifting human rights. And we are taking those people that we have saved to Gaza. You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. This has been my favorite drama arc of all time, ever. Definitely subscribe. I will give you updates. Updates on the retards, as you know. I will keep making fun of more retards. I am sad that other people aren't covering this story, in my opinion. I think that this story needs more coverage just because of how fucking hilarious it is. But again, obviously, you know, Israel, the whole Israel thing, it's a controversial topic. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed. Nuts being pro-Palestinian and being pro-terrorist. They're literally pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, they are gigantic, extremist, terrorist-supporting grifters. All right, stop. No, you're wrong. These people are insane. All right, let's be real. So, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see y'all in the next time there are retards to be made fun of. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/nuts. He knows he's cooked, he knows he's toast, he knows it's over. Check this out, you're gonna lose your mind. This is a clip from Hassan yesterday, and I think this so properly talks about exactly why he's absolutely terrified of everything happening right now.
I like that as I'm in the process of the ADL hunting me and platforming me.
Oh no, I'm so scared.
This guy consistently is spamming, hey man, check this video about the ethical evaluation of Luigi Mangioni's case.
The ethics of murdering a guy in broad daylight. And look at how he covers this. Look at his response.
About how, let's talk about the ethics of, like, assassinating a healthcare CEO. This is a video.
You gotta realize everyone in his chat is, like, based.
Oh, I said I was going to watch, initially.
He said he was going to do it. He said he was going to be reacting to the ethics and the positive ethics of murdering a guy in public. Alright, he was going to do that.
But, like, perhaps not so close to the ADL calling me out by name.
But he's scared. But he's scared. The media's looking at him. The government's paying attention. Bro's sweating. He's shaking. Look at this little terror-supporting chicken shit fuck that might have had sex with children at brothels and ditty parties. Look at Epstein, Bin Laden, Piker over here. Oh, yeah, what a little bitch. Can't even react to his favorite terrorist.
Once again, on numerous...
on him in relationships. The other day, he insisted on coming to my room and brought bed risers. I have a single dorm. I didn't want or need bed risers. Without my approval, he began lifting my bed while I was in the shower, and it's now about 6 feet off the ground. Basically, the bed is really unstable now. I have no idea where he got these risers from, but they're probably from Temu with how cheap and unsupportive they are. He told my neighbor that he did it so no guys can come over and screw on the bed. I don't know about anybody else, but I think this is pretty unreasonable. I don't like having to keep a chair in the middle of my room so I can climb up onto my bed. And I'm not planning on cheating. What should I do? Talk to the RA? This top comment from Apprehensive Lake pretty much nails it. I'm a guy and I've been cheated on. I've been betrayed, yada yada yada. This is psychopath activities. Like Looney Tunes stuff. A 3-week relationship and he's laying traps in your room so he won't cheat? That's pretty messed up. Leave him and do everything in your power to keep him away from you. That'd be my suggestion. Our next Reddit post is from Samethyst. I'm a 32-year-old woman, and I think that I have to break up with my 35-year-old male fiance after he embarrassed me in public over a sandwich. My partner and I have been together for over 9 years, and honestly, the first 4 to 5 years were awesome. I had genuinely never felt this way about anyone in my life, but things started going south after that. I started to realize that he always had an excuse for not helping me cook or clean the house, no matter how much I begged and pleaded for help. He started making me feel like going to see my family was inconveniencing him. He makes snide remarks the whole time and just makes the entire trip miserable to the point of me crying. I know it might sound dumb, but I've even started having panic attacks because of how bad he makes the holidays. He doesn't attempt to communicate in a healthy way, and it honestly feels like he waits until the very last moment until he'll apologize, if he does. I've been on that last straw mark for a few years now, but I always end up forgiving him because, I love him. It's kind of like the saying, when it's great, it's really great, but when it's bad, it's really bad. Anyways, a few days ago, he lost his mind in public over a sandwich. We had the same day off, so we decided to run some errands and go to a sandwich shop for lunch afterwards. Honestly, the first half of the day was great, until it was time for lunch. We walked in and the place was packed, and unfortunately, there was only one person working, so we had to wait in line for about 20 minutes. Is it frustrating to wait in line that long? Yes. But I tried to make things as positive as I could because I know that he gets irritated easily. We kind of overheard the employee tell others in front of us that some of the ingredients were either out completely or just had gone bad. Also, for a little backstory, I had an ex that worked at this particular sandwich chain, and he got me onto this sandwich that I've been eating since I was like 18 or 19, and I introduced it to my current fiance. Me and my fiance always get the same thing when we go there. So finally, it's our turn and we get everything started. Bread, meat, cheese, and throw it in the toaster. The worker brings out my sandwich and I tell her the next ingredient, lots of spinach. The employee looks at me and breaks the news that the spinach has gone bad. Bummer, but whatever. It's not the end of the world, right? My fiance standing next to me goes, "Are you effing serious? Dude, F this garbage. She did this garbage on purpose. We're effing leaving. Come on. And then just storms out and leaves me standing in the shop while everyone in the entire place stops and is either watching the situation or is looking uncomfortable. Just think of how you feel when you see a Karen in the wild. But the Karen was my partner. Also, I have extreme social anxiety as well, and he is absolutely aware of the severity of it. So I'm standing there and quietly tell the employee that he's upset, and I think we might just head out, and she hits me with, "Nah, if you leave, I'm calling the cops." My anxiety gets even worse. The cops? What the hell? I look at my phone and my partner texted me, "If you get that food, we're done." So now cops and I'm being broken up with? I texted him that he left me in a bad situation and he knows how bad my anxiety is. And then the employee hits me with, "I can't believe that you would come in here, know that we're low on ingredients, and then waste what little that we have." I mean, she's right though. I was seriously just going to get lettuce instead of spinach, but now that I'm standing here being threatened by everyone for something that I didn't even do, I get another text from my partner. "F it, find someone else to come and get you." Great, now I'm stranded here. I finish building the sandwiches, pay, and try to hide behind my bag of food, hoping that he's still there, and thankfully he is. Unfortunately, he decided to take out his anger on me, and for like 15 minutes straight. The whole ride home, this man blamed me, told me that I'm not a team player, and that I chose my side while screaming at me at the top of his lungs. I was bawling. I haven't spoken to him in like 3 days. He sent me a text about how sorry he was, but I'm feeling fed up with all of it. I also have a family event tomorrow that I guess I can't make because he has our only vehicle. So I'm going to have to disappoint my family once again. I don't know, I'm just stressed out and I'm not sure what to do anymore. Man, this was just a sucky situation from both sides. Because obviously the boyfriend is a huge red flag. But also, what was that worker's threat? You have to buy the sandwich or I'm calling the cops? Yeah, right. It's not like you entered into some kind of contract to buy a sandwich. Sorry, I know the post is about the boyfriend, it's just the boyfriend is like very obviously a douchebag here, so I feel like it doesn't need a lot of commentary. I'm just also annoyed that OP effectively got strong-armed into doing something she doesn't want to do by a snarky employee. Down in the comments, we had this story from Complete Entry. I once had a very nice sandwich artist make me a massive sandwich. I was super happy. His manager walks up and made him throw my sandwich in the garbage. She said to follow their portion charts. So during the remake, I waited until the sandwich was done. The manager smirked at me, and then I said, "Cancel my order," and left. Our next Reddit post is from ThrowRain. 6 years ago, my twin brother Sam died in a horrible accident on the freeway. It was one of the biggest accidents in our state. My only comfort is that he died immediately. The police said that he most likely had no idea that anything was happening around him. Anyway, before he died, Sam was a huge social media user, mostly on Instagram and Snapchat. I never followed him on Snapchat, but I did follow him on Instagram. He made thousands of posts about his life, friends, family, music, and he was an amazing singer. After he died, I would go to his account and just scan through his account. I mostly watched a few videos he made where he does dialogue for English as a second language speakers. He taught English to ESL students for extra money. I'd often pretend that he was speaking to me. I know it's not healthy to listen to my dead brother's voice every day, but it just became a habit. A few weeks ago, my boyfriend had been urging me to break free from this habit. He told me that I need to move on, and I did start to try. I would only watch one video instead of several, or I wouldn't listen to him until right before I went to bed. Last night, I went to check my brother's account, and I saw that it was gone. I was upset. I texted my sister, and she said that she could still see his account. My boyfriend told me that he blocked my brother on my account. I was annoyed, but simply thought that I could just go back to following him. But my brother's account was private, and our family couldn't access his account years ago.
no.
The reason why he blocked him is because he thought that I was in love with my brother.
What?
And he even accused me of being intimate with my own brother. I wanted to vomit. He's my twin. We spent every single day together. Even when we grew up, we went to the same university. At the time of my brother's accident, we were roommates. I loved my brother, but not in a sick way. My boyfriend never met my brother. He and I only started dating 2 years ago. But after this, I don't know if I can or should continue this relationship. My boyfriend keeps saying that I should move on, and that what he did wasn't a... a big deal. But it was to me. Our mutual friends agreed that I should just forgive and forget. But I feel like I'm grieving all over again. Then Opie posted an update. I kicked him out. I gave it a few days for me to calm down, but this was just a breach of trust. He still thinks that I'm overreacting. Also, I've cut ties with our mutual friends. They were mostly his friends. This incident made me realize that I need to spend more time with my family. I've been chatting more with my sister. After Sam's death, I was a bit cold towards her, but she's helped me a lot these past couple of days. And thanks to some amazing people on here, we were able to get into Sam's account. I am now the owner of it. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you all. And lastly, Sam, I miss you every single day. Whew, man, that update is a relief because this post was like a train wreck. That was r/relationships, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/best of Redditor updates, where we slowly learn just how much of a bonkers Looney Tunes crazy psycho OP's wife is. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. I'm a 36-year-old man, and my wife is 33. My wife was sued, and I'm feeling resentment towards her, and I don't know how to move past this. As the title states, my wife was recently sued. She lost, and we had to pay. This money is a significant amount for us. We didn't have much in savings or our emergency fund to begin with, and both of those accounts are now empty. My current problem is trying to move past the resentment and anger that I'm feeling towards my wife. Until now, I've always felt like we were in a partnership in our marriage. But since I'm the breadwinner, I can't help but feel like I'm spending my money on something that isn't my fault. I've had no problems paying the mortgage and taking care of various financial burdens that come with being a married homeowner. However, I've been the only one to put money aside in our savings and other accounts to prepare for an emergency, like a totaled car, someone loses their job, medical bills, or an act of God. Not a stupid lawsuit where I know that my wife is guilty. She has a part-time job and doesn't make much money, but she pays for smaller things when she can, like groceries and random bills. But she does take care of a lot of cooking, cleaning, and caring for our pets. So, what did my wife do? And for clarity, I had no idea this was going on while it was happening. She used LinkedIn to find her former ex-best friend. She created a realistic-looking fake LinkedIn profile with a vague occupation of recruiter. My wife sent this ex-best friend, Laura, a few messages pretending to be a recruiter in her line of work. Laura finally responded, thinking the recruiter was real. My wife wanted to get Laura's phone number, but Laura gave her a personal email address instead. My wife created a second fake LinkedIn profile and started to send messages to people with similar titles as Laura in the company. These messages said derogatory things about Laura, a mixture of truthful, embarrassing things, and also fabricated BS to make Laura look bad. Her manager got one of these messages that claimed that Laura was a heavy drug user. Laura's manager talked to her about these messages because he felt like the messages were bizarre and seemed like someone was trying to troll or harass Laura. Well, Laura's team had her back and helped her save those messages. Not only that, but Laura requested that she be drug tested anyway to further provide evidence that she was clean. My wife didn't know this at the time, but Laura was pregnant. Several of her coworkers, including her manager, testified on Laura's behalf. Using the personal email address that my wife got from the fake recruiter profile, my wife was also able to find a few social media platforms that Laura was on and was able to figure out her husband's name. She did some more internet sleuthing and found Laura's husband on Facebook. Laura's husband didn't have much of a Facebook profile, but you could see his business email address on it. My wife sent Laura's husband an email claiming that Laura was cheating on him. The husband confronted Laura about this email, and Laura encouraged him to keep responding to this mystery person and to save the messages, and also to start asking specific questions about this supposed affair. My wife thought that she was being clever and ended up telling the husband that Laura was cheating on him during the work week. She even gave him specific dates. What she didn't realize was that Laura had something turned on in Google Maps where it keeps a year's worth of historical GPS data. Some of the dates my wife gave him also happened to be days where they both worked from home together. She also ended up giving him dates during a time they were both on vacation together. Laura had her husband keep responding as much as possible to my wife and to save all correspondence. My wife was also able to find out when and where the baby shower was going to be. One of Laura's friends had created a public registry for her and had the invitation online. My wife decided to show up unannounced. The baby shower took place in a semi-public place. They had rented out an area connected to a public business. My wife didn't make herself known immediately. Instead, she looked for patrons who were entering and exiting the rented out room. She was able to get the attention of a few guests that had never met her before, and she tried to gossip about Laura. My wife was telling people that Laura didn't actually know who the father was, among other things. And by the way, Laura's husband was at the event as well. Well, word got back around to Laura, who spotted my wife, and apparently immediately put together all the pieces of what happened. All these events I've mentioned so far took place over a year or so. My wife didn't think to hide her IP address, so it was pretty easy for Laura to figure out that all these messages came from the same IP address, ours. Many of Laura's friends and family testified on her behalf. Laura had everyone save as much digital evidence as possible, and it was a lot. Laura and her husband hired a lawyer and decided to sue my wife. They had ample evidence against her. All these saved messages, close friends, and even her manager spoke on her behalf. Laura proved that she went to see a therapist once all this harassment started because she was depressed and anxious. She proved that she and her husband went to counseling after the accusations of her cheating. She even went above and beyond and had even more drug tests to show that she was clean and my wife's accusations were 100% false. She even had a paternity test done to show that my wife was, again, wrong and chose to lie. Honestly, I felt awful for Laura. She cried a lot. You could tell how much emotional stress she had gone through. She said that being pregnant during the majority of this was absolutely horrific and was worried the stress and anxiety would somehow hurt her baby. She was pained that her one and only baby shower was ruined by my wife, and that was something that could never be truly repaid or made up for. And that my wife's harassment continued even after Laura gave birth and was trying to manage a newborn child. My wife has never done anything this crazy before. I knew that she could be a little petty and jealous of others, especially people she used to be friends with in the past, but it was only talk, no action. We've had a very happy marriage otherwise. We rarely fight, we have a lot in common, and we have a lot of fun together. But she really messed up this time. I don't know how to move forward. I know someone is going to suggest therapy, but I really want to start building up an emergency fund again. We're pretty screwed financially for a while. Then, 3 months later, OP posted an update. And it's not exactly an update so much as it is like a Q&A where OP answers a bunch of questions from people in the previous thread. How did she avoid jail? OP responds, I only mentioned the civil case since I felt that it was most appropriate to write about because I was originally angry about our financial situation. There was also a criminal case. Our lawyer thought that she would originally only have to go to jail for 3 months. However, we were able to get her punishment to be community service instead. She has a lot of community service hours to fill within a year. She will also be getting visits from a parole officer. Laura and her husband did file a restraining order against her. I honestly can't blame them for that. It helped that my wife had a clean record and has family that works in law enforcement. Why did she do this to Laura? OP responds, that's a good question. I asked her this question multiple times over the past several months to try to understand what this woman did to my wife. My wife told me that Laura deserved every horrible thing that my wife did to her. That Laura was a bad person, a narcissist, a liar, and just overall a scumbag. But she never really gave specific examples. I've been pressing her for more info, and when she told me specifics, it made me feel sick to my stomach. Not because of what Laura did, but because of how far my wife decided to go due to some petty things that happened in their friendship. Their friendship ended about 8 or 9 years ago, and it was over a man that they both briefly dated. My wife dated this guy Matt for a few months. Then she broke up with him because she thought that Matt had feelings for Laura. Laura said that she didn't want to date Matt because he had dated my wife. My wife decided to test her friend Laura's loyalty and told Laura that she had her blessing to date Matt. Laura and Matt ended up dating for a few months. My wife stuck around while they were dating, and once they broke up, my wife told Laura that she had failed a loyalty test. They fought, and ultimately, it was Laura who decided to end the friendship. And to be clear, Laura's current husband is not Matt. Second, I was able to get some information about what inspired her to do this, since their friendship ended so long ago. My wife said that she happened to see Laura at a restaurant about 2 years ago, and it looked like Laura had lost a lot of weight and was fit. My wife and I are both fairly overweight, and apparently Laura used to be overweight too. My wife admitted that she felt angry that Laura had lost a lot of weight, while she had never been able to. My wife was also insulting Laura, saying that Laura doesn't make a pretty thin person and that her new muscular body was too masculine. She also insulted Laura's husband's looks and physique as well. I saw both Laura and her husband in person on multiple occasions. They both look like normal, attractive people who obviously work out. I could also tell that my wife was irritated when she saw Laura at the courthouse for the first time. You could barely tell that Laura even had a baby. My wife admitted that she just wanted to do some snooping to try to find that Laura wasn't doing well in life. But she found the opposite and was jealous of Laura's success. She first found out both their job titles and their estimated salaries by using something called Glassdoor. And if that's accurate, then both Laura and her husband make really good money. She also saw a photo on Facebook of Laura and her husband standing in front of what appeared to be their very beautiful and large home. She said that she was angry because she knew that Laura wasn't deserving of any of this. She proceeded to insult Laura about how she's not that smart, not pretty, not responsible. And she claimed that all Laura did through college was do drugs, drink, and screw anything that had a dong, skip class, and failed a lot. My wife said that she's the type who would cheat on her husband, that she's manipulative, and is always up to something. Both Laura and her husband seemed very sad and exhausted throughout the whole ordeal. I never picked up anything sinister from Laura at all. I felt absolutely awful for her. Does she feel remorseful? OP responds, I want to say yeah, she does. She's been really depressed since this was all finalized. However, I can't help but think that she's sad only because she got caught. She's still angry at Laura for escalating to the point of a criminal and civil case. She feels that Laura overreacted. My wife believes every horrible thing that she said about Laura. She's convinced that Laura is some kind of alcoholic /
Y'all look at this. This is crazy. This is happening right now. Look at this. It's supposed to be a first world country. You got out there people acting like fucking apes. It's embarrassing. This is crazy. What is going on? What is this? What is this shit? They're just random cars. What is this? Like, that's just that's a regular ass car. Like, as far as I know, like, this is a regular ass car. He's just sitting here doing this. And by the way, even if it's not, he didn't know that. Look at this. Undercover? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Yeah, arrest him? Yeah, he's not discriminating. Well, you need to put this dude in jail. Like, this is the thing. Why is this guy not being arrested? He's openly attempting to kill federal agents in LA. And you don't even know about this shit. They're actively looking for this guy throwing rocks. Really? Well, which one? There's 50 fucking guys. I strongly suggest you turn yourself in. It's only a matter of time. Well, where the fuck is the police? So you got this. Look. They actually went and turned this shit into it. Just shoot him? I'm gonna be honest. You sitting there throwing bricks at people and they shoot you? I say that's a rip bozo. You should not be throwing bricks at cars. Throwing bricks at cars? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's a fuck around and find out situation. A self-defense? Yeah. It's attempted murder? Yeah. Like, I don't know how we let this shit happen. Like, this is not a big deal at all. Just whatever. Don't move on to the next one.
I'm Giovanna Lotta. You're taking a live look at one of the protests.
This is from yesterday. I want to go to the ones from today. Because there's more of them. Obviously, like there's a whole new one. Let me see if I find a new one. And this is 2 hours ago. Here's another one. Let's get it. You ain't never gonna see a shit happen in Texas? Probably happened in Austin. They probably have this shit happen in Austin. Like, what is this? I mean, aren't these emergency vehicles? At least some of them? This is nuts. You seen this? We seen part of this. No, this is the same thing as we looked at before, but it's a different one. Yeah. Do you think this could resort in civil war or civil unrest? No, not at all. I think this is a problem. They could solve this problem in 24 hours. Like this is a 24-hour solution. But they just don't want to do it. Easily, yeah, easily. And they have time. They have time left over. It's a GTA 6 car. Yeah. People don't realize an insane minority of people doing this. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Is that like you have this one, like in my opinion, I think this is like pretty much a single-digit minority of people that are doing this, and like. Well, how do you let these people run wild? Yeah, this is nuts, man. Majority at this point? No, it's not. This is like a... Where's this music? Oh, it's this here. Let me turn this off. Sorry, I thought there was something else going on.
Yeah, a few people noticed that. Go back.
See, they go and they say this shit, right? They say shit like this. Let us be clear. Anyone who assaults or impedes a federal law enforcement officer or agent in the performance of their duties will be arrested and swiftly prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Where are they? Where are the prosecutions then? Where are they? When? Like tomorrow? Where's this music? Oh, it's this here. Let me turn this off. Sorry, I thought there was something else going on. Yeah. How do you let these people run wild? Yeah, this is nuts, man.
So if you notice that truck right there, that's where it's happening. Anyway.
Majority at this point? No, it's not. This is like a... Where's this music? Oh, it's this here. Let me turn this off. Sorry, I thought there was something else going on. Yeah. See, they go and they say this shit, right? They say shit like this. Let us be clear. Anyone who assaults or impedes a federal law enforcement officer or agent in the performance of their duties will be arrested and swiftly prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Where are they? Where are the prosecutions then? Where are they? When? When? Like tomorrow? Like next year? Like this is insane. This is third world country bullshit? Yeah, exactly. Crazed leftist tries to block. Look at this. Look at this. We can't watch that. I don't want to watch a guy get run over. But like, I mean, honestly, this is insane. Like, you're trying to get in front of a car like this. And I gotta tell you, I don't have any fucking sympathy. You are trying to get in front of and stop a car like this. This is insane. A U.S. Marshal bus. You have to get these people and put them in fucking jail. He survived? You can't win them all. What's this?
Was she alright?
Playing out right now where?
Nothing.
There's a smell.
Okay, wait.
Right?
Wait.
The different smell. It's floral.
Oh, is it mask the weed?
Right?
Does it mask the weed?
What is it?
It's just Lynx. Deodorant.
Right?
Deodorant.
Oh.
Our ground camera is.
Look at this.
We're going to have to get through this.
Oh,
these
here we
protesters.
go.
Two of those SUVs are now essentially going around this protest.
This is nuts, man.
Protesters. This really could turn extremely.
This is
ugly
crazy.
Right now. I'm seeing one of the doors open.
Oh, they're shooting out the window.
On one of those vehicles.
What is this?
It's hard to tell if that's.
Look at, he's out. He's playing around.
Oh, but we're right now seeing some agents with the federal government come out, and they're trying to make way for this bus. Right now,
Yeah, kidnappers, not protesters. Yeah, bro, this is not like, and this is the problem is like, it's really a vocabulary problem. This is not a protest. Like, whenever you're destroying property and throwing bricks at people and, like, you know, fucking getting in the street and making sure people can't drive, this isn't a protest anymore. Like, this was a protest. Now it's not. And so that you got even more of this.
Vantage point that we would not have without having helicopters there in the sky. Look at this, Austin.
Mexican flags?
Mexican flags. The line of law enforcement agents there.
Yep.
During this face-off.
Can you imagine how fucking annoying this is if you're trying to drive home? Holy shit.
Here's the face-off.
Yeah, and it's tough to tell from a distance, but it looked to be the color of the sheriff's deputies that are creating that wall there. Looks like they're trying to create a.
How long do you think a police person crashes out and a protester gets shot? Well, that's what's scary, right? Is like, in my opinion, this is what I support, right? I mean, obviously, I don't want them to run people over, right? But I support self-defense. I think that if you assault a police officer with what could be a deadly weapon, you should expect a proportionate response in force.
Yeah, pretty much.
I see no reason that us as a society can morally or ethically tell police officers, you have to tank bricks being thrown at you. That is outrageous. Nobody should have to tank a brick. Nobody should have this happen. Blocking someone's way is also self-defense, because you stopped me from going where we're trapped there. Where am I supposed to do? Yeah, no, I get it, but like, I don't want to see people get hurt, right? I mean, I can make a joke or say some bullshit, right? But like, I don't actually want to see this happen. But the reason why it happens is because nothing else happens. Like, the escalation is the problem. It would have never gotten to this point if these people had gotten arrested right as soon as they started popping off. The problem is that they haven't gotten arrested. They've been able to just kind of run wild and with no consequences do this stuff. I'm surprised no one's been shot yet. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's really the issue. No one wants anyone to get hurt, but if you're right-minded, you got to take people in their lives more seriously. If they find themselves in front of a moving vehicle, yeah, exactly. This is the new normal unless they get arrested. Exactly. Yeah, and I live in LA, and the people organizing these riots with buses or giving instructions to people how to get weapons and Facebook, other similar websites, it's extremely funded. Well, the problem is, like, so if it's so funded, why can't the FBI figure out who's doing it? Why can't they, if there are instructions of getting weapons to go to, like, a protest on Facebook, why can't they find out who's doing that on Facebook and arrest them? It's the FBI because they're the ones funding it. I mean, that's the best like, okay, like, at least that's a conspiracy theory that at least makes sense, because nothing else even makes any sense.
They cannot get on that overpass.
You think Democrats should be held accountable for pushing it there? Absolutely not. Democrats are not wholesale accountable for this. Each individual person out there with a baseball bat, a brick, or a rock is accountable for their own actions. It's not Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren's fault that some retard decided to go out there and stand in the middle of the street. It's that retard's fault, and you've got to look at him. Now, unless they're explicitly organizing and telling people to do this, then yeah, of course you've got a conversation there. But let's look at the individual people and who's actually doing this.
At least what looks to be an
That's what I
overpass
think.
to me from our vantage
Look at this.
point.
This is crazy.
So, this is obviously causing traffic in the area to come to a standstill. These roads are completely blocked.
So Trump's accountable for January 6th? Yeah, obviously. Obviously, yeah. Like, I mean, like, why would you even bring that up? Yeah, duh, of course. Like, you see, this is the problem that people like you have. You think this is a team. You think that, like, this is some kind of, like, a team thing. No, it's not a team thing, bro. Like, it's a gotcha. Like, what do you even bring up? I would go, yeah, go back and ban that guy. Like, what is this? Are you gonna bring that up again? Yeah, this is insane. Even like I thought he was, right? Like, because I mean, I think he could have done a better job keeping people under control, etc. But it didn't happen. That's fine. But overall, yeah, absolutely, people are responsible. Yes, it's a rule of law. They always bring up January 6th. Do you know why? It's because they don't have any other examples.
Protesters have been gathering now for 2 hours, and it's hard for us to get our bearings.
Of course they bring it up.
Because
That's
we've been
it.
watching the images from the ground all this time, and now we see this shot from the sky, and it's tough for me to distinguish if this is, I don't believe what we're looking at this second is the exact same scene that we've been watching for the past couple hours.
I don't believe so.
What do you think happened on January 6th? It was awful. January 6th was really bad. I mean, I've said this 50 fucking times. The thing is that a lot of people try to bring this up. Like, I don't give a fuck about January 6th. That shit happened years ago. The people that did it went to jail like they should have. And they were in jail for fucking years. Like, if they had been tried for those crimes, the majority of them would have probably gotten out earlier than if they were sitting in there in the first place. They were pardoned, yeah, but I know what is the criminal amount of time that you have for like getting in trouble for that? It's like probably 3 to 5 years, and they were there for 3 to 5 years. That's pretty fucking fair, guys. I'm sorry to say.
Hey, hey.
Jesus.
I'm not doing anything. Hey.
Yep.
Hey, look at that. Hey, he's choking him. Hey, look, hey.
This is nuts.
I'm doing shit. Hey, I'm recording. Hey, it's all being recorded, pa. It's all being recorded. Dale.
Oh.
Dale, I'm not doing anything. I'm right here on the curb. What you gonna do? Nigga ain't putting his fucking flags down. Nigga ain't do shit. Hey, déjalo. Hey, just let it be. Déjalo, papa. Déjalo, papa.
Yeah, people are just losing their fucking minds nowadays. It's absolutely insane. And I'll see if I can find any more of these. This is the same one from today. This is Brick Boy. This is crazy. Like, this is insane that this is even happening. And like, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? Rest of the record recording. Yeah, exactly. These dudes don't give a fuck about cameras? Absolutely not. And so, resisting arrest warrants force? Yeah, of course it does. They probably allow these protests to happen since they know it makes the Democrats look bad and hope the people living there will switch sides during the midterms. I mean, like, maybe, like, that's an optimistic outlook on it, right? I mean, in my opinion, I just think these people are fucking morons. But, like, I mean, you could be right. But let's see if there's any more of this in general. But, yeah, it's just crazy how much this is going on, right? ICE will not stop and promises arrest for federal agents. Promises arrest. Like, Jesus Christ. How many promises do we fucking need? Yeah, like, I'm so sick of these promises, like, oh, it's gonna happen. Like, this has been going on now for months, man. Yeah. All promises, no action? Yeah. What is this? Like, what are you doing? You're just destroying random shit. This is nuts. Yep. Look, they're helping. Why do this? They do it because they think they can get away with it. That's the reason why. They all think that they can get away with it, and so they do it. I'm gonna look at a couple more, then we're gonna look at some other stuff, okay? A lot of these guys are not getting laid. Yep. They're just having an excuse so they can demolish shit? Yeah, exactly. Left-wing fatigue, can't wait for the next right-wing landslide next election? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, anybody that supports or tries to make an excuse out of this shit, I would never vote for them. Like, this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing, man. I've been living in California the last 40 years. Look at the history of California since the 80s. I mean, again, like, that's just really, looking at the stuff from going on in your country from the outside, it really looks like it's just red versus blue. Actual politics, future of your country, and the well-being of your citizens are just side quests. No, the problem is that The problem with is the amount of alarmism in media and the emotional escalation of all rhetoric in media and also in politics. Like everything is elevated to the most extreme and most like the worst possible thing, right? That's what I think. How is it not the politicians that brought this chaos here? You regularly support murder and SA charges for everyone involved. Why not now? Oh, I do. No, I do support them, but like that's like a secondary effect. Like that's like a after the dust settles effect. Like what I'm saying is like you solve the immediate problem of the people that are doing it, and then you figure out anybody else that like kind of caused it to happen later on. There's a lot of black officers there. I wonder what's the excuse for the rioters then, since a lot of riots are very much race-based in a sense. Kind of ironic. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, it's just, I think, again, majority is, you know, the same group of people. They have jobs? Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, police officers have, like, are of every race. Of course. The only, like, minorities, if they agree with them, yeah, that's it. It's like getting in front of a car like that. I mean, like, how, like, when do you, like, at what point do people like this start going to jail and getting arrested? And this is a Home Depot? Is this actually a Home Depot? I don't think this is a Home Depot. Is it? Damn. That poor dog. I didn't even see the dog. See, like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? Is like, how do you as a, like, as a government official, how do you let this shit happen? Right? I mean, like, I don't understand it at all. How low can the human IQ be? Pretty low. Pretty low. Because you heard him, it'll be George Floyd all over again? Well, I mean, I think the solution to that is the same thing that they should have done back then. Just call in the National Guard and arrest the people that are committing the crimes. Anybody who wants to protest, it's totally fine. But you can't destroy property in order to protest. They should have done that back in 2020. Like, the fact that they didn't handle the George Floyd protest properly, I think isn't an excuse for them to not handle these protests either properly. Because I think these protests are going to do the exact same thing again. But white people riot and destroy property whenever their football teams win. The last time that happened in, what do you call it? The last time that happened in, I guess, France, there were a lot of different races of people there. Like, it was not just like, oh, are we really going to act like it's all white people over in Europe? It's absolutely not. I mean, you just go look at the tapes. Go watch the tapes. Like, it's not even it. Uh-oh. Protest is one thing, but rioting is another thing? Yeah. It's crazy to me that this violent minority of leftist extremists isn't being dealt with by the authorities. It's very crazy to me, too, because here's the issue, is that every day that you don't deal with it, it gets bigger. Every day that you don't, clamp down on this stuff, it gets worse and worse and worse. And it makes you look worse, too. Is this chaos in Austin? Well, I don't know what it's like in Austin. I have no idea about Austin. Yeah. Yeah, you want a civil war? No. What do you think this is? Do you think this is a 50-50 thing? Do you think average people support throwing bricks at police officers? Absolutely not. The entire premise of this is just outrageous. Absolutely not. Yes, you do? No, they don't. Like, this is, again, any sort of polling or anything like that, this is a 90-10 issue. This is absolutely not, like, it's more than 1% that support this. Yeah, sure. But it's like probably 5 or maybe at the most 10% of people that support this. It's insane. Like, there's no civil war that's going to happen over the police officers arresting people for throwing bricks at cars. Like, what are you even thinking? Again, it's so fucking embarrassing that it's happening. Absolutely so embarrassing.
Welcome to r/am I the /drug addict who cheats on her husband and is the type to lie and cheat her way to the top of her career. And yet, somehow, Laura is able to hide all this from everyone in her life. My wife felt like she was trying to expose Laura for the monster that she is. She feels that Laura pressing charges and suing her is additional proof that Laura is vindictive. Yo, man, you guys, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. This woman is out of her mind. She's absolutely Looney Tunes crazy. Every sentence I read about her makes her worse and worse and worse. Alright, are you going to get divorced? OP responds, the thought has crossed my mind, but we've been together for so long and I still love her despite this disgusting thing she's done. I can't see my life without her. But I know that if she doesn't improve or learn a lesson from this mess, then I can't be with her anymore. A lot of people have mentioned that if she can do this type of thing to an ex-friend, then she can do the same thing to an ex-husband. This has me worried. I'd like to believe that she wouldn't go nuclear on me if we did file for divorce. I'll be taking precautions in case I have to defend myself in the future. People ask about her job, and OP says that she's a licensed masseuse. Then people ask about therapy, and yeah, OP is considering therapy with her. He writes, I'm not ready to call my wife a psychopath, as many commenters did in the last post. I think she just got carried away, and thought that she was trying to expose someone that she really believed was a bad person. I'm heavily leaning towards that she had some sort of mental breakdown and focused all of her energy on this one woman and her life. I'm not going to give up on my wife yet. It's very possible that she has some underlying mental illness that could very well be treated with therapy or meds. Here's the big one. I was hoping someone would ask this. How much money was she sued for? OP writes, I don't want to give specific numbers, but it'll take 4 to 5 years to get back to where we were prior to this happening. If my wife takes on full-time work after she's done with community service and hands over the majority of her paycheck, it might take less than 4 years. All right, let's do math. Hold on. The median salary in the US is $48K. So let's assume that if OP's wife works part-time, she makes half of that, and let's add 24K to that to get 72K a year. Let's assume that probably 75% of that goes towards expenses, you know, mortgage, taxes, groceries, all that, which leaves them with maybe 18K. That's probably high. I think I'm overestimating here. This is not great math. So if we multiply 18K by 4 years, then I'm guessing that OP got sued for about $75,000, give or take. That's pretty clumsy math. I don't know how accurate this is, but this, you know, just kind of a shot in the dark. If I'm right, though, that is a ton of money. Well, I'm honestly amazed that OP is deciding to stick with her. I will admit, it does sound like she's a relatively normal person who does have some kind of underlying mental health issue. I think most people would have cut and run in that situation, and I wouldn't necessarily blame them for that. I'm just personally kind of blown away that OP is sticking with it, because this is a red flag that, personally, I don't know if I could overlook. Also, down in the comments, we have this bonker story from Dorothy Zabornak. When I worked in family law, I once had this client who called us because her soon-to-be ex-husband was sexually abusing their daughters. She said that she was having trouble getting any kind of assistance because she lived in a small town where all the lawyers and judges and cops all knew each other, and her ex was friendly with them. We came in guns blazing, filing motions and demanding supervised visitation, and trying to get all the info we could on why there was no pending criminal case. Then the story started to unravel bit by bit. Things weren't adding up. The other attorneys told me my client was lying and had proof of the lies that she told. And eventually, what we figured out was that my client was so completely convinced that her daughters were being sexually abused by their father that she sexually abused them herself just to frame him for it. OP's wife is like my ex-client. So focused on who she thinks the monster is that she becomes the monster herself. Then people are asking this poster how that case turned out, and OP writes, I believe their father ended up with sole parental rights, but honestly, I don't know. We got out of that case fairly quickly. Not because my former client was a monster, though. It was because she ran out of money. My former boss was a different kind of monster. That job nearly broke me. That was r/best of Redditor updates, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Gentlemen and female gentlemen, we are back with more Rick and Morty. The last Rick and Morty episode that I did was taken down by copyright, so we're gonna try this game one more time. We're gonna try one more time. If copyright gets this one too, I am watching the rest of it literally myself. So, lock in, boys and girls. Everyone's saying that season 8 is so back. This is brand new Rick and Morty, all right? It is literally brand new Rick and Morty, and I'm excited because I actually am one of the few people that think that Rick and Morty is actually great. I actually think it didn't fall off. So lock in, boys and girls. Let's see what we got.
All right. Final item of the Galactic Defiance meeting. Our plan to take out the Gromphalamite Queen.
No way, dude. No way, dude. I'm out there making fun of Hassan Piker for promoting terrorism, and then we open up Rick and Morty, bro. We open up Rick and Morty, and it's literally a terrorist organization coming together to murder the Gromphalamites, bro. That's fucked up, man. That's not right. Why is there a Queen of England of the Gromphalamites? I haven't seen Gromphalamites since season 3, bro.
Talking over each other. Thank you. Corsica?
As it stands, our assassination task force has yet to provide a clear plan.
We provide lots of plans. Your committee keeps killing them.
Well, it's an assassin.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
We can be in defiance without talking over each other.
That's so true.
Thank you. Corsica?
As it stands, our assassination task force has yet to provide a clear plan.
We provide lots of plans.
Bro, it's Mrs. Squanchy. We haven't seen her husband since he was killed in season 2. This is crazy.
Your committee keeps killing them.
Well, it's an assassination committee. What do you want them to do?
All intelligence indicates there needs to be a surprise.
Which is why we need to
Right.
plan it carefully.
Bro, why is this intergalactic, super futuristic robot over here using a clipboard with a paper?
Why don't we turn things over to our assassin, Beth Sanchez?
Wait, what?
Great. It's an assassination meeting. Where the hell is the assassin?
Space Beth is a space assassin out there to murder the Gromphalamite Queen? No shot this is where the story is going. Insane lore.
Beth, where are you?
Assassinating?
Are you insane? We're still in a meeting about this.
We've been meeting about it for months. Is the plan to kill her with old age?
Okay, dude.
We're in a meeting about this.
We've been meeting about it for months. Is the plan?
Did Gromphalamites always have 4 testicles hanging here and 2 testicles? Was this always part of the actual Gromphalamite character design?
Kill her with old age?
Because, like, I feel like it's never been this noticeable. Like, they're swinging and hanging. He's got testicles and testicles.
There is no plan. We still have to approve one. Do you even look at your Defiance email?
Who has the patience for 3-factor authentication?
True. Too much planning, not enough killing. Oh, Lord. Oh, that was gruesome.
The Defiance says hello.
No! Someone assassinated the Gromphalamite Queen before the actual Defiance assassin came. And it was probably Rick.
Goodbye? I mean, I guess the hello meant goodbye anyway, but this guy beat me to it.
Oh my God! Who are you? An assassin?
I mean, I wish.
Kill her!
All right.
Time to go.
No!
Hey, good news.
Awkward! The Crimean drones, the Ukraine drones blew up her shit.
Queen is dead. Bad news, I didn't do it. Worse news, I need a lift.
I can't approve an extraction from an unapproved assassination.
That is like such a bullshit bureaucracy thing. You are literally the Defiance. You are a terrorist organization defined and created to take down a fucking empire in space. That is literally your job. You are anti-authoritarian. What does that mean? You didn't follow orders. This is bullshit. This is literally bullshit.
I'll have to call an emergency meeting.
Bro! You are the bureaucracy you tried to destroy. This is such good fucking commentary. See, Rick and Morty never lost it. Alright? All you guys, all you haters, Rick and Morty fell off. Rick and Morty fell off. Nah, dude. Sometimes the anti-establishment is just another establishment.
I'm going to die.
Bro, dude, why the fuck did this dude with the gun run up to her? Bro, you have a gun! Oh. You are telling me that they have like these new S-tier epic intergalactic weapons and they shoot you and you just keep running? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Had to call Rick. This is so sad. Dude, Rick and Morty's canon is actually great. Mr. Diamond! Oh. Alright. Bro, we're the highest rated restaurant in the sub-basement. How many restaurants does Rick have under the basement? That's crazy.
Oh, you beat out Luigi's.
That's crazy.
I'm hammering sushi. What's up?
Funny story, or maybe not that funny.
Are you pitching a Hulu original?
That's a crazy line! Oh my god, that's a crazy line! There's no way. Holy shit.
I kind of went rogue and I'm trapped on a Grumphomite ship.
Send the coordinates. I'll pick you up.
Really? Just like that?
Of course.
What a good dad. What a guy.
Just like that. You're my daughter, probably. Jiro, lava cake to go. The lava cake was already ordered. I can see it from here.
You don't have to explain.
You think it'd be easy to scan the only warm-blooded thing on the ship?
We tried that once.
Yeah, you would think, yeah.
A lot of rats in the walls.
Is that why the ship always has a bee in the window?
Uh-oh. Brother.
You first.
Employee of the month. Why the fuck would you say freeze to an assassin that is killing your people? You just shoot them.
Walk right into it.
Bro.
Wow, man. You've been
Dude, it is crazy that his portal gun teleports like this so much. Like, it used to just kind of be interdimensional, and now it just actually teleports him everywhere.
Busy. Oh, shit, it's Rick Sanchez! Hey, my daughter is just as dangerous.
What a good dad. What a good dad. He has a fucking quicksand gun. Why do you even need that?
Wait, so the gun also shoots a sign?
Yeah, for clarity, so people know it's quicksand and not a brown portal or diarrhea.
But doesn't the sign tip off the enemy?
No, the other side says ordinary sand.
Literal goat. He is actually the goat. No one does it like Rick. Insane aura. Dude, Sung Jin Woo's got nothing on this guy. There is no one who has more aura than Rick Sanchez. Actual goat.
There she is! See, there's your classic diarrhea.
Yeah!
Just portal me to HQ.
He has a fucking shit gun with like 7 different levels of shit. Like he shoots. It's incredible. It's everything that I've ever wanted. I love him so much.
Actually, could you
Y'all are haters.
Like, block away?
So they don't know your dad drove you? Sure.
Okay.
Damn.
All in favor of Natalie thumbnailing an emergency rescue budget?
Oh.
Oh, whoops.
You're a prick.
Stop acting in
Wow! What an asshole.
I'm a legend here. Oh, hey, Bagan.
Hey, Rick.
Yes, it's disappointing that the legend doesn't fall far from the tree.
Huh, that's a weird way to thank her and apologize.
Thank her for what? A botched assassination?
Whoa, I don't botch shit. I just turned down sloppy seconds.
Yeah, their mothership wasn't on red alert for her birthday.
You sure about that?
Red alert for the Queen's birthday!
Nah, dude, that's fucked up.
That's right. Her Majesty is 70 days young, but still laying eggs and banging drums.
Wait, what? She was just dead. Oh my god, they're Bidening it. They're doing a Biden. They're doing a Biden! Bro, they have clones and shit. They're walking around her corpse, cloning her and everything. I cannot believe what is happening right here. This propaganda. The necromancers are bringing her to the Oval Office every day.
You go, girl.
Yes, Queen.
No, I saw that bitch's pillow through her face. A sting trooper did it. Why didn't they pin it on us?
Nepo baby.
Excuse me.
Wow.
This is the opposite of a Nepo baby. This is a human with half my DNA that despises me for the same reasons you bailed on her. This organization resents and discourages talent. It's
Yeah.
why working here was always beneath me, and it's why none of you are worth eating her shit.
Oh my god.
And if you don't start appreciating her, I guarantee you
Dude, angry dad Rick that actually likes his family is a whole new level of Rick. This is insane.
he'll be next out the door. It was a good rescue, though.
You got me fired!
Only because you blew
Bro, you got fired from a terrorist organization. You don't need them. Like, what are you doing?
your chance to quit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I really hope I am the clone because I never asked to be born.
I can't handle watching you host those parasites. Clone or not, that's still my blood in your veins.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to overcome that.
Oh, shit. Sad Rick
Oh,
moment.
boo-hoo. Whatever. Drop me off in space.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this inside hit on the Queen.
I know a guy that knows some bugs. Look, I gotta drop you off somewhere. It
Uh-oh.
might be the filth-encrusted apartment of an...
Dude, we're actually getting like a dad-daughter storyline in Rick and Morty, and it's like kind of wholesome and kind of fucked up at the same time. It's everything I needed.
insect supremacist arms dealer.
Fine.
All right. I love how all these shitty insect worlds just look like New York.
I thought you were dropping me off.
I gotta make sure it's the right supremacist.
They
all look alike. Oh, hey, no mammals allowed. That's our guy.
Oh my god, bro's watching mammal porn? Oh, dude.
Oh, hey, I didn't mean that about mammals. You're clearly a good one. She is. She's very interesting.
This is like you're one of the nice black people races. Like, holy shit. You're one of the good Jews. Holy crap, bro.
Interested in insect politics.
Actually, there's no such thing because insects are genetically inclined for organization. Whoa!
Bro, does he have a scar on his brain? Did he lobotomize himself to cut himself out of the hive? That is like a really wild detail. Oh my god. Holy. Dude, I love overanalyzing Rick and Morty. Definitely subscribe for daily videos on the Nuxtaku channel, including Rick and Morty videos.
So tell us which insect organized a hit on the Queen.
I don't know. You guys kind of proved you're not gonna let me fall. Ah! Oh god! Oh Jesus! Oh, she's just gonna.
Bro.
All right. Shit! It was fantabulous. The former royal doctor.
Wait,
No!
a medical officer?
Fantabulous!
I swear.
Is it though?
Oh god!
Dad?
He said that's all he knew. I'm a mammal. I'm disorganized.
Bro.
I've heard of that doctor, though. Classic disgraced eugenicist trope.
He said that's all I know, so he could just kill him now? Oh my god, Mammal W, I guess.
You can get disgraced for eugenics by insects?
I suppose he had a gift.
Did he have an address?
Alright, let's go. This is like literally the funniest thing is it's morally devoid Batman.
Hi. Don't be afraid to surrender.
Yeah, you can even join us as an unlikely ally.
I don't know what that is.
I can explain. Does your bug culture have ghosts?
Yes.
Has it had any hit movies about busting ghosts successful enough to generate sequels and cartoons?
Of course.
Well, an unlikely ally would be like a ghost that hangs out with the Ghostbusters.
Okay, that is the most offensive.
Holy shit! Unlikely ally, I'm gonna murder you and keep your ectoplasm.
Job offer I've ever received.
More offensive than death?
Good luck with that.
Wait, so he's too cool to be a Slimer, but he's asthmatic?
Oh god! It's Bug Bane! It literally is! It's morally unlikely Batman! Holy crap! Oh.
That's new.
Super soldier formula?
I said new, not creatively trailblazing.
Bro, and they die and they release spores that turn other people into Banes? That's fucking crazy.
Jesus Christ! I hope killing these things is leveling us up.
Sure.
It's some kind of souped-up fungus.
What? Should we be wearing masks?
Nah, we're fine. It's a bug problem. These little guys don't affect mammals.
Why would they?
It's a highly evolved symbiote. Its goal is galactic domination.
Oh.
So why would it want to be hosted by...
It's Bane and the Scarecrow. This is fucking crazy. This is some Scarecrow shit. It's like, this is actually just morally devoid Batman. This is crazy.
shit-flinging monkeys from a planet named after dirt.
Wow, we're
True! Good call out. Not even gonna lie.
He's bragging now?
That fungus is no disease. It's the cure. My species has been wasting away for generations. We're being led by a...
Yeah, millennials killed Blockbuster Video. Just tell my daughter why you whacked your own queen.
Her Majesty refused to distribute my medicine.
Oh
So
my
I
God.
Killed in secret and replaced with a robot queen who will.
Dude, this is like... Joe Biden would not administer the new vaccine, so we eliminated him and replaced him with an android Biden that put a vaccine mandate everywhere. Dude, what the fuck is happening? Why is this happening? Why am I seeing parallels? I don't like this at all. I don't like any of it.
All of Grumplum 1 will gather for her birthday, and all will receive a gift.
That's not how birthdays work, dipshit.
How about this for a birthday? Close airlock 7.
Awkward. Bro really gave the whole speech. Bro gave the whole speech, and then he just shot them out the airlock.
You really don't know me, do you?
And you don't know me.
Oh.
Or the various sizes of bugs. Ultra-Plamites, attack!
Oh, he just has a small... Oh my god.
The Grumplamites of the future! Soon we will reign again!
He's getting away!
And living rent-free in your head!
Bro, who wrote this script? Who wrote this script, bro? I am living rent-free in your head. Like, bro, stop. Stop, bro. Get the TikTok kids out of this shit. That's a big bug.
Ah, so much for my fucking break.
Awkward. It's a cool plot. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're obviously making fun of this shit, but it's a really cool plot. Right, the idea of some crazy bug that wants to infect other people with some sort of superorganism that he can control them and bring the species back to like a higher eugenic plane, assassinates the queen, plans this coup. Like, it's actually a good fucking plot. Like, this is some Resident Evil shit.
Taro! Taro! Olay!
Oh my god. Bro has a lightsaber broadsword?
What was that rent-free in your head shit?
No.
Dumb people saying something meaningless because they've learned a new
It
phrase.
just means you're thinking about something.
Focus, Dad.
Living rent-free just means you're thinking about something, goddammit. True.
The queen is a spore bomb.
Ooh, you better call the Defiance.
Why, so they can form a committee?
You don't want your old job back?
No, Dad, the Defiance sucks, but that doctor keeps trying to kill me. He is not getting a W. Oh, God, I'm turning into my
Bro, oh god.
father.
That's all.
She's running on pure spite. She's literally running on pure spite. We have to stop this monster from genociding a nation and causing a galactic war because they pissed me the frick off, basically.
What you had to say, partner. All right, should be pretty easy. We get in undetected, find the spore bomb, and portal it out of there. Step 1. We blend in as bugs working for the Department of Transportation.
All right, it's working. They just need to put balls on their chin.
My guy Cisco will be at the back door at 7 a.m.
Bro, he has a guy, Cisco?
Cisco?
My inside man, don't worry.
Okay,
fuck
but
is Cisco?
what if he doesn't show up?
What's that supposed to mean? You don't even know Cisco.
Which is very concerning since this plan seems very dependent on him.
So, let me finish the plan.
Oh,
Step
no.
2. Cisco provides us with security credentials for the maintenance tunnels.
And if he doesn't show, what's our backup plan?
I use Cisco so that I don't need a backup plan.
I love how they're describing why Cisco is so pivotally important that he just doesn't show up. Oh my god.
What's that?
We ordered food, remember? I've never heard of this Cisco guy in my life, and all of a sudden he's the most reliable person ever born.
Maybe I work with more reliable people than you.
True.
My fries are there.
He hacked this ship to eject the pilot.
Thank you. Oh, wait, are there fries? Oh, okay, I see them. Thank you. Where were we?
Step 3, we quickly and quietly patch into the surveillance.
Oh no! Rick and Morty is so back, guys. We're so back.
The credentials we got from Cisco.
So, in other words, if
Cisco has never not shown up.
Can I just ask, what does someone have to do to achieve the level of trust you place in this random man?
I trust plenty of people.
Name two.
Easy, Bird
Person and Cisco.
Person and Cisco.
Base! Base!
He listens to my plan.
Yes, I would too if I was a pivotal goddamn participant.
That's all this is.
No!
You're jealous of Cisco?
I don't want to rely on him. If he doesn't show up at 7, we're 2 humans in bug costumes banging on a door until the cops find us. Then we're running and gunning.
We're not going to be running or gunning at any point in this plan. It's going to be you, me, and Cisco staying under the radar and preventing a coronation catastrophe.
The plan has failed so bad, it's crazy.
Oh, shit. Freeze!
Don't move! Hands in the air!
Huh. I don't know what got into Cisco.
Yeah, dog, you literally could just teleport yourself out of there.
This may be popular.
Some shit going down in America.
I mean, big deal. You had 1 billion kids.
Did you find them?
True. We're kind of hard to miss. Stay back or die.
Yeah, listen to him.
What?
She's infected.
Bullshit, she would have turned.
You think I normally look like this?
I mean,
baby, I don't know you.
I need your labs, your data, everything you've got on this thing.
Stop pointing your gun at me!
Stop pointing a gun at me!
Can
Ew.
you cover your mouth?
Ew!
So it's true? You're infected?
It obviously affects mammals slower, but yeah, it's jump species.
Then perhaps in you lies the cure.
Was stepping from the shadows meant to give that more weight?
Yeah.
No, my pen rolled into the corner.
Yeah, I'm sure it did, bro. Bro just casually walks from the shadows.
But even if you do cure it, our scanners show a big, scary, dramatic spore hive growing deep underground.
Oh, God.
You know, final boss vibes.
They're building an ultra army.
Kind of what I just said.
Yeah.
Looks like we both need an antidote. So, tenuous...
They can work together! Unlikely allies, bro! They're working together! Oh my god. It's the bug government teaming up with Rick, the guy that caused the downfall of the bug government.
Alliance?
No! Like the allies!
Yes! Sobos! Based in bows.
Am
Oh,
I
yucky.
growing a horn?
Yeah, just relax. I'm working on it.
I can feel them.
Bro, this is the greatest fucking episode of all time. I feel like they could make an entire movie out of this episode. And also, we need to see Cisco. He has to show up either at the end or in the post-credits.
The hive. Kind of funny, huh? I hate working with others. But now the collective is calling me.
Maybe send that shit to voicemail, sweetie.
Cadet, for your service. The Federation stands strong and strong with you.
Bro. No way, dude! They're fucking murdering their own people for this shit. They're like actual Nazi doctors that teamed up with Rick. No.
Yes!
Oh, let's go! Oh.
Huh. Thought that would be it.
Don't sweat it. We're long on bugs.
No, dude, that's crazy. No!
Short on ethics.
I mean,
bro, this is literally just least ethical Batman. I don't know, man.
If I gotta be fascist.
If I gotta be fascist, I might as well be with bug people. Am I right, guys? Oh, dude, stop. No! All right.
Ow, shit, what the hell?
Oh, sorry. I brought in my rotating math projector light.
Oh, very helpful.
Decoration bit.
Okay, dude, too much on the meta humor.
Holy shit!
They did it!
The projector helped!
They go.
Wait, does this mean my family won't get paid? I told them my death would pay for college.
Oh, you'll die. You all die.
Nah, dude. Nah, bro.
Eventually.
Look, I know it might suck to be my daughter sometimes, but there are some perks to being related. All right, I'm still human. I like boobs. I like boob milk.
He's well, okay. I was with him until the milk part.
I like jelly. I want nutritious jelly. I want boob milk. I like boobs.
That is the most human thing I've ever heard in my entire life. What a guy. What a goat. That's my guy. Look how he was willing to sacrifice himself.
Turn on the cash.
What?
Never mind. I'll do it. I'm cured, baby. Cured human race.
Oh!
Oh shit.
Right, your daughter's dying.
Daddy's coming.
Oh, what? Oh, what? Alright, time to fight the hive.
Damn.
Bro.
Small attack squad.
Listen, it doesn't need to be a big attack squad, okay?
You killed a lot of us.
Oh, this is Rick teaming up with like the 6 Nazis after the fucking Holocaust. Oh no, this is the craziest episode I've ever seen.
Well, who else would be down for this? I mean, it is Bring Your Daughter to Work Day.
Oh man. No, they got Bird Person.
Pick
Bring
your
your
hero.
daughter to work
Or
day?
villain. I'm not
It's
judging.
Bird Person and Bird Person's
I never wanted to be
daughter.
Iron Man.
Bro, I love
It'll work out for everybody.
so much. I actually love the canon and the cast of Rick and Morty. Like, y'all are just such haters. It fell off. Shut up, man. It's still goated.
My work, Dad.
You were sitting on that one for the last 6 hours?
Thank you, Rick. It is rare to find something Bird Daughter likes.
Bird Daughter's just a fucking monster.
These puppies have triple spore filters. Should keep us fungus free.
Time to deliver the
Yeah, that's not working.
payload.
Is the payload a bomb or a
I won't shy away from a fight,
Payload.
but I'd rather be a
Alright,
marauder.
fair. This is so peak, it's crazy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Alright.
I think it's time we remove Gene from the text thread.
You can't respond. It only feeds the beast.
Speaking of beasts, I see you are parenting as well.
There's an organ called the brain, Ultron. It created
I'm
you.
trying not to blow
And
it.
I know that
You
drives you
and me
crazy.
both.
Is she driving on the back of... Okay.
This way. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Uh-oh.
2,
Uh-oh.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You let us into our
Don't bother trying to make people care.
Didn't you
Show
want
them what
to die?
matters to you.
Oh. Oh, God. Alright. Oh, holy shit. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord. Bro, what was that? Oh, my God. This is just what Alex Jones thinks goes on during COVID.
Looks like the mission area is yours to
Uh-oh.
capture now.
Guess what's gonna be dead? You bug stink for my suction!
Alright.
Let's all make an effort to check on that guy's kid in college.
Not back!
Nice.
The mission area is
I'm
No!
gonna find whoever put me out last time.
Bro, this Gromflemite's like a fucking awesome. Look at this guy. It's like tossing knives and shit. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
Oh, look at that.
I think she is having a good time.
That's nice.
Don't start celebrating yet.
Bro, she definitely subscribed to Hassan Piker on Twitch. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Those are big ones. No!
One step closer to saving the world.
Gets it from her mother.
Yeah.
Glad you picked up my call, Dad.
Aww! Aww!
We don't have to do it all the time.
Bro, this is like an actual Dark Souls like finale. I feel like Elden Ring Nightreign should have made a raid like this. God damn!
You captured more than half of the mission
No!
area. Keep going.
Bro, the general's the goat. Oh my God, he's goated. Bro, holy shit.
Maximum pulse!
There's always the fucking scientist riding on the back of like a fucking guy, like every time.
Yes, it's me again. I warned you I had different sized bugs. That was foreshadowing.
I got it. Epic foreshadowing. It's a bigger bug than we saw.
And in those mines,
Just shoot his mask
will
off.
be me paying no rent at all.
Oh my god, dude. Stop, please. Stop. Oh my god. I'm
Oh,
dying,
that's
bro.
right.
I'm dying that this is actual dialogue. This is actual fucking dialogue. Dr. Animo looking motherfucker. Using TikTok speech. Mind controlling a planet.
I'm in charge, Rex. Quite a birthday, no?
This guy's brain is cooked.
Bro, and then she responds with his brain is cooked. 100% cooked.
Moving fast.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
God damn.
You can cut all the heads off you like. You'll never be rid of me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Now,
ready.
you idiot! Oh shit! Put me back on top! Put me back on top!
Try and hold yourself under control.
That is the worst
Control
way to go.
chaos?
That is
You
the worst
really
way
don't
to go,
understand.
bro. This is the most pathetic evil villain of all time. I have never seen a villain. Literally pure brain rot.
Not like that!
Right through his ass. Bro, this is like some One Punch Man.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Alright.
No! Who said you could bring a payload in here? No one gets to say the
Maximum pulse!
No one sustained the rent-free.
Side with me! I did everything you could
I'm
do
good to
again.
go.
Rent-free! Rent-free!
Reborn from the chaos.
He died as he lived,
Looks like
paying
the mission
zero
area
rent.
is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area. Is the truce over?
I don't know. Is it?
Perhaps we compromise can.
I'm sure the Phoenix would be interested in that.
Get a room. Ha. Ha. I had fun.
How dare you waste my time?
Bro, this is crazy. This is the wildest episode of all time. The twists and turns. The Gromfloids were the enemies. They became an unlikely ally at the time of need.
Today, I am proud to honor heroes from both sides on what will forever mark
Chaos
the
always
dawn of a new
prevails.
age. Not that we're going to be burned this early. I mean,
So it
hopefully
begins.
never again, actually.
Congratulations.
Understandable.
The Defiance owes you to a debt of blood.
Oh, now the Defiance is interested in a piece of the pie, huh? Now the Defiance is interested.
Rick, pretty cool to see you working with your daughter. Pretty hot.
Oh, get out of here. Ah, Rick, you dirty boy. You boob milk enjoying dirty boy.
Please don't fuck my coworkers.
Hey, you caught me.
Okay, there has to be a post-credit scene with Cisco. Cisco post-credit scene. Let's go.
Mess with the
Back in.
amazing
Let's
Spider-Man!
Oh, shit!
Don't mess with the amazing
I
Spider-Man!
told you he would be in the post-credit scene. Oh my god.
What's wrong, baby?
Remember the space guy who paid me all that money to do that thing?
Yeah?
Well, I missed the goddamn thing!
Did the space guy know you had a drug problem?
Well, I didn't before I met you, Sandy.
Hey!
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't blame you.
It's okay. More drugs?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I actually fully can. Yeah, all right. Cisco's the goat. Cisco's goated. We love him. We'll see him again soon. That was amazing. Random druggy grumble. Yeah, this is great. This is a really good episode. This was an actual top tier episode. A-tier episode. Unironically, not even exaggerating. Actual top tier episode of Rick and Morty. The twists, the turns, the actual plot, the unlikely allies, the over parodying of things, the administration being cringe, and also the anti-administration being cringe. This was just fucking awesome. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did, and I will be back next week to overanalyze the next episode of Rick and Morty if this one doesn't get taken down by copyright like the last one. So, see you in the next one, gamers. Stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch. Stay weird, fam.
Be right there.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP's stepfather wants to give her weekly gynecology exams. Am I the butthole for not wanting my... Man, I'm sorry, this title's crazy. Okay, am I the butthole for not wanting my mom's boyfriend anywhere near my vagina? To be super clear, I'm not laughing because this is like not a big deal. I'm laughing because this is a coping mechanism to deal with how crazy these people's lives are. Oh my god, buckle in, this is gonna be a terrible post. Hey everyone, I'm stuck in a weird and kind of gross situation right now. I'm an 18-year-old woman finishing up high school and still living with my mom, who's 34. So, a few months ago, my mom started dating this new guy, who's 50. Okay, age gap weirdness aside, things got super awkward for me personally. About 3 months ago, my period started getting super bad. Like, we're talking unusually heavy bleeding and major cramps, and just a lot of pain that I've never dealt with before. Obviously, I was like, okay, time to go see a gynecologist, because I haven't been to one since I was 15. And this is not something to mess around with. Also, it's time to get a routine pelvic exam anyways. I told my mom, thinking she'd be supportive and help me make an appointment. We live in a pretty remote, rural area right now. My high school has literally like 50 students, and it's like an hour drive to the nearest urgent care. Also, the insurance I'm on sucks, and I need her to help me with the copay. But nope, the next day she's like, guess what? My boyfriend can do your checkup. Yeah, turns out he used to be a board-certified gynecologist, but he got his license yanked away a few years back. And why does she want him to do it? To save money on the copay since our insurance kinda sucks. And to avoid driving 2 hours to see a doctor in town. Now, let me be clear. This guy gives me major creeps. He's done stuff like not knocking before entering my room, making weird jokes that are definitely not okay, and just giving me those vibes that scream, stay away. So the thought of him being all up in my business for a pelvic exam? Hell no.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Worrying thing is, I don't know if we to see if it was okay or to with her for Bruce.
Hulk isn't the only one.
I'm hulking out!
Well, I said as much to my mom, explaining there's no way I'm letting her boyfriend anywhere near me like that, and she lost it. She said that I was being insulting, assuming the worst about her boyfriend, and that I hurt his feelings by suggesting that he couldn't be trusted. She said I was essentially implying that he's a pervert. It ended with her saying that I'm grounded for even thinking he was some sort of creep. So here I am, feeling stuck and kind of violated by the mere suggestion, and punished on top of that. Am I the butthole for standing my ground and not wanting her boyfriend to do the exam? Okay, I gotta point out something that should be obvious. Gynecologists make a lot of money, so does anyone else find it a little bit suspicious that despite this guy presumably having been a doctor, he can't afford a copay for a pelvic exam? So either this guy lost his license because he's not to be trusted as a doctor, or, I think more likely, he's lying about being a doctor, in which case he's definitely not trustworthy. Then, same day, OP posted an update. So I got home from school today, and my mom was waiting in the living room for me, sobbing. Her boyfriend, the creep, is standing right there next to her. For background, for the past 2 years, she's been a really religious, born-again Christian. No boys, curfew, the whole 9 yards. I've never passionately hugged or had a boyfriend. So, in between sobs, she tells me the creep talked to her today, and told her that, based on my symptoms, heavy bleeding and period cramps, and my disrespectful behavior, he's sure that it's from me passionately hugging. Not even from an STD, but from having intercourse that was so intense it injured my insides. Okay, there's no way this guy was a doctor. There's no way, man. I've literally never heard of this before, and I looked it up later, and it's not even an effing thing. Meanwhile, the creep is sitting there mostly silent, nodding along with what my mom is saying. I tried to get a word in, but that's when the creep started on me, telling me, don't even bother denying it. I've been a gynecologist for over a decade. I know this when I see it. Yeah. My mom then starts yelling at me like, how could you do this to me? And so on and so forth. She's convinced that I've been going out having intercourse with boys from school when I've literally just been seeing the 2 or 3 friends that I have. So then they explained that they've decided together some consequences for what I allegedly did. That I'm grounded, they're gonna switch out my iPhone for a dumb phone so that I can't use social media. I'm not allowed to see my friends, and this is the crazy part. The creep is gonna perform a weekly, what? A weekly purity test invasive vaginal exam to make sure that I'm not actively having intercourse until they can trust me again. And the first one is going to be this weekend. I am totally effing lost here. Obviously, I'm not going through with this, but I have no money at all, and nowhere I can stay for even one night. I'm leaning on making up some excuse to avoid the purity thing, and keep my smartphone until I can sort something out. Any other ideas are appreciated. Alright, the comments is just everyone begging OP to call the cops, call a helpline, call a women's shelter, something like that, because OP needs to leave this household immediately. There's no way this guy is a doctor. He just goes around saying, yeah, I'm an expert on vaginas. I can take a look at yours if you like. And OP's stupid mother is dumb enough to believe it. Like, this guy may as well be walking around the house with FBI, female body inspector, and she's like, oh, I see. He's an expert on female anatomy. How nice to have an expert living with us. OP, you gotta get out of here, man. 0 out of 5 butthole. I'm giving your parent 5 out of 5 buttholes. Which, coincidentally, is more than the number of buttholes this guy has seen in his career as a gynecologist. Am I the butthole for telling my mom that she's dead to me if she mentors my bully? So, I'm a 16-year-old guy, and my mom, who's 40, is a teacher at my school. Our school has a special elective you can take, which is being a teacher's aide during your elective period. It's mostly stuff like grading papers for them, making copies, mentoring, etc. It's pretty much always just the teacher's favorite student at the time. I found out at the beginning of the semester that my mom chose Dave, a 17-year-old guy, to be her teaching assistant. Dave has made my life a nightmare since middle school. He's bullied me mercilessly, both physically and emotionally since 6th grade. I don't want to get into everything he's done to me, but everyone is fully aware of it, including the school and my parents. There have been countless meetings with school administration and suspensions on his end, but it never stopped. Since we've been in high school, I haven't had to see him as much, which is a relief, but the times that I do are always terrible. When I found out that Dave was my mom's teaching assistant, I was obviously very hurt and confused. I asked her, why would you want to spend extra time with someone who made my life so terrible? She said that she had him in one of her classes and that he really isn't such a bad kid, but he has a really terrible home life that she can't tell me about that makes him act out. For the record, my mom has always had a soft spot for kids who come from bad homes. I reminded her of all the things that he'd done to me, and she said that she understands, but he really needs help right now. I told her, I get that, but why does it have to be you? We have a huge school full of teachers and staff who can mentor. Why does it have to be you? She told me to stop being selfish, and that some kids have it harder than I can imagine, and she's just trying to help. I was honest with her and told her that if she continues to have him as her aide, she was dead to me. She was choosing him over me, and she would no longer be my mother. I said that I would no longer talk to her the minute I turned 18. That I was moving out and she would never hear from me again. She rolled her eyes and said that I was being dramatic. But after a couple of days of ignoring her, I was grounded. Oh my god, I should have seen it coming. That didn't change my mind, and my dad then tried to force me to talk to her. I still refused, so they pretty much took everything away from me for the past few weeks. I no longer have my car, computer, guitar, and most recently my art supplies. And I go straight home to my room, and I'm not allowed out except for dinner until I start talking to her again. They don't realize that this is just strengthening my resolve. I'm gonna sit in this empty room every day silently until I'm 18, and then they'll never see me again. My mom keeps coming in crying, begging me to talk to her, which makes me feel kinda bad, but she still won't remove Dave as her aide. Am I taking this too far? I just feel so betrayed. Honestly, OP, I kinda feel like even if your mom did remove the bully, it's too late. The damage has been done. You very calmly approach your mother. It's like, hey, this doesn't make me comfortable. This is my bully. Can you please stop supporting my bully and don't pick him over me? And she's like,
whoa, I just fucked him up.
The bully takes priority over my own son. So if my mom did that to me, I don't think I could ever look at her the same way again. And then doubling down and keeping her as aide in your class? Yeah, OP, I'd be out of there. Considering you're gonna have so much free time with your parents grounding you, you should start working on an exit plan, OP. Maybe even get a job. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your mom, gosh, 4.5 out of 5 buttholes. Same thing for your dad. The fact that he's backing her up is ridiculous. It's ironic that you said your mom has a soft spot for kids who come from bad homes, when clearly you come from a bad home because your parents are awful. Unfortunately, that soft spot doesn't extend to you. This is r/from the future. After sitting down to record today, I saw that OP posted an update, so here's the update. A lot has actually happened since last week, and while nothing is really fixed, I think things are going in the right direction. On Friday, I got called out of class to the guidance counselor. When I got there, my mom and the assistant principal were there as well. The counselor asked me to sit down and said that me changing tracks from college to trade, like I mentioned in my last post, was a big decision, and she wanted to sit down with my mom and me to figure out if this was really the best for my future. She first asked me if I would fully explain why I wanted to switch. I explained the whole situation from my perspective and about how I was being punished. I said that if this is how I'm going to be treated from now on, I wanted to become independent as soon as possible. And going to college would have me relying on my parents for longer than I would like. She then asked my mom if she had anything she would like to add. My mom tried to downplay the whole situation at first and make it look like I was just being stubborn and disrespectful. But as the counselor asked her more questions, it became pretty clear that my side was the truth. After this, the assistant principal stepped in and said that a teacher's aide wasn't worth all this turmoil and that they would be switched with another teacher. The counselor then asked me if this would help me to start working things out with my mom. I said, not really, because it wasn't even her choice, and she hasn't even admitted that she's done anything wrong. She then asked my mom if she was willing to apologize for anything that had happened. My mom gave a half-hearted apology where she said things had gone overboard and she never meant to hurt me so much. The counselor asked if I would like to apologize for anything as well, and I said, not really, but nobody pressed me on it. The counselor then explained that it was too late in the semester for my transfer. What she suggested is that my mom and I, and possibly my dad, should go to a family counselor for the rest of the semester. I would stay in my current classes, my parents would give me all my stuff back, and we would see if we could come to some kind of peace before next semester. She then asked my mom if, after that, I still hadn't changed my mind. Would she accept the class changes? My mom said no at first because she wanted me to go to college. But I told her that she had already failed me as a mother once. Please don't do it again. She got really quiet and said that she would agree to it if that's what I really wanted. When I got home, my stuff was returned to me. I also started talking to my mom again. I just kind of felt like there wasn't a point to ignoring her anymore. I don't treat her like a mother or anything anymore, but I'll answer her if she asks me a question. It just feels like that now that I have a plan, a lot of my anger is gone, and I just see her as a person who happens to live in my house. We haven't scheduled our first counseling session yet, but I don't see it changing much anyways. The damage is done, so I don't see myself changing my mind. That's pretty much it. I probably won't update again unless something crazy happens or something. Wow, OP, it is both depressing and inspiring that your counselor and your assistant principal are better parents to you than your actual parents are. I guess I'm glad that things mostly worked out in the end, but I think you're making the right call by keeping your mother at arm's length, because if she hurt you that badly before and doesn't even realize it, then she's bound to hurt you that badly again if you let her. Am I the butthole for laughing when I found out who my girlfriend left me for? I'm a 19-year-old guy. My ex is 19, and her ex-boyfriend that she went back to is 22. I've been dating her casually for a couple of months, and she told me the day before Valentine's Day that she's been talking to someone else and wanted to break up with me to be with him. I asked who, and she said that it was her ex. This made me involuntarily laugh, because from what she's told me, and from what I've heard from mutual friends that know him, he's A, a diagnosed narcissist, B, unemployed and lives off his parents and her when she was dating him. And C, he initially turned her down when she asked out another girl, was rejected, and then decided to date her. Additionally, I've seen him, and he's honestly not very attractive. So the sheer stupidity of going back to him made me laugh. Breaking up with me is one thing, and fair. But how stupid you have to be to go back to that? She got angry at me for laughing and said that I was just trying to make her feel bad because I'm hurt. I thought about it for a second and realized I wasn't hurt. Normally, if my girlfriend left me for somebody else, I would have been hurt. But in this case, the fact that she's going back to him, of all people, made me realize two things. First, she's making an objectively really stupid decision, and that level of stupidity is unattractive to me. So I didn't feel that I was losing anybody I respect or find attractive on a level beyond physical. 2, her making this stupid decision says more about her inability to judge what a good boyfriend would be, more so than my attractiveness. I told her that, and she got angry and stormed off. Some mutual friends said that I was a butthole for belittling her decision and laughing at her, but I think some decisions deserve to be laughed at. Okay, hold on. So your girlfriend dumped you for another guy that she's been talking to, possibly even having an emotional affair with, or maybe even a physical affair, and you can't even laugh at the absurdity of it? You're supposed to sit there gracefully and say, "Oh wow, I can understand why you dumped me for him. He's an amazing guy. I wish you the best of luck." Nah, man. When someone dumps you, you're allowed to be bitter. That is a God-given right. Well, I mean, technically, I don't think you were bitter. What I'm saying is, OP has a right to say something snarky when you get dumped. I mean, it's not the nice thing to do, but it's reasonable. Do we really believe that if he dumped her for his ex-girlfriend, she would have been like, "Oh, well, I understand, goodbye"? Nah, she'd be angry. She'd be angry, pissed off, yelling, screaming, crying, like most people would in that situation. OP, you have an impressive amount of wisdom for a 19-year-old boy. I was once a 19-year-old boy, and I was a dumbass. I don't know if I would have had this level of clarity. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm gonna give your girlfriend 1 out of 5 buttholes, not for dumping you. I mean, she has a right to dump you if she wants to, but for getting angry at you because she dumped you and you laughed at her decision, that's just stupid. Am I the butthole for telling my sister to accept that her daughter is white? I'm 33 and my sister is 27. We're both Caucasian Latinos. However, she's always been more tan than me, a fact that she's always been very proud of. For reference, my skin tone is close to Aubrey Plaza's, while hers is close to Gina Rodriguez's. When we were younger, she would constantly talk about how European I look compared to her, how my hair looked more blonde than brown, which no one has ever agreed with, and how certain colors that I like to wear looked awful on me due to my skin tone. I almost never said anything because I was 6 years old and I had better things to do. Also, while I did have many insecurities, I never doubted that I was beautiful. Fast forward to now and we both have kids. My husband is a little more tan than me, and both of our children, an 8-year-old boy and 3-year-old girl, had the same skin tone as their father. My sister's ex, her baby daddy, however, was a very pale Swiss guy. My niece, who's 5, is a fair-skinned girl with dark blonde hair, while my daughter is more tan and has dark brown hair. Everyone agrees that both girls are beautiful, but their skin tones have always bugged my sister. She insists that both girls are equally tan, that her daughter's hair is light brown, and that my daughter spends too much time in the sun. Last weekend, we all had dinner at my father's place. My son brought his notebook and drew pictures of everyone at the table. He colored my daughter's skin a darker shade than my niece. Orange for my daughter, light pink for my niece. He also gave my niece yellow hair and colored my daughter's hair black. When he showed us the drawings, my sister frowned. She said that he was exaggerating his cousin's features and that he could at least make her hair darker. When my niece said that she loved the drawing, my sister told her that it looked nothing like her and insisted my son was doing this on purpose. Before the kids could get upset, I pulled my sister aside and told her she was being ridiculous. We had a very small fight in the next room. Near its end, I said something along the lines of, "Listen to me, your daughter is white. We're all white. You need to accept that and stop comparing the girls if you don't want your niece to become insecure." We left shortly afterwards, and none of the kids have brought anything up again. My sister is pissed at me. She told both of our parents, who are divorced, about the fight. Our father thinks that I shouldn't have commented on my niece's appearance and wants me to apologize to my sister. Our mom thinks this is dumb. I agree, but says that my sister is overreacting. Am I the butthole? Yo, OP, man, your dad is so dumb. So it's okay for your sister to comment on your kid's appearance, but you can't comment on her kid's appearance? I can't figure out for the life of me why this lady decided to procreate with a white Swiss guy if she was that obsessed with Latina skin tone. What did she expect? OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. You're right, she is gonna give your niece insecurities. I'm giving your sister 2 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/Am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Am I the Devil, where a woman cheats on her husband who's dying of cancer and then tries to play the victim card. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. I'm a 42-year-old woman, and I've been with my husband, who's 45, for a decade. It was a cliche, corny love story. I used to see him at our local coffee shop, but never really gave him much attention. We were just passers-by who stopped at the same place. Until one day, we both had the same order and walked up to the counter reaching for it. From there, it was magic. We dated for 2 years, then eloped in our 3rd year. Like any other marriage, we've had our ups and downs, but came through stronger each time. Life was good up until a year ago when we learned that my husband has stage 3 cancer. He's been doing all these treatments, even when it drains the life out of him, and while the disease has slowed, it's still progressing. Doctors have recommended hospice because at the rate that he's going, they think the treatment will kill him before his cancer does. I thought that I was handling it well, until one day, a coworker asked how I was doing, and I just broke down sobbing. I hadn't cried when I had to lift him off the bathroom floor every time after his chemo. I hadn't cried when he was hospitalized with pneumonia because of his weakened immune system. I hadn't cried when his doctors recommended that he kill himself. But that day, I did. And that was the start of my worst mistake. I confided in my coworker, a 39-year-old man, about the stress. And somewhere along the way, he became my stress relief. I shamefully started an affair that lasted until last week when my husband found out. I forgot to delete some texts and he read them. I could see the emptiness in his eyes. He never lost his will to fight after each bad prognosis, but finding out my betrayal drained him. His exact words were, "Well, I guess I have nothing left to fight for." He called his doctor and told him that he reconsidered his opinion on hospice. No matter how much I'm crying, begging, and pleading, my husband is gonna kill— No! My husband is gonna kill himself as his revenge? Yo! This woman cheated on her dying husband, and then his death she somehow makes about her? Yo, okay. Alright, I was not expecting that line. Yep, this guy is literally just killing himself to make you feel guilty. That's why he's doing it. You piece of garbage! Oh man, this one. Alright, okay. Man, that's repulsive. That is, okay. I don't even know what to say. This is disgusting behavior. This is multiple betrayals. Betraying the marriage by sleeping with someone else. Betraying your vows by abandoning him when he's literally dying. And then finally making it all about your... Okay, I gotta move on. I can't talk about this lady. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice, and OP deleted the post, but luckily someone in the comments saved the post. I accused my wife of cheating and asked for a paternity test for our 3 kids. I'm 33 and she's 29. Basically what the title says. My wife has brown hair, so dark that it looks black, blue eyes, and a skin tone that's a couple of shades darker than tan. I have black hair, dark brown eyes, and a skin tone a shade darker than my wife. We have 3 kids, 2 boys who's 6 and a little girl who's 3. None of them look like me or my wife. My boys have brown, reddish hair and hazel eyes. My girl is a dark blonde with light brown eyes. They're all on the lighter side when it comes to skin tone. I didn't think anything of it at first. Both me and my wife have some interesting heritage, but after the birth of my sons, my family kept bringing it up to me. They would point out their facial features all the time. Where does that chin come from? Look at those cheekbones. The boy stands as straight as a ruler. Who has hair like that? Things like that. I shut them down or ignored it all. I never paid any mind to them. Then, an old high school friend of my wife's was in town. He was only in town for a couple of days, so there wasn't really time for my wife to meet him for lunch or anything because we had a lot going on, so my wife invited him to our girl's 3rd birthday party. He wasn't at our wedding, and I never met him before this, even on previous visits. He was always just in and out. Then, there he was, this tall white man with dark blonde hair and hazel-colored eyes. He and my wife were obviously close. They hugged for a long time. The whole time he was there, he was wherever my wife was, and me and my family watched them. If she was putting more food out, he was there helping. If she was collecting stray plates and cups and trash, he was there giving a hand. The whole time he was there, they were laughing and talking. She introduced him to those who didn't know him, but it was obvious that he wasn't there to socialize. He just wanted to talk to her for the time that he was there. A couple of hours later, it was time for him to go. My wife walked him out. They had another long hug before he climbed into his Uber and left. My mother and sister were in my ear from the moment they laid eyes on him. I didn't want to hear their suspicions. I had plenty of my own rocking around in my head. I'll spare you all the gory details of my behavior in the weeks following my girl's birthday. I'll only say that I wasn't a pleasure to be around. My wife doesn't like drama or conflict. She likes to talk things out. That doesn't mean that she'll back away from conflict and avoid drama at any cost. Only that she prefers to work things out calmly. So, in the middle of picking an argument with her, I finally outright accused her of cheating, accused her of passing those kids off as mine, and I demanded a paternity test. I didn't expect her to come back at me as hot as she did. She said that she'd been waiting for the day that I threw that at her. She hadn't been blind or deaf to what my family had been saying for all these years, and to me allowing them to say it. But she had hoped that I had more trust in her than to listen to people that never approved of her. People who had nothing better to do with their lives but to talk BS about everyone else. I don't know why, but her saying those things pushed me over the edge. The argument grew and grew. I grabbed her by the upper arm so hard that I left bruises and I shook her. Her hand came up and slapped me across the face. The police were called. I was made to leave the house. I went to my parents. A couple of days later, I went home, but the locks had been changed and my wife wasn't answering the door or picking up her phone. The following week, she filed a petition for paternity of all my kids. 2 weeks later, the day after I was given confirmation that they were my kids, I received divorce papers. It's been months. I've tried calling her, I've reached out through Facebook, tried intermediaries, I've written letters. She refuses to engage. I've been told by her sister, who's been blocked by my wife, that she refuses to talk to anyone about me and is cutting out anyone who tries to bring me up. She doesn't care if they're family or friends. One word about me and she cuts them out, blocks them. Her parents are the go-between these days, and only about the kids. They bring the kids to me whenever I ask for them. My wife won't allow me at the house, not even to pick up or drop off the kids. Yet, she doesn't try to stop me from seeing them. Her mom told me she doesn't know if my wife will ever forgive me. She's deeply hurt and absolutely refuses to speak about me. I try to give them money for my kids every time I see them, but they refuse it, saying that my wife doesn't want my money. A mutual friend has told me that he thinks that I broke her. He and his wife help her with the kids sometimes, and he says the life has gone right out of her. I've leased an apartment a couple of blocks away from my wife and children, and I've gone very low contact with my own family. Not that I blame them for what I did, but it's hard to be around them right now. They continue to blame my wife for everything that's happened and take no accountability for any wrongdoings against her since my sons were born. My kids keep asking when I'm coming home and why my mom cries all the time. I don't know what to tell them. I'm not looking for advice on how to save my marriage. It's too late for that. There's no getting around the fact that I've destroyed my family. I miss my kids. I miss my wife. I wish I could take it all back, but I can't. I've lost her. The most telling thing about this entire story is that OP goes into this long paragraph explaining the suspicious, really weird behavior of the wife's friend, which honestly is what I would consider normal behavior. This guy comes to his friend's 3-year-old's birthday party where he doesn't know a soul, so of course he's gonna spend the entire time with the wife. Who else is he gonna talk to? He doesn't know anyone else there. And yeah, he's helping put out food and pick up plates because, well, you're not doing it, OP. He's just trying to be polite and help out his friend. And then you, instead of actually helping out your wife during your kid's birthday party, you're just sulking in the corner and getting jealous over completely normal behavior. I think that behavior is probably telling to like a larger sense of what this guy is like, because he doesn't help out his wife. He doesn't talk to her in a normal, healthy way. He doesn't say, hey, this is making me uncomfortable. He just seethes. He just quietly builds up this anger and then lashes out at her, which results in this terrible fight. So, sounds like his wife is better off without him, honestly. Her friend was literally being a better husband than OP was. Also, it really pisses me off when bad people use passive voice to avoid accountability. For example, OP says, the police were called. Well, who called the cops? Did she call the cops because she was scared? Did you call the cops because you were angry at her? Did other people call the cops because you were arguing so loud? These things add important context. You can't just say, the police were called by some unknown party for some unknown reason. Nah, my guess is that she called the police because she was scared for her safety because you physically assaulted her. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. I'm a 30-year-old man, and I'm starting to resent my wife, who's 30, for not being my ex. What steps should I take to rebuild our relationship? I've been with my wife, Erin, for 7 years, married for 5. We have a 2-year-old together. 2 years ago, I fell in love with the greatest woman ever, Diamond. I had never cheated on my wife before that, but what me and Diamond have is true love. Disclaimer, my wife is a kind soul, but we don't have that spark that we used to. I miss that spark, that intensity, and the passion that we had in the beginning of our relationship. I filed for divorce to be with Diamond, but for reasons unknown, Diamond got cold feet. My relationship with Diamond lasted 11 months. Afterwards, my wife and I got back together because the divorce wasn't official yet. Now, Erin, oh my god. Now, Erin is a great woman, but she's not Diamond. After getting back together with Erin, every little thing she does bothers me. The way she gets dressed to go to work, the way she makes my coffee, everything. Unfortunately, I began taking it out on her by starting arguments and being snappy. Erin is a great person and doesn't deserve that. I realized I needed to take a step back after what happened last night. My wife put the baby to sleep and said that she was going to shower and head to bed early. She asked if I wanted a snack or something before I go to bed. I said no. She said that she loves me and she kissed me on the cheek. I didn't say anything and she said, "Why don't you love me? I'm doing everything I can, but you, I don't know." I just told her point blank, "You're not her." That hurt her a lot. She just went upstairs, and when I joined her an hour later, she was still crying. She cried all night in the master bathroom, so I couldn't get any sleep. She stopped crying and went to bed, finally, at 3:30 a.m. I feel so effing terrible, and I want to do my part to rebuild our passion. Please help any way you can. Opie, you genuinely sound like one of the worst human beings I've ever read about. You're just mean. And for what reason? Because you're a cheater, but not a good enough cheater to actually land this woman that you're cheating with, so you're taking it out on your wife who's loyal to you? Like, what? Oh man, I just realized something. OP says, 2 years ago I fell in love with the greatest woman ever, Diamond, but then he also has a 2-year-old. I totally missed that at the beginning. That means he started his affair right before the birth or right after the birth. So he's a special kind of scumbag. Opie, I think your only solution here is to divorce your wife. Because clearly your relationship is damaged beyond repair, but also show mercy on the poor woman. Why are you doing this to her? Our next Reddit post comes from Deleted. I'm a sex offender who's abused and harassed every single day. The victim and I are still... What? The victim and I are still in a relationship? Alright, okay. When I was 21, I was in love with a 13-year-old girl. I knew her since she was little and our families were close. We didn't expect to fall in love. It was weird and... Okay. It was weird and brotherly, but didn't really turn into a relationship until toward the end when she was almost 14. She wanted me to teach her about intercourse, and she said that she would do it with this messed up kid who did drugs instead of me if I didn't. The event itself was actually very mild. Well, the law got involved. Long story short, I got in trouble and I'm a sex offender for life. Our families, who were best friends, are now enemies. It is true that we did stuff underage, but nobody cared about the nuances of it, that I was the only one who was there for her, the one who would give her guidance, that she listened to. The only one who was a positive influence, while her father beat her and her mother was verbally abusive. No one cared that I told her over and over that we would have to wait to be in a relationship. Now, because of what I did, not one day passes where I'm not harassed, abused, and victimized. Even all these years later, word got out in my neighborhood last year when I moved into my house. I get graffiti at my house, signs planted everywhere to stay away, moms shielding their kids and pulling them into the grass when I'm anywhere near, and accusations of being a P-word. Last summer, a group of teenagers kidnapped me, threw me in their car, beat me up with baseball bats, and threw me out. And the police refused to come get me. I get threats of violence, and the cops told me that... Oh man. The cops told me, well, maybe you shouldn't have been a rape. I'm tired of not having the most basic human rights because of the sex offender hysteria. I'm unable to have a relationship with anyone because they dump me as soon as they find out. I still talk to the girl every day. It's almost 10 years later and we're very close. Because I'm stuck in my house all day and hiding from society, she's the only one who makes me feel grounded. I know, my God, I know that we belong together. I still love her and I want to be with her. We talk every day in video cam every single night. She talks to me all the time about getting married to me, but it's complicated. You see, I can't marry her. The memories bring me too much pain. Even though I know our love is right, it brings me too much shame because I know that I did something wrong. After being harassed so much, I'm reminded every day that I'm guilty and I did the wrong thing by taking advantage of her. People judge me, hurt me, beat me, and threaten to kill me. When the teenagers kidnapped me, I was terrified. They were talking about lighting me on fire, and I thought that was the end. The girl wants to be with me and tells me that every day, but she needs time to bring it up with her family and have them accept it. I could never face them. Right now, they would cut her off if they found out that we even talked together, let alone we're in an online relationship. I wish I had the strength to leave this town, to get her and pick up where we started and start over together. But it's too complicated. I couldn't be with her without feeling like I'm a pervert. I couldn't face her family without feeling like I'm scum. I couldn't bring our families together in marriage because they're now mortal enemies. And she couldn't tell her family either because they would cut her off quickly. I know that we belong together, and one day it'll all work out. All I do every day is cry about the life together that I feel that we were robbed of. I want to be with her so much, and she wants to be with me, but for some reason we can't. Man, this whole post, this guy is clearly trying to get sympathy, but it's just not working. Man, you were 21 and she was 13. That's like freshly out of puberty. And if you didn't want to be treated like a sex offender, then maybe you shouldn't have done sex offender behavior, dude. I'm really surprised this guy wrote this entire post and thought, yeah, I'll post this to the internet. I'm sure lots of people will agree with me and defend my life choices. That was our...
Oh my god, it's another shoe video! I missed her. Is this the average male fantasy?
Jesus, dude.
Oh my